Good evening and welcome to the November 6, 2025 meeting of the Town of Southampton Zoning Board of Appeals. This meeting is being held live and also via video conferencing in accordance with the Town Board's enactment of Local Law 14 of 2022. Our next meeting and those following will also be held here in person at Town Hall and will continue to allow for remote participation, so please keep checking the town's website for updates and any new information. If you wish to view tonight's live meeting only and not participate, please do not join the Zoom meeting and instead go to the town's website for viewing access. With that, I'd ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those of you with us here this evening, in case of an emergency evacuation, please exit through the rear doors of this room to one of the staircases across the hall and continue downstairs and through the main entrance. Do not attempt to use the elevators during an emergency evacuation. In case of a medical emergency, the automated external defibrillator and first aid kit are both located in this hallway opposite the elevator. Restrooms are located across the hall from this room. We'll begin this meeting with public hearings. We have applicants and members of the public here with us live and also standing by via Zoom webinar, which is being moderated by CTV. Please, CTV will mute the speakers on Zoom until it's their time to give testimony before the board. Please be patient. If you find you're having difficulties accessing the hearing, visit the town clerk's meeting portal and click on the instructions link. Also, for those of you in this boardroom, please silence your cell phones and refrain from speaking to each other as it interferes with the recording of our proceedings. Tonight, Board Member Helen Burgess is participating via Zoom, and Board Member Bob Massioni is a bit late. We will begin this meeting with public hearings. We have applicants and members of the public here with us live and also standing by via Zoom webinar. I'd already said that. A reminder that applicants, agents, and members of the public speaking other than attorneys will be sworn in, will state their address for the record, and will offer their testimony as it relates to the application before the board. In order to consider properly every application before us tonight, individuals commenting on a particular application have a time limit of 3 minutes. I want to emphasize we welcome comments, but must adhere to a time limit in order to accommodate all interested in speaking on any application this evening. Also, before handing in any submissions to the board, please make sure that the documents identify the ZBA application name and tax map number, and that the application's name should also be written on certified receipts. Unless otherwise stated, at the end of an individual application hearing, all applications will remain open for written comments for all purposes until a set date. Those written comments can be addressed to members of the board and sent via email, mail, and or dropped off at the town hall to the board secretary, Candace Cowell, in the building department. At this time, I'd like to take a motion to approve the minutes of our October 16th, 2025 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Revan.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. John, before you take us to the agenda, I just wanted to mention that Board Member Julie Kane is now a new grandparent, and she has a lovely little granddaughter named Clover. So congratulations,
Thank
Julie.
you. If anybody wants to see pictures, do let me know.
She's got plenty of them. Okay, John, you want to take us through the agenda?
Okay, turning to number 11 on the agenda, the application of 625 Butter Lane Homestead LLC, Agricultural Reserve in Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-51-1-17.7. I move to adjourn the hearing on this application to February 5, 2026.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Revan.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Number 12 on the agenda, application of Wilderness Trail JV LLC, landlocked parcel in North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-79-1-33. I move to adjourn the hearing on this application to January 15, 2026.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Revan.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Turning to the decision calendar, the decision in the application of Bart Carafella 17 Dock Road, Remsenburg, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-366-1-10. I move to adjourn the decision on this application to November 20th, 2025.
Second.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
I'm Mr. Redpath?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And finally, the decision in the application of Robert Fuhr and Judith Lang, 332A Penny Lane, Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-323-2-31. I move to adjourn the decision on this application to November 20th, 2025.
Second.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess? Chair votes aye. I just want to also mention that Gary and Barbara Siegler.
Oh, hold on.
271
Yes, I
Dune Road.
apologize. The decision in the application of Gary and Barbara Siegler, 271 Dune Road, Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-179-2-26.2 has been withdrawn. Turning to number 1 on the agenda, application of 162 Jobs Lane LLC, 321 Rose Hill, Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-115-3-14.3. Applicant requests relief of the following sections of the Town Code for a new one-family dwelling, Section 330-6 General Regulations that references Section 330-11 Residence Districts Table of Dimensional Regulations for a principal front yard setback from the required 80 feet to 60 feet, and any other relief necessary.
The board has jurisdiction.
Okay, this is a minor variance, so it doesn't require a public hearing unless individuals on the board wish to reopen it for such. Otherwise, we're going to move it to a decision calendar, to our decision agenda at the end of the meeting. Okay,
We're going to move this to the decision calendar later tonight?
yes.
No,
Okay.
not later tonight, because we're waiting for written subs from Suffolk County Planning Commission.
Oh, okay,
So we
thank
would
you for
keep it
that
open for written
clarification.
subs till 11:21 with
Okay,
decision
so
12:4.
we'll move this decision to 11:20. Okay, thank you, I didn't know that. Okay, John.
Want a motion?
Motion for written subs till 11:21 with a decision on 12:4.
Okay.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, okay. All right.
Okay, number 2 on the agenda, application of Not What We Do LLC,
Sorry.
Birchwin and Tess LLC applicant, 471 County Road 39, Tuckahoe, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-158-1-29. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code to legalize a freestanding dual-pole sign constructed without the benefit of a building permit on a non-conforming lot. 1, Section 330-162.26M7, non-medical cannabis dispensary signage, to allow the sign to be located 187.1 feet from the school grounds property located on the northwest side and 238.7 feet from the school grounds property located on the north side, where a minimum distance of 500 feet is required respectively. And 2, Section 330-205B1 and 2, general provisions, freestanding signs, including pole and monument signs, to allow the sign to be located on a property with a building located 31.9 feet from the front property line, where the entire building shall be set back 40 feet or more from the front property line, and to allow the sign to be located 12.7 feet from the front property line, where a minimum setback of 20 feet from all property lines is required, and any other relief necessary.
The board has jurisdiction.
The applicant, David Gilmartin, Greenberg Trord, 2317 Montauk Highway, Bridgehampton. With me tonight, I have one of the principals of both LLCs that are involved here, James Malios. He is an admitted and practicing lawyer, so I don't think you need to swear him in. I hope you don't ask him any questions, but he likes to talk, so with that.
So don't.
Well, you have wonderful counsel representing you.
James, what's your last name?
Malios, Mallios. So far.
Thank you.
All right, David, give him that. All right, let's go. So tell us about your
So
application.
the application is for a sign for a dispensary. The town zoning code has an anomaly in it. They allow a dispensary that's, well, I guess the better way to say it is they don't allow a dispensary on the same road as a school and within 500 feet. So this property is on County Road 39, and it's the Tuckahoe School, which is on North McGee Street. So we have satisfied that part of the special exception use test, and the evidence of that is the planning board has scheduled us for a public hearing and deemed our application complete. If we needed any sort of relief, they would not have done that. And then the state has given us permission to open fully. The state's permission also includes this sign. So the anomaly in the code is the first reason that we're here. So the code reads, "A non-medical cannabis dispensary should not be permitted on the same road and within 500 feet of school grounds." And then we come to the section of the code that we're discussing tonight, which says, "No sign shall be located within or be readily observed within 500 feet of school grounds or a community facility as defined herein." So that's the first that we're asking for, and I think there's an anomaly in the code which it contradicts. Often when that happens, the courts will decide that the lighter or the more beneficial to the property owner is the part of the code that they follow.
Do you have a citation for that? Because typically in regulatory matters, the more stringent standard would apply?
Right, but zoning's in derogation of your common law rights, so that's, and I'll get you a citation, but it's fairly common. The second part of the application is for the freestanding sign, which is 12.7 feet off. And there's a statement in the legal which said it was an illegal sign. That sign has existed on that site, I believe, from
The structure,
the structure of the sign.
not the sign
Not
that's.
the announcement.
Right, the structure of the
The
sign.
structure of the sign has been there since 1972 in that spot. There's an application for an amortization of the sign, and that application has the 72 date. I provided that to you. There is a zoning board of appeals application that was done on this property to add a use to it, but they did address the sign. That part of that application reads, "And has permission to replace the existing signs in the same location of a conforming size with both business names on it." And then they say no more than 2 business uses shall be permitted on the subject property. So,
And this sign is the exact same size as that sign.
yeah, and that's the old sign. It's part of what I've given you.
Right, so the structure you're talking about now.
Yeah, the structure is 12.7 feet, and just to,
But David, is there also a requirement that it's supposed to get grandfathered in, has to be the same or similar kind of business? Because I think I read that somewhere.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
The,
Signs prior to 1972, provided the business had not changed. Okay,
in
I
any
picked it
event,
up.
the signs were amortized in this town, so
Yeah.
whatever you had pre-existing, unless you had zoning board relief for it, you had to amortize the sign or come back to this board to get it legalized. But the long-winded point that I'm trying to make is that it's part of the character of the community here, and I gave you a 1984 survey, which shows that I've highlighted it, which shows the sign 12.7 feet. So it has existed there for a long time. And, you know, as we all know, County Road 39 is a busy street. It's in a highway business district. You need signs to announce your business. With respect to the setback from the school, I gave you an aerial, which I think depicts what's going on here. You see, here's, the signs up here, and the school's here. So you have this woodland that's in between the schools, so it's certainly not visible. This area of County Road 39 doesn't have sidewalks, and the children from the school, which my daughters attended, do not walk down County Road 39 in that area. The sidewalk is along North McGee, and it ends there. So it's not visual, so we at least meet that part of the test. The 187 setback is to this property, which is obviously a wooded property unused by the school. And the 287 is to this area here, and again, there's a significant amount of growth in between the school and the proposed dispensary.
So you want an exception to the fact that the sign cannot be visibly observed within 500 feet of the school grounds, correct?
Well, I think we need a variance from the entirety of that provision, right? Because it's within 500 feet of school grounds, because we share a
We're
property.
talking about grounds, not the school itself, right?
Correct, that's what the code says,
Right.
grounds.
So, this is Bob's matter, but he's just walking in. So here, no worries. Here,
Mr. Gilmore, anyway, so.
I'm just, David, maybe you can help me understand, but I'm struggling a little bit. I mean, I know you're sort of making a categorical statement that kids from the school don't walk by there, but we don't actually know that. And it's a little bit hard for me to get comfortable with a variance that may in fact enable a situation where kids are seeing signage for a dispensary, because there's a vulnerability there. I think we can all appreciate that. I'm not saying it's an unlawful business, I'm not saying anything along those lines, but why would we want to promote or enhance that visibility for a kid?
Because it's an accepted business within the town zoning code and on this lot, and you're entitled to have a sign. right? You
You're
can't have a
entitled to
sign-
have a sign, but you're not entitled to have a sign that is inconsistent with the code.
Right, but your code is inconsistent, which was my initial point. You allow a dispensary, but then you don't allow a sign for it?
Well, first of all,
It's irrational.
has there been a determination that we're going to allow the dispensary? What is the timing on
Well-
that? And I wanted to ask in terms of the application to the planning board, because one of my questions initially was, are we reviewing this prematurely? I mean, should we be going through a determination to see the fact that this business will exist?
So the planning board reviewed the application. We have a formal application. They deemed it complete, indicating compliance with all relevant zoning and special exception standards, obviously with the exception of a sign, but that's what they're here for. And we will be doing a decision. We're having the hearing on the 13th. The decision will be done on the 20th.
Okay, so in terms of the planning board, you feel the application is complete, which then says that they can proceed?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because, you know, it's coming before us, before that determination had been made.
No, understood.
Well, but the decision to deem it complete, which you wouldn't if variances were needed for the business, I think
Yeah,
is
yeah,
an
right.
indication, right? So the planning board deals inside the code, you deal with outside the code. So they would not go forward with anything unless it were permitted.
Well, that's true, if you were asking for setbacks and everything. I'm not sure about signs, whether that would apply, but
Well,
yeah, all
my
right, but
reference,
okay.
my reference is to
I think
to
it's
the
moot
use.
anyhow, because I think that you just said that it's going to be approved, so we can consider this application. That was really what my
Yes,
concern
no,
was.
absolutely.
Okay,
So the benefit to the applicant is it will allow the business to advertise, as that property has been advertised since 72 or 84 are the two dates that I was able to trace it back to. It also, and I think Anthony knows a little bit about this, but I've worked with a lot of traffic engineers, and they say that signs provide a safe stopping sight distance for people looking to pull up to the property. And the safe stopping sight distance is the ability to stop and then pull in. So I think there's some sort of safety aspect to it. So there's a benefit to the community to have this, and it makes for a safer situation there. And again, the character of the neighborhood is County Road 39, and there are
this
signs.
is a highway
all-
business neighborhood.
Highway
yeah.
business zone, right, and surrounded by highway business zones. We cannot achieve the benefit except through this process, right? Because we don't have the space on the lot. The lot isn't 500 feet wide, so it has that issue, and that's why we're here.
What would you do if you couldn't get the variance in terms of signage?
If you reject it, I think we would probably bring in Article 78.
Right, but, yes, of course, you may,
Yeah.
but, or could you be creative and find another place for the sign?
But not that, if we go closer, it makes it a bigger variance, right? So I don't know what we can do.
Closer but consistent with the 500-foot rule?
There's no
Or not?
500 feet. You take a look, it's easier with I gave you a copy of the site plan.
Yeah,
Which
with the
is,
footage on it, yes.
right, has the footage on it. So the 187 runs to there, and then the 200 number runs to here. So this is the Tuckahoe School District, and that's the Tuckahoe School District. This is a separate lot that they own. So we can't achieve the 500 because it's only the length of the lot is 258
Right.
feet, so we can't. And then if we were to move it closer, then you get closer to the school.
Dolores, goes property line to property line, not building to building, correct?
Sorry?
The way that they measure the 500 feet is property line to property line? Ed?
No, front
Not-
of the
not
building,
construction,
front of the
construction.
building, I think, two property.
Well,
I'm talking about the school, but the
Yes.
school.
There's two different, you're conflating two different ideas, right? So the OCM, the Office of Cannabis Management, says 500 feet door to door, right, to have the dispensary, right, and on the same road. We're not on the same road. OCM has said that the dispensary can exist there, and by virtue of the fact that they deemed it complete, so did the planning board.
So it's going there either way.
Yeah, there's gonna be a dispensary there. The, what we're dealing with is, again, an anomaly in the code which allows for the use to be there, but has a different requirement for the sign. So that's what we're looking for the variance. And didn't mean to get away from your question, but, you know, I think, you know, the first thing we do is I'd go sit and talk to the town board and say, hey, you've got this anomaly in the code, and you can't have these businesses that can't.
They're suing OCM, so,
Sorry?
well, they're suing OCM, so that's probably not gonna happen.
Well, I don't think that's true. I think if they see the anomaly in the code, that's something that they'd change. And I think it's it's an irrational thing to have a business, but then preclude a sign to announce the business when every other business in the town can have a sign.
David, can I just ask, on the question of, I mean, I'm following everything you're saying, and I just wondered, does a building facade sign work or suffice for the site, in your view?
I don't because of that safety issue. Right? You want people to be able to see it, and it has to be out, it has to be out in front. I think if you look to the lot to the east, it's kind of overgrown, so you need that. And like, this is one of the lots, which you can see is quite a mess, right? And the front of that's like it, so I think, you have the sign to announce it, so people that are going there will stop in time and not create issues.
So we've heard other people, and I recall the parish application a while ago, making arguments about signage as well. It has to be where we want it, near the road, and that requires a variance because we want people to slow down and come into the parish, and we weren't buying it. I mean, I just remember that, and that got withdrawn. So I'm not sure it's a perfect parallel at all, but I'm struggling, I gotta tell you.
Let me make one observation that I was struck by. As signs go, and as a sign for this enterprise could be, it could have been cartoonish with a big weed, right? And instead, it's just,
Not allowed to have it.
but I am just saying, it just says Charlie Fox, and then what it is in faint lettering at, underneath, which I didn't think was quite so pushy, but that doesn't obviate any of the comments previously made. But I note that.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not saying it's not tasteful. That's not my issue. My issue is why, I cannot get myself comfortable, I'll just say it, granting a variance that allows a business to advertise a cannabis dispensary closer to a school than the code permits. That's just where I am.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also a little uncomfortable, and I know that you guys are closer to this, but this notion of the contradiction and the conflict between what OCM is saying and what they delegated to the towns to then have in their zoning code, which is now also has its own inherent conflict. So I'm trying to grapple with some of that.
May I speak to that?
Sure.
So, I think what you have here is a lot of this conflict, right, in many places around the state. So you have a moment in time that really hasn't been seen since 1928, whenever they repealed prohibition, right? So you have this moment in time where I think all actors are truly acting in the best interests of the municipality, of their business, of their employees, whoever it is. But it's impossible to plan for every, for lack of a better word, variance that might exist when you're basically starting afresh in an area of law. That's just not possible. People are gonna get things, I wouldn't even say wrong, I would say unable to foresee the future with the ball, right, to every permutation. I think this falls under exactly that type of moment where it's a completely new emerging area of the law that invites this type of settling that will probably happen over years. But there's many very variances like this that are gonna be forced as a matter of equity. And what I look at, I have a 9-year-old and a 13-year-old. And I brought them in to the store. And we designed a store. I say this not as someone who's had a business in the town for 10 years that care and is now a full-time resident, and that I cared that my parents would walk in, or my children, and feel that what daddy is doing is not something, they can be just as proud of what daddy is doing in this situation as they are in other stuff. Maybe they're not proud, maybe they think they do a graphic job. They think, sometimes if you have little kids, sometimes they never think that you're proud of them. So, I guess the thing that I thought a lot about in this code that I think speaks to the equity is the question of visibility that David wrote in this matter of, ambiguity. Can one see it? Is the nature of this designed to attract or be easily viewed by a child? And we thought a lot about this on this property when we picked it. So this is a barbed wire fence, another fence, woodland. It's 1,000. I walked it. I think it's 800 feet by the time I get to the front door around the corner. So I'm sensitive very much in this, to your point as a father. Of course, I have the sensitivity of being in a business position, right? So I'm not coming to you with unbiased hands. But the equity of that principle that you brought up was very much in our minds this entire time. And I appreciate the acknowledgement of there is ambiguity with people have pushed I'm sure you've seen stores that have, what I would say, pushed the boundaries of the marketing guidelines, in my opinion, or stores that I would not be proud to be associated with. In the same way I wouldn't be proud of a liquor store that maybe in the same way. So I'd like to think as you look at this, hopefully, I hope that you look at the equity of the real, I think, guts of it is this something that is being appropriately safe and appropriately not targeting a certain segment? And I hope to think that this sign is.
How is the sign angled? It's not angled so that it's flush with it's
Right, so
sideways?
you see it coming, it's
Yeah, all right,
parallel.
so it's sideways, so it's not
parallel
flush, so if the
counter-
kids were on the school property and looking, it would,
They-
would
they
it be
could- they
as
could nev-
visible?
They could never see it through
No,
the
through the
forest,
woodlands, yeah.
and then the building, it's in front of the
Yes,
building, so
right.
they couldn't see it through the building. And I think if you take a look at that aerial, it is pretty, it is very narrow there, and kids are not gonna walk there. I mean, I think that's a
Well,
fair,
I'm going to be
comment.
honest with you. I have a problem with that argument that this is somehow going to entice children to go to this dispensary.
not
Because,
allowed in.
well, first of all, they're not allowed in.
21 or over.
21 and over. You're not going to have, and this is an elementary school. So I don't believe, if the cannabis dispensary is already allowed by the code to have that use be situated there. I don't see the connection to, by adding a sign, suddenly you're going to change the nexus by which children are going to be enticed to try and illegally obtain drugs. So that makes no sense to me, and I think that's, I don't want to say it's a specious argument, but I think it's an emotional
I
argument.
think you said it more eloquently than I tried to do.
That's one. Second, I think this is completely different from what we saw at the Parish Art Museum, because the Parish Art Museum, there wasn't a pre-existing sign. There was an enormous amount of land in the front of the building that could have been used. There was really no reason for them to put it as close to the roadway as they wanted to. I think that their suggestion that, or their argument that they needed that sign in order for people to know where to stop, I think that was an argument that fell on deaf ears to this board. I do see the safety argument here. Also, since this sign has been there since the 70s, people going to that location, for whatever reason that may be, are expecting that sign there. And I think also, given the fact that County Road 39, we all know that we have a speeding problem on that road. And it does, the size of that sign, I pass that sign very often. The sign that is there right now it's a landmark for me. And it does give you the ability to prepare to slow down, where people are going easily in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, 55, 65 miles an hour. So I see the safety argument as well. And I see the anomaly in the code, and it makes no sense to me. That the signage, to me, the signage code section should mirror the section with regard to use.
So John, I just feel compelled, you know I respect you and think the world of you. I don't appreciate that you called my view of it emotional.
I'm not saying it's your view. I think I didn't direct it at you. What I'm saying is that I think that people innately want to protect children. And I
Definitely.
think that there is an emotional aspect to that, but I think it's also unreasonable to think that by virtue of adding just a sign, suddenly 6-year-olds are going to go to a cannabis dispensary around the corner on County Road 39 and obtain marijuana.
Okay, I mean,
I don't think
but
the
we can
two
disagree.
connect.
I mean,
We can
just
disagree about
without
that,
saying we're being
absolutely.
emotional, So,
So the other point I make is that a significant population of this school drives past the Shinnecock Reservation, where the signs are all over the place, so, and large. So, again, this was thought out, believed on.
we don't have jurisdiction over that, though.
I know,
We just
but
don't.
I know, but if you're gonna talk about the impact to children, right, I think it's fair to make that comment.
But there is no elementary school right there.
But buses pass by.
To be fair, there is
buses
no
pass by
school
to
right
get to
there.
the school.
Yeah. Can I just ask a question? I don't know what the use of that wooded area is for the school district. Are there plans to, does anybody know if there are plans to, take down the trees, put in fields or something else? I mean, nothing that we're aware of, correct? And I assume that, I know it's a separate lot, and I assume that if in fact they were to do something like that and use that we could require that there be significant vegetation put up on your site so that the visibility would not, are you agreeable to that?
Yes, but
But you know what I'm
I
saying?
know exactly what you're saying, and I have a good answer. The planning board is requiring us to put up a 6-foot opaque fence so that nobody could see through as part of the site plan process. And
Okay.
that's proposed, it actually
And is that
exists.
going to be maintained and kept? The opaque?
fence, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
the
it has
fence.
to, it would be a condition of
Okay,
the approval.
okay.
And any landscaping that we accommodate.
Okay,
in there
all
would
right,
be fine.
It's
okay.
an entirely fair issue that you
I
raised,
think,
though, right?
yeah, I mean, we don't know what the plans are, and, the concern is the visibility, and yes, they're elementary kids, and yes, they're not gonna get in the door, but that, that still is a point to be made, that we wanna protect our children, and there's a reason why they put these things in the code, to protect the children. So, I'm trying to come up with a compromise situation where we can all be happy.
I wanted to echo that sentiment, because if you, hopefully one day, if you choose, or people you know choose to come to the store, you'll notice that on the fence, and I will confess, I do not think it is the most aesthetically pleasing element. We put up essentially like a greenery, like a faux greenery along the fence line, because we were sensitive to this concept. Does that make sense? So, because I know I know that there's 2 fences and a ton of woodland and tall trees, but I said, you know what? Let's do everything we can to show everyone that we really are sensitive to this matter as a
So
parent.
the
So, like,
opaque
I'm with
fence
you.
surrounds the
I'm
entire
with you.
property, or just that side, or
Three.
three-sided?
rows.
Yeah, we did that before, like anything,
Okay.
like the summer
Okay.
we did it.
And it's a fence that had existed with prior use. It actually has barbed wire on it, which we're required to take off.
I would hope so.
Yeah, the planning board has.
Planning board loves
And
barbed wire.
gunning turrets. and-
I just wanted to ask about the dimensions, because we didn't get that in the original packet. I think you submitted that.
Yes, I gave you
Because, you're asking for,
you have it, it's here.
yes, I got it now. It came today.
Yes,
So the setback is 12.7. And under the law, under our code, building has to be 40 feet from the property line.
pre-existing non-conforming.
I agree. Okay. So in terms of the setback, I don't have a problem with the setback. And in terms of the height, you say it's supposed to be limited to 12 feet. How high is it?
Looks like it's,
9?
the post height, the upper post is
Is
9
that-
feet 11 inches.
So it's under 12?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of the square footage, do we know what the square footage is? I didn't do the calculation, I have to say. You had it in inches and I didn't do the calculation.
It's no more than 32. If I take 3 feet, 11 and 3/4 inches and say that's 4, and then 7, 11 and a half, we'll call that 8. It's not more than
4 by
32
8?
square feet, so it's somewhere under 32.
Okay, okay, so I just wanted just to confirm all that. Okay. So in terms of the dimensional aspects of it, I don't think that there's a problem. Oh, one other thing, illumination. No illumination, no nighttime lights.
I don't think we're permitted to do it, right?
Okay, so, all right, so that's just another thing to consider, no illumination.
Dark skies.
Okay. All right, I think that, I agree that it's tasteful. I agree that in terms of the dimensions, I don't have a problem with it, obviously. I'm concerned about the visibility. If you're telling me that there's gonna be an opaque fence, regardless of whether that property is.
I mean,
Opaque, or
the,
it's, opaque probably is the wrong word, right?
Okay,
It's-
so what's
it's
the right
fully
word?
screened.
What's the fence gonna be made
Is
of?
it a chain link fence with the plastic slats through it?
Green.
Yeah.
a green, yeah, it'll be, so you, and whatever landscaping is there. The key is this, I mean, this was the whole purpose behind the regulations, the way we even said it, whether it's readily, visible, is this sign gonna be visible in and around the school when children are out there and not, and it's not, and that's the key.
Okay.
The other side of it is, can't hide these things completely. They're in shopping centers, they're where people look, so, the key is, are the
They're
kids
part of
gonna
our
be,
life now.
Are they gonna see this when they're out there playing in the playground in the back, and they're not?
Okay,
That's the planning board's concern, and
okay. Okay.
So are we considering putting some condition that I don't think that we can we? Planning has already placed these conditions, so why would we?
It's gonna be part of our site plan. I mean,
Right.
this is a special exception, so we're gonna deal with the fencing in our language.
So we shouldn't be dealing with the fencing
No,
ourselves.
no, no.
should we?
Could say as screened, as screened as required by the planning board.
Yes, right.
That's good.
Right.
That they meet all conditions of the planning board
But,
approval.
but I think you can
Yeah.
use the word screening, because they are asking for setbacks, so.
Okay,
And we're happy. We want to screen.
yep. All right, any more comments from the board? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on the, not what we do, 471 County Road 39? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
No one.
Okay, Bob, this is
It's mine, I came in late,
yours.
but I watched the beginning of the hearing, but I picked up most of it. So are we closing it? Written subs? Okay. So we're going to close the public hearing, hold it open for written submissions until November 21st with a decision on December 4th.
Second.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane. Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, number
See you in a
three.
little while.
Thank
You
you.
didn't do too much talking.
No.
Pretty good.
Good luck with everything.
You did.
Three on the agenda, application of 11 Westwood LLC, 11 Westwood Drive, Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-17-1-81. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code. One, for a proposed two-story addition to an existing one-family dwelling on a non-conforming lot. Section 330-84D, Pyramid Law, for a sky plane encroachment to the north in the amount of 3,430 cubic feet, and through Section 330-11, Residence District's Table of Dimensional Regulations for a principal rear yard setback from 70 feet to 30 feet and a principal minimum side yard setback from 20 feet to 10 feet. And two, for a deck addition to the existing dwelling, Section 330-11, for a setback of 10 feet from the north lot line where 20 feet is required, and Section 330-83A yards to allow a deck higher than 1 foot above ground level to be located in the required front yard and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction. Did you guys hand up your affidavits, or?
Yes, I ordered it this morning, somebody.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, your attorney, can you please state your name and address?
Joan McGivern from Toomey Latham, 33 West Second Street, Riverhead, New York. And I'm with Barry Rice of Rice Architects.
Are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Name and address.
Barry Rice, 880 Long Lane.
Okay. Who's going to be doing the talking on this application?
As it's largely technical, Barry's going to take the lead, and I'm going to assist in handing out handouts.
Just so you went to law school for, right?
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is technical. This has an interesting history, this project. You might be familiar with it, but it's a house that was built in 1986.
Three people on the board that are new enough to not be familiar with this.
Okay?
Just letting you
So
know.
I'm giving you a history then.
Okay.
Is that good?
So you said it was built in 1986?
86. So little guy here, this house here is right on the Stafford Paynes Creek. And it's a small site, 16,000 odd square feet. Two-story, single-family house with 4 bedrooms and a 1-car garage. That's what it was in 1986. It has this sort of modern chamfer to the building that looks out over the water. There's a dock, which has been maintained to this day. And also, this house was recently came before this board to demolish the house and replace the house with a new house of the same character, of the same scale, and with the same number of bedrooms, and with 1-car garage. And that got approval, that design was approved by this board. Since changed hands, and the new owner wants to preserve the superstructure of the existing house and add to the volume of the house in an identical way that was done by the previously approved house.
I'm sorry, repeat that last thing.
The previously approved house was here. This was in 2022, to have a house that is here, with an addition to the front on the street side, an addition to the northern property line here.
And that's the one you're referring to that the ZBA previously approved? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and do you have the setbacks on that?
Yes. So we have 30-foot setback to the rear yard, which was a variance that was granted from the 35 requirement. It has a 10-foot setback to the property line, which is
Side yard.
on the sideline, which is was the variance that was approved. And then the issue here was that this house originally didn't comply with the pyramid law because it didn't exist at that time. This house reduced the intrusion into the pyramid zone of the property from the original single house that was there by reducing the ceiling height and making that adjustment. We have reduced that intrusion into the pyramid zone even further than what this one was allowed. So this one here, this is what we're proposing today. And it's 100 and, sorry, let me get my numbers here. It's 143 cubic feet less intrusive into the pyramid zone than the previously approved house. So we're shrinking it, we dropped the ceiling a bit more, we did things to reduce the bulk. And so we're trying to adopt, or grandfather in, if you like, the previously approved pyramid analysis for this house, for what we're proposing here.
Except that it's on the north as opposed to the south.
Well, it was.
Was originally.
The first proposal was for, in addition to the front part of the house, which faces the road, part of that, and then also along the side.
Correct.
And this one is not in the front, but just all along the side.
No, it's both, it's the front and the
It
side.
is the front, okay.
So what I've done here, and I hope this doesn't confuse everyone, this is new information for you. I've overlaid the previously approved plan of the house in this heavy blue line here. And the plan of the house that was being proposed is a black line that shows what we're retaining of the existing house.
So the house is approved in 2023, was never built, was never,
It was
22, yeah.
well,
22,
Oh, the decision was 23, we got to.
23 was when the ZBA decision was issued.
Okay.
So that's the sort of the archaeology of the whole thing and how we're getting to it.
Could you pass that, please?
Yes, of course. I've got one for everybody, actually.
Good.
Thank you.
Here, I see, it looks like the footprint is basically the same.
It is the same, and I'll explain what is
Yeah,
different.
so I don't understand what the difference is.
Well, I'll show you the difference.
Thank you.
Puzzle we can get in a bit. We are keeping this slope, the slant of the wall that faces across the water, whereas this previous design, so there's a triangle here and a triangle here.
Okay, but how does it reduce 143 cubic feet?
That's all to do with the bulk of the house. It's to do with the ridge line of the, so I'll show you on this drawing here.
Yeah,
This is the piece in red that intrudes into the ridge line.
right, right.
And the height of the ceiling previously, in the previous scheme, was limited to 26 feet.
Right.
We've dropped that another 6 inches, plus we've reduced the bulk of this wing of the house.
Okay, so you reduce over the garage and you, and the height of the house. All right, so just reduced height of house by 6 inches.
And the pyramid relief now is on the north side of the house, and it was.
As it was, as it always was.
Oh, okay, same side, okay,
Both sides of the house and then on the street side, which is.
got it, okay.
Okay. Okay, it's been very confusing.
So I hope this information helped. Would you like to keep these original plans here?
But you know, what happens is that after we do a decision, we get rid of our, mostly, we don't keep these files forever. So it would be, I don't know, maybe we should keep it for the record. Do you have
What, the side by
the
side?
original survey, the original plans?
Oh, I'm sure from the prior ZBA file.
Okay, so
Yep.
it's in the
It came
ZBA,
through.
but it's not necessarily in ours, that's what I'm saying. We don't necessarily keep all, but
Okay.
I don't think we need it.
Okay, you don't need it, that's fine. Okay, so that's the variance we're seeking, or the relief we're seeking for the pyramid law. Any other questions on that?
No.
No. The next one I think is a little more straightforward. The rear yard, which is the street side of the building, with the previously approved scheme, had a 30-foot setback, and we want to stick with that. The required setback is 35 feet from the street. We got a variance on the previous submission to make it 30 feet, so we'd like to see if we can keep
Okay, and do you need to, is it required for you to get a new wetlands permit?
Yes.
All right,
We,
so we
uh,
don't
we-
have the wetlands permit yet, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay, so we need a new wetlands permit,
Where we
which
are
would
with that.
allow you for the 35.
Yes, yes.
And then the exception would be for the 5.
We
Okay,
have to
so
wait
we
to get
still,
the 30, yes.
So we'd ask that if you decide favorably that it be made subject to.
yes, absolutely, but we have to make it subject to that,
Just so
okay?
you know where
Not
we are.
subject to it. I mean, have you applied for your wetlands permit?
Yes.
Yeah, this board won't act until you get the conditional resolution of
understand,
approval.
absolutely.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, it's not
All
subject
right,
to.
so it's not
you
gonna,
get it.
okay, we're gonna approve, and then we're gonna wait for the,
Understood.
Gotcha,
Just so you know, we have extended the previously approved wetlands permit that applied to the previous design. So it's now still current, and that will continue to be current until it's gone through the wetlands analysis, okay? So everything's sort of kosher in that sense.
okay,
All right.
good.
So that's the rear yard and the wetlands conversation. And then the last thing to discuss is the deck that's on the water side of the house. The deck, as I mentioned initially, way back in 1986, existed and was in the permit for the existing house. So there's a wood deck. We're keeping that, and we are reconditioning it, rebuilding it.
Is the deck there now?
There's a deck there now today, yeah.
It's the old,
The old deck, yes.
CO'd, it's
Yes.
fine.
Yes, it is. And as we are keeping all the superstructure of the original house too, we have a permit now and we're acting on a permit to do interior removal of materials so we can ascertain what's there structurally. and so
Same height, generally?
Same height, except the second floor is lower because we've reduced the total height of the
6
building.
inches.
Yes. So that deck there is grandfathered in. Now, what we'd like to do is, as with the previous submission, add along the north property line, 10 feet, to go within 10 feet of that property line, as was allowed on the previous submission, this wall along here. And we did hit a question I had with Arthur, who was analyzing the required setbacks from that side for an accessory structure, which is the deck. We wanted to move that deck to align with the house along the 10-foot from the property line. And so that's a question that needs to be addressed, and whether we can seek that variance. That variance was requested and granted with the previous submission. So,
But you're changing it now to add an additional deck, which would require a setback of 10 feet on the side yard, right?
correct. A 10-foot setback is what we're looking for.
Right, right.
So originally, there was a deck out here, and it was set back 10 feet. We want to see if we can repeat that and have it continue along the property line, 10
Okay.
feet from the property line. All right. We are also going to, one time, let me see. There we go. Thank you. This, you have this in your packet. You can
Yeah,
see
okay.
here, this is the 10-foot from the side property line along here. Here's the existing deck, which we're keeping and refurbishing. And this is where we're adding to up to the property line along here, but we're also adding a piece of deck out the front here. And that piece of deck obviously was subject to wetlands approval and all that sort of stuff, but it's an area of some 350 square feet. I think I've got the number here somewhere. 452 square feet is the existing deck. 330 square feet is the additional area of the deck that we are, is shown on a dotted.
How much is it, 300 and what?
336 square feet.
Okay.
And you've not been before the Conservation Board on the new deck portion?
No, they have the package, but it's still getting on their calendar. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think 30 feet's a little close to the water's edge or the bulkhead, but,
We'll respond accordingly.
I'm sorry?
We'll respond accordingly.
Right,
This
if
is just
they-
an ask, you know,
you know.
and we'll
Right, and
deal
if
with
they,
that.
obviously, we're not gonna,
We're not fighting anything on that.
superseding them,
We'll
so
do
yeah.
what's appropriate for that, yes. There is one final issue, and that is that the deck, outdoor decks have to be within 1 foot of the finished grade level.
Right.
And we're building on a sloped site. So I've had this conversation with buildings, and right now, the deck, as it stands on the old building, the deck is 2.5 feet above grade where it connects with the building. And then grade falls away, and it becomes 4 feet above grade the further you get away. So.
That's a function as you get closer to the water, that same problem will continue.
Exactly,
Right.
that's right. So that's an issue that's out there that you will opine on probably, and also probably, wetlands will opine on that. We could step the deck, we could lower the deck, we could do things to conform, but it's still on a sloping site, so it's a tricky one to
It
figure out.
is sort of stepped, isn't it? I mean, I think it's like leveled and
So right now, it's just level. There are steps to get access, which doesn't count as structure, but it's just a level otherwise. But there's no need for the whole deck to be at that high level. It could be a level as you step out onto it from the house, and then it could step down, so it keeps tighter with the ground.
I think about what that looks like to somebody who's either in a kayak on Paynes Creek or, doing stand-up paddleboarding or anything like that, I worry about not only what it looks like from the street, but what it looks like from any other public vantage point, in this case, the water, right? So as you go closer out to the water, the variance between, if you want to keep it flat with the deck as it comes out the house, and then, of course, somebody always wants to dress the wall, right? And then it looks like, what is that?
I think
I'm
that,
completely on your side with this. I think that from the inside of the house, you're also blocking your view by having a deck that extends straight out. Much better to have it stepped up.
well, I think we could even make a requirement that it be stepped. I think that would be a fair modification of your request, to have it stepped, levels like this. Which I went to the site and I honestly thought that that's what it did, but okay, maybe I didn't go back far enough.
The trick there is to have 3 steps, so you don't require a handrail going down. So you can
Right.
step it with 3 steps, maybe a flat, and maybe even a second step.
Well, right, and then you don't have a handrail really obstructing your view if you have it stepped down, which is to your client's benefit.
So I think that would be something we would be very interested in seeing and could be submitted as part of a written submission.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, but in the
Since this was
meantime-
last, I'm sorry, since this was last approved, I think it was in '23, right? And you haven't done any construction, so when you're ready to do your new construction, I can't tell, but it looks like you probably are planning for the new septic technology rather than stuff that was approved by the
It's
health.
already, that permit is already in process,
Okay,
and it's
fine,
going
thank you.
ahead. We have water and we have electricity.
Just wanted to be sure, thank you.
Yeah. So we can provide that information showing the step. I did bring a package that shows where we are with the design of it in 3 dimensions. I'm not sure that's your purview here, but we will show you a 3-dimensional drawing of what that step and the deck would look like.
I would appreciate that.
Because these things, this is a complicated site for obvious reasons. And I
So
think
if you had to sum this up, the pyramid relief is, on this application, is smaller. The coverage and the house size is close to the same.
Yes.
There's a bit more deck and a bit closer to the water. What else am I missing?
That's it.
Okay.
That's what we're looking for.
What are the ceiling heights again?
9 feet ceiling height was what was agreed with the last permitted. So,
I'm going to say this, and I'm sure the Conservation Board will say this, but I'll defer to them on this. I would feel better if the proposed deck wasn't 31 feet from the edge of the water. 31 feet is probably from here to Anthony, and, that's a bit close, but, you guys work that out.
Yeah, I
regardless of
think,
what we agreed to do, we would always do a mock-up for this, so everybody can go by before we go committing to everything. Obviously, we'd have to get it through you first, but then a mock-up would always be something.
Sure.
As a matter of course.
okay. Anybody else on the board who wishes to? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on 11 Westwood LLC? Anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
No one.
Okay, this is mine. So, is there anything else you want to add before we?
Yeah, there's a little bit of information. When I had Arthur Gerhauser work with me on the issue of the deck and its relationship to the grounds, we did a bit of mining into various codes. And I've got an email here between Arthur and myself with the relevant codes attached. If anybody wants to
Well,
navigate through that, oh,
You
shit.
know, what you can do is, we're going to keep this open, obviously, to wait for the wetlands permit. You can submit this stuff. You can provide us with a written submission.
Yes.
So, you can just, you're going to do that with the mock-up of what the decking would look like, stepping it down. So anything else you want to submit, you're perfectly welcome to do so. Okay, so this is mine. So we are going to close the public hearing, hold it open for written comments until,
You're holding it open.
Oh, we're gonna hold on conservation.
I mean, you can, if you want to, I wouldn't close it, because I don't know that the Conservation Board is going to approve what they've
Exactly.
proposed.
okay, so then we will keep this open.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys should pick another date. Do you know when you're going to be heard by the Conservation Board?
Anthony, how long you think?
No.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Oh, conservation.
No,
You
yeah,
haven't-
he's not-
Candace.
I mean, like 2 months? I mean,
No one's
I'd have to-
counting.
She would know.
She would.
I asked them about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they said, oh, don't worry, you're not even on the calendar yet.
Still in the
all
previous,
right, so
still
then
in
we
the
so then we
previous
should adjourn
application.
this for,
December, and then adjourn if they're not here.
Maybe we could get a control date of 3 months?
okay.
All right, so why don't we do February then?
February 5 or 19?
February 5th. All right, so I move, instead of closing it, to adjourn to 2/5/26.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Mastonia?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess? Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And please submit.
Okay,
so-
calling number 4 on the agenda, application of Susan Rogers Grun Legacy Trust et al., 455 Middle Line Highway, Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-22-1-16. Applicant requests the following relief from Town Code Section 330-6, General Regulations, that references Section 330-11, Residence Districts Table of Dimensional Regulations, a principal front yard setback from 100 feet to 50 feet for proposed one-family dwelling, and an accessory distance from front lot line setback from 110 feet to 57.1 feet for proposed pool on a non-conforming lot, and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction. Wayne, do I have your affidavits, your
I
originals?
gave you the affidavit of
Earlier?
mailings just earlier.
Okay, thank you.
The affidavit of,
So wait, would you
that's
please,
the posting, and the mailing was submitted earlier
Alrighty,
to
thank
your
you.
office.
would you please just state your name and
Yes,
address, please?
absolutely. Wayne Bruin, O'Shea, Marcinsick, and Bruin, Southampton, New York, on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is Terra Arch LLC. They are contract vendee of a parcel owned by the Rogers family members.
And this gentleman here, are you an attorney?
No.
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
Joshua Seidner, 245 Mary's Lane in Southampton, New York.
Joshua, spell your last name, please.
Seidner.
Josh is also the architect.
Okay,
of
good.
record.
I'm guilty.
Okay, good. Okay, so Wayne, why don't you tell us about this application?
Okay, the location of the property is the northerly side of Middle Line Highway, approximately 261 feet east of the intersection of Middle Line with Noyak Path in Noyak. The parcel is a 35,600 square foot, or 8/10 of an acre. It's located in the CR 200 zoning district, the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. And the property, the dimensions of the property, as you can see, it's much wider, 240 feet frontage on Middle Line Highway, and its depth is only 149.33 feet. So we have a shallow lot. It is a vacant lot. It's been held in single and separate ownership since 1953. And under the code, we're entitled to the 3/10, 4/10 relief. The 3/10 relief gives us a rear yard of 45 feet, 24.9 or whatever, so essentially 45 feet. However, and it also gives us relief on side yards, which we don't need. What the code doesn't give is any relief on the front yard. In the CR 200 district, the front yard is 100 feet. So In our papers, we indicated that in this case, the building envelope for the principal dwelling under those setbacks of 100 feet for the front yard and 45 feet for the rear yard gives you a little less than a 5-foot wide building envelope for the principal dwelling. So our client had a choice. In this case, we worked with them and looked at the character of the area and what is happening on Middle Line Highway and what this board has done with previous decisions, which we provided you with copies. In many cases, there are lots of similar size which were granted relief in the neighborhood of the 50 feet that we're looking for on Middle Line Highway. The choice we had is do we ask you for rear yard relief? Well, in this case, if you looked at our aerial photograph and the character of the area, the nearest residence is directly to our north and the improvements to the north. So what we chose is to ask for relief from the front yard to keep the required setback that we're allowed to have on the rear yard. So in that relief, and we have a modest 2-story, 5-bedroom house, which is consistent with the character of the area. And so we're asking for 50 feet on the front yard off the Middle Line Highway. The parcel immediately to the south was part of a subdivision. They have an access driveway, common driveway that goes to the south, but they also were allowed a driveway out to Middle Line Highway. They were also required to keep a 100-foot scenic easement along Middle Line Highway. So essentially, moving closer in that direction, we don't believe will create any detrimental impacts. The property to the east is in control of our client. He has no concerns. The dwelling there is much further, 300-plus feet to the northeast. So that is the premise for the relief for the front yard. In addition, we are seeking to do a swimming pool. And the question there, the code for this size parcel gives relief for the side and rear yards for accessory structures to 10 feet. What it doesn't do is give you any relief on the setback, which in this case is 110 feet for the CR 200 zone. So again, what we did is looked at this, and instead of placing a pool 10 feet from the property line to the rear here, we moved it, and we're asking for the relief from the front yard. And instead of 110, we're asking for 57, and they're the two variances. We've provided a number of other decisions, one particular where this board granted similar setback variances for a corner lot right on the corner of Noyak Road. We provided aerial photographs and other information. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Julie, this is yours, so do you want to start us?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenging spot. So I put in my thinking head to see if there were ways, alternatives, but you've described what you tried to do, I think, and I appreciate that. So I don't have a lot of questions. It sounds like it was a series of difficult choices, so it seems to make sense
And one
to
of the
me.
other, of course, we have clearing restrictions, and one of the
Clear
things
restriction, I was gonna say.
we're trying to provide is maintain a buffer of 25 feet along the northerly property line as well, with the clearing complying to.
It doesn't appear anybody's gonna be impacted. It's heavily, heavily wooded.
Well, but
Other than-
the most impacted is the one north, which is
Yes.
why you move
Yes.
forward,
Right, move
which
forward
makes a lot of
and
sense, yes.
create
Yes.
A buffer there.
Well, I appreciate that you all got together at the initial stages of this to determine how to plot out the development of this land. That really shows a lot of
I'll
initiative.
show you the first plan he gave me.
He's not happy with
Or
me.
it looks,
Well, then that's a testament to your
Yes,
value
exactly.
here in the equation.
I mean, this Middle Line Highway, I'm very familiar with, everything is sort of tucked away, nobody's adhering to any specific setbacks. And you can also see all the blue here, this is where the planning board did their job getting easements. All the yellow, green you see here is automatically permanently preserved land, so I think,
It's well wooded,
Reasonable.
well
Yes.
secluded. I mean, I think you do a lot with privacy there. I mean, to me, it seems like you took what was, as Julie said, a difficult piece of property. It's squished and wide, and I think you came up with a good plan. personally. Anybody else on the board wishes to comment?
The only comment is I appreciate Anthony bringing these up because it is very helpful when he brings these maps up.
Yes, thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, thank you.
But you're not taking Candace's place,
No.
so don't even think about it. Trust me.
They come as a team.
Yeah, they come as a team. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on 455 Middle Line Highway? Is there anybody on Zoom?
No one.
Okay, Julie, this is yours.
Yes, okay, sorry. So we are going to close the public hearing, hold it open for hold it open for comments until 11:21, with a decision for 12:04.
Second.
Ms. Kane? Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Mr. Mastonio?
Aye.
Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Hey.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Julie.
Okay, number 5 on the agenda, application of Danalis Realty 2 LLC, 10 Schwenks Road, Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-113-1-8. Applicant requests relief from the Town of Southampton Code to legalize an accessory apartment constructed in a detached building without the benefit of a building permit on a non-conforming lot. 1, Section 330-11.2F, Special Standards. For the dwelling, a front yard setback of 25.3 feet where a minimum of 56 feet is required, 70% of the required 80 feet. For an accessory building apartment, an accessory side yard setback of 7.4 feet where a minimum of 21 feet is required, 70% of the required 30 feet. An accessory rear yard setback of 5.2 feet where a minimum of 21 feet is required. For a detached garage, an accessory side yard setback of 0 where a minimum of 21 feet is required, 70% of the required 30 feet, and to allow an accessory apartment to be located on a property with a lot area of 23,284 feet where a minimum of 64,000 square feet is required, 80% of the required 80,000 square feet, and 2, Section 330-77G, placement of accessory building structures and uses in residence districts for a pond equipment with a side yard setback of 0 on the south side and 1.1 feet from the southeast side of the property where a minimum of 10 feet is required respectively, and for an AC equipment with a side yard setback of 1 foot on the northwest side and plus or minus 2 feet from the north property line where a minimum of 10 feet is required respectively, and any other relief necessary.
Court has jurisdiction.
For the applicant, David Gill Martin, Greenberg, Chord, 2317 Montauk Highway, Bridgehampton.
These for me?
That sounded like a mouthful, so let me take some things off the
Are you
table.
going to be testifying? You might. Are you an attorney? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address.
Town Circle, 28 Montauk Highway, Watermill.
So the last two requests for the pool and the AC equipment, you can take those off. I just handed you a survey that showed that the AC unit was moved on the other side
Good.
of the
That's
dwelling.
one of my questions.
And the pond was removed altogether. If you can see, pond was formerly located in that section, it's been removed altogether.
So no pond and the AC has been moved. Let me just,
It shows the length of time between the submission of the application and the hearing, which has been a while. The first thing that I think I want to start with is the fact that this is a pre-existing non-conforming lot. Okay, so the lot's undersized, there has been a house on it that pre-existed. I've given you a copy of the CO that demonstrates it, and there's a copy of the survey that shows that these structures have existed prior to 1957. So I think the legal advertisement is a little bit misleading, saying that we need relief from a garage that exists today at where it's proposed as part of our application, and it's legally existing. If you deny this application, the garage is gonna stay.
Anyway.
So.
The garage is housing the accessory apartment, correct?
no, it's a
I'm talking
separate,
about the garage. There was
this is
an
just the garage. It's not, there's a separate dwelling for the accessory apartment.
Right, so there's a garage. And
One
then-
frame garage, one-story frame garage.
And that's existed prior to 57, and it'll be here whether this is approved or not, right? So it's legal today. I don't understand why we have to ask.
Why you
for
had to
relief
come here?
For it, right?
Is there a problem in just mentioning it and including it in the variance approval?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just saying,
We're-
if we understand that it exists and that, then we grant that, we just clean it up and everything is current.
It's not cleaning it up. You have a pre-existing garage, right? You're converting the garage into an accessory apartment,
No.
correct?
We're not.
No.
We're leaving it as a garage.
No,
The
they have a
accessory
separate
apartment-
building for the accessory apartment.
okay.
Was
So-
the workshop is to be the
Yes,
apartment.
Correct.
yes.
That one-story
Right.
frame dwelling.
Right.
Right, I'm just
Okay.
demonstrating that I don't think we need the relief to zero, because I'd never come to this board and ask for a relief to zero.
Well, I don't
it
know
if you can
that's
get
true,
it.
David, but
But again,
Now I
swear
can't.
you in? Now I want to swear you in on that, okay.
I think it is calling out all of the nonconformities on the lot when you are converting something into an accessory apartment.
I understand that theory.
That's what the code says.
Well,
You
so
know,
assuming
a
that
theory.
nobody on this board has a problem with it, we're going to include it in the variance.
Okay,
And that's,
and it's the same for the front setback for
well,
the
let me
house.
ask you about that, because that I do have a little bit, this isn't taking the existing garage and saying we've got a variance, or because it's been non-conforming since forever. This is a new structure. So when a new structure comes in, do you qualify for the setback variance of the
That
old
you
structure?
originally had, correct. And it has a building permit and it's been built.
I know it's been built, I went to see it, it's already there, yeah. But, all right,
Under-
is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, so that you qualify for the setback from the original, even though this is a completely new structure.
Correct.
Okay.
That establishes that 24/7 was actually
Right.
it, so we're back.
Back a couple of inches, but, yeah, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Correct.
Does everybody understand that?
So it looked like an enormous amount of relief.
Yeah.
But I think in the end, they are existing structures, so we'll get to the cottage, right? And that's where we're changing the use, right, from a workshop to a cottage. That change happened, from my understanding, more than 30 years ago. And my client bought it in this condition. And I've got some photographs of the listing that showed that structure, completely finished, right? So my client bought it in that condition.
He didn't have did he have a permit for it, like, to be,
Well, the prior owner didn't have a permit to convert it, that's why we're here.
okay, that's all right. Okay, let's talk about that then. Right.
And then the last request for relief is total lot area. It says 80,000 to 64,000, pre-existing lot. But I think one of the things that the building department missed in my application is Watermill's a census-designated place, which gives more relief normally than the code would give, and it's a minimum of 20,000 square feet
Right.
for a lot. So I think, it looks daunting, the legal advertisement, but broken down, it's really about the workshop version. And my client would like to do it because his daughter wants to move to the area and has looked at rents, and they'd like to convert it to allow her to live there. And that's obviously the benefit. I did take a look at the town's housing plan, and it talks about the critical need for affordable housing and the lack of apartments in the marketplace for people to go to. So I think that, there's a benefit to the applicant, but also a benefit to the town, because it creates another unit. The character of this neighborhood, and I provided you with a couple of aerials. The first aerial is from 2006, and it shows the property here, and then the cottage in the rear of the property. And you can look at the surrounding houses. I have another one from 2023, which shows the radical change that's occurred in this area. There's a house here, much larger house here, and a much larger house here, right? So it's changed, and what's significant, at least to me, about that, is that change occurred with this cottage existing on site, so people were aware or not aware, but it didn't bother them in any way. So I think, you know, something that pre-exists zoning, to me, becomes the character of the neighborhood. If this application were be denied, we would convert it back to a workshop. So the building's gonna remain one way or the other. It would at least be more productive in how we've asked for it. We need a variance to do this, right, based on the size of the lot and then the location of the existing structures. It is prohibitively expensive to try and pick that structure up and move it. And I don't believe that moving it on that lot, we're still gonna require relief, because there's a narrow,
It's in the back, it's.
yeah, and there's a narrow area, so moving it forward, we're not gonna gain anything, and in fact, we make it
Worse.
worse, right? Because we have the garage there, so trying to get separation, and then the main house, so there's really no place to move it, and the cost is pretty expensive.
Is this on a slab now, I assume?
On a crawl space. Most of it, half and half, there's a slab and then there's a crawl space.
Crawl space, okay. The main house has a new technology, clean water septic system.
Septic, and the cottage, we hooked this dwelling, or this proposed dwelling up to the advanced septic.
Thank you.
Do you have the thing from Wilcox on the extinguishment, the
Yes.
development right? Can you submit that?
Sure.
Because I didn't see it in here.
I will.
Okay.
What was that, Katie?
Before they're even supposed to make an application to the ZBA, they're supposed to go to David Wilcox, and he
Get the transfer?
extinguishes that development right and
Yeah.
puts it in the affordable housing bank, whatever it is.
That was on my
We
list.
should definitely
so
have
thank
that as
Yeah,
part of
I-
the application.
It's usually in here, I didn't see it.
John, this is yours.
Yes. I don't have any additional comments beyond what you've all described. I think this is a very reasonable application, given the fact especially that all of these structures were pre-existing. And I have no problem with the setback relief, so that's my take on it.
Well, I went to the property. It's actually a lovely, construction. I mean, it's really quite nice.
He's the builder.
Yes, well, you did a good job. But what impressed me when they're asking for these setback reliefs and everything else, it's a very wide open space. The neighbors are really not impacted, as far as I can tell. I mean, in the back, it's way back. I mean, there's like really a far distance. On the sides, the same. So I know it's a small lot, probably the smallest lot on the street.
This lot's smaller.
Yeah, but that's like an old barn that's right on the corner, yeah.
Cool. I think it's a house. yeah.
It might be, but it's a barn structure. It looks like a barn. Yeah, It's
how would-
probably been there forever. But honestly, I think, I'm with John. I don't really have any issues on this one. I think it's.
How would you
good design.
characterize the screening on the two most close corners of the property?
I'd say fully screened, right?
It's heavily
You
vegetated.
have that, you
Okay.
have
It's
this.
already
I
existing.
wasn't sure I was looking in the right spot, but,
Right.
and I don't know how it translates from the air. I mean, I understand what you're showing me. I'm just on the ground. Is it well screened and you don't have floodlights going out and that sort of thing, dark sky compliant, blah, blah, blah?
It's bamboo, right? Isn't it mostly bamboo that's back there on the side and looks like bamboo? Yeah, I think it's bamboo as well.
They have.
Yeah.
And it's an unusually shaped lot in that it comes back like that, and it's this house that owns it, their pool's here, so that's sort of, I don't say dead space for.
But, I think you make a good point, though. I mean, I think it would be helpful to know whose shrubbery that is. In other words.
I was just
because-
curious,
Yeah, no,
right?
if it's not your shrubbery, we should probably put something in to the effect that,
I don't think the owner would object to.
okay, because I think that we should put in something particularly in that corner, just because if they decide to cut it down for whatever reason, at least, you know, we should have some shrubbery protection there. Do you agree, Kevin? Kevin, yeah.
Not much you can do with the one-story
No, the
frame
one-story-
garage.
Yeah, but the rest of it, I think.
A question of impossible math, so.
So screen where?
I'm sorry? In
Screen
terms
where?
of
The
The
screening,
screen in the back by the one-story
over here, on these,
corner, on the co-corner,
On the-
yeah.
And there's comments from the
Fucking
building
here.
department on there too.
This corner, just because, I know there's stuff here, but to put it on your property, just so that in case they ever take down that bamboo for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
but I too, you know, with some of that accommodation, feel okay about this.
It's the,
North side.
yeah, it's this side here, David.
Right here.
This corner, where the, this corner, just to protect, nothing you can do with the garage, because there's no space, but at least put in some shrubbery here, just to be on the safe side of, okay. Anybody else on the board?
There's two comments from the building department about removing wood.
The fence, the wood fence, I think,
Yeah.
had already been removed, because when I went to look, it wasn't there.
Okay. And it's also revising the survey to label it as an accessory building and not a dwelling.
Did you get these comments?
We have, this has been back and forth, I don't think I have
She
those
says
comments.
accessory building. I probably, it could say proposed accessory apartment, but it certainly shouldn't say dwelling or cottage or whatever.
Okay, easy enough.
Are you gonna keep that? Okay. Yes, you can.
Lawyers take paper.
All right, so, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on 10 Schwanks Road? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
No one.
Okay, John, this is yours.
Okay, I move to close the hearing on this application, hold it open for written submissions to 11/21 with a decision on 12/4.
Second.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia?
Aye.
Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Is that it, Dave?
Number 6 on the agenda, application of Jason Flom, 15 Bay Street, North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-57-1-21. Applicant requests relief from Town Code Section 330-167B, specific types of variances to add 672 square feet of finished basement space in a dwelling situated on a lot with a second dwelling, and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction.
Swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address.
Lisa Zaloga, 1375 North Sea Road, Southampton, New York.
Lisa, so tell us about this application.
So this is kind of an odd application, something I've never kind of come across before. We have an existing two-story residence and an existing one-story cottage, both on the same piece of property. It's about 20,294 square foot lot. So it's a pre-existing non-conforming use because there are two actual dwellings. They're both landmark historic structures. Back in 1986, there was a variance granted that granted them the ability to increase, and it's, this is 1986, I was still in high school.
Don't brag about that.
I was gonna say.
I mean, come on, don't brag about it.
So it wasn't me. But so the survey basically says the total structure area was 1,920 square feet. And so Art and I went round and round trying to figure out exactly how that was calculated and what that meant, which of course back then, structure area and floor area and all that kind of stuff that you guys kind of calculated now as was different. Finally, I went to, so Art's assumption was that it was actually the square footage of the house and the square footage of the cottage
Added together.
added together. The entire footprint, the entire exterior wall. I went actually to Squires and Holden and had them pull up all of their records. And what it turns out is that's not actually the case. It was actually the existing main dwelling, not the cottage, and the deck area that was existing. So it was actually the structure area that they calculated was just the one house, and it was the deck and the house. And they gave them 50% of that structure area.
And that was the 1920 square footage.
That was, yes,
So-
that's where the 1920
All
square
right,
footage.
so
came
that
from.
equaled
What do you
19.
have from Squires and Holden to evidence that? Because that is not, the building department doesn't usually add the deck into the pre-existing square footage. I don't know.
But maybe there was a mix-up of some sort.
Again, it was all very odd because, it does say structure area. And so those were the numbers that I was given from Squires and Holden. Because it doesn't actually work with the numbers of the cottage. That does not equal 1,920 square feet. So it was kind of, we went round and round trying to figure it out. So I guess part of my question to this board at this point is, this board doesn't use it, we don't use those numbers to begin with. And
So wait a second, but let's just go back. So what you're proposing is that Squires and Holden calculated the square footage as 920. That included the existing dwelling and the deck.
Correct.
And on that basis, they gave a 50% addition. And what was the 50% addition?
the 50% area of the proposed addition was allowed to be 1,230 square feet. Some of that was pre-existing. They say the 50% allowance was 960 square feet.
960 square feet.
Correct.
I don't know where the 1230 comes in, I should just ignore that.
Oh, yeah, that was because
All
it
right,
included
okay,
part of the
okay.
existing.
All right, so they were allowed on the basis of what we're thinking, their thinking is 960 square feet, okay,
Correct. So they got, it was a 1,920 square foot structure,
yeah,
and they were allowed 960 square feet.
okay.
Can you just walk me through the 1920? Because this is a lot of numbers here, so.
Yeah, and those numbers don't actually, even those numbers don't seem to add quite to 1920. I sat down with Bob and I went through these numbers left, right, and sideways.
But if this doesn't add up to 1920 and,
Well, see, they originally, again, I'm going back to records from 1986, it wasn't me. But they have total area at the top of this, he says 1846 and 923 is what what he says would have been. Then he gives different numbers for the area of addition. He goes through existing structure. These numbers, they're close, 923 to 960, it's close. But by the time it got to be put on this survey, it was different. And how that got different, I can't tell you.
By how much is it different?
From 960 to 923, or from 923 to 960.
So we have a 40 or 50
Yeah, 38 square foot.
cubic feet of coverage that we are having trouble with.
I can't explain it.
The more you try, the more pain it is.
well, then listen, I think if Lisa's gonna make this argument based on these, then you need to give us something more than this. Because when I went through these numbers with Art, because I said to him, the ZBA has never, ever included decking.
No.
Never. So if you go through the numbers of the one-story house, that ends up being, when Art kind of mapped it out, he got that at 848 square feet for that house, for that non-conforming house. And I think, Lisa, your numbers say 897, and this decking adds up to what? Like, what is this, the
a lot of
pre-existing
decking.
square footage of the decking?
It adds up to 7, because if you see on his square, he's got 1193.7 for the house and 107. Quick math there. He says that the existing house.
Huge.
1193.7 plus 107.3. So he calls, that didn't work. Plus 107. He says the existing house is 1,301 square feet.
Who's he?
Squires and Holt.
So he said, what, the existing house was what?
1,301 square feet.
That's with that 107 and the 119?
Yeah, the 1,193 square feet.
1119, yeah, okay.
And then the rest of it was deck.
Which is how much? How much is the deck?
Well, it's kind of complicated because it's got a wing, you
But
know.
that's my point.
Yeah.
If you're gonna substitute the square footage, and I'm not saying that you don't have to.
545 square feet.
I'm not saying that you don't have to, but I'm saying if you're gonna substitute the square footage of the deck and assume that the ZBA at the time included all of that, then it should
50% of the total combined.
then that, what would follow is that they're allowed to expand 50% of the one-story house, because that has never happened, according to Lisa's calculations. And I'm just saying, put it in a story, because the numbers are all kind of close. So I don't disagree with you, and, I mean, you got this from Squires and Holden, which is, they're legit. I mean, they do stuff, but this means nothing, in terms of the totals. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, and again, and it is slightly off, but, I sat down with Bob, and, his numbers, they're all on here, there's slight, regardless, what I will say to you is this. I don't think that you actually calculate it now to exterior wall
Correct.
to exterior
Correct.
wall.
Correct, but
Anyway.
I would never say to this board, go back and fix that. I mean, you got what you got.
Right, well, but if there was a change in the law that became more restrictive, I would have to come back to this board if I wanted to do something. So if the change in the law actually helps the client, why would they not get that relief now as well?
There's no, I mean, you're making two assumptions, right? The first assumption, let's pretend you're right? That this is all existing, that you're allowed to max this out. Right now, you're allowed to do 50%. Then I would say to the board, you get 50% of the habitable square footage of this house, because that's how we calculate it now. I would not make them go back and recalculate this, because there's a ZBA decision that suggests that the totals are the totals. So I think what's the burden for you to do is just to prove to this board that these numbers are close enough to assume that this was meant only, this 50% was only for this.
For the livable space.
Yeah, I mean, and again, what Lisa's saying is, basically, back then, it looked like they did wall to wall, right? So they
Right.
did square footage of the house, the pre-existing square footage of the house, wall to wall, which we don't do anymore.
Right.
But if they did wall to wall and they gave them 50% of that, you're not gonna make them go back and recalculate that. I just would wanna make sure that they truly didn't include the house. They mistakenly included the deck, and that's how it happens. you know?
All right.
So what I would say to you, my only way that I can give you, and I, of course, I cannot prove it, all I can say to you is that if the one-story house that was there is that 1,300 square feet, according to the next page, the cottage, he says, is 1,019 square feet. So that would mean that 1,300 and 1,000 would have given them 2,300 square feet worth of structure, not the 1,920.
Well, no, because, again, I mean, I'm not adding all of this up, but the second page, he's adding in the porch there. That, you're adding in the square footage of that porch there. In a perfect, if this were calculated today, this board would add up just the pre-existing house, just the pre-existing cottage, get them up, habitable space, divided by 2.
Correct. So I'm trying to recreate history.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, put these numbers together in totals and explain it to the board, other than.
Wouldn't it make sense to do just, I mean, telling us how you got to the state of confusion is actually worse than what are you asking for? So if
I
you
did the math.
well, I appreciate that you did.
It was
and-
very hard to follow, but you did work
But
hard
if you
on
did
it.
what Katie just said, which is, this is the present calculation for habitable space in the house, decks excluded.
Well, but not for the house.
But I think what Kevin is saying, like, almost like wipe it clean. Start out with what is the habitable space in the house plus the habitable space in the cottage.
Right.
Figure out what 50% is.
And I'm sufficiently confused where the finished basement is in which structure?
The finished basement is in the, what I would call the main structure.
In the main structure.
The main house, yeah.
Thank you.
Right, but to Lisa's point, she's saying, I don't want to do what you're suggesting, Kevin, because they got some, it's
They
possible
got something
more.
already, I
They got-
understand
No,
that.
what I'm saying is I don't know what the existing floor plan was, so I can't go back in time, back to the existing house. I can tell you what the
Is there.
habitable space of
Right.
the existing house is currently, but I can't tell you what it was in 1985 because I don't have those floor plans to tell you what that was.
And they were, and what you do have is wall-to-wall,
But I do have this wall-to-wall.
but not habitable
But if you're
space.
asking for 672 square feet as a finished basement, that doesn't strike me as preposterously excessive.
Not in the least.
So,
Right, and-
trying to back the numbers in to get to, will you give me 672 square feet of finished basement? Let's just cut to the chase.
That's why I say, let's clean the slate.
I mean, am I being too flippant with this?
No,
no,
I
you're
don't think
thinking
you
the same
are. I
thing. I
think
don't
it's
wanna say it.
impossible for her to,
Kevin, you cut to the chase, and I agree with you.
Oh, stop.
For a change.
So should I just stop talking? Is that what I should do?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Well, I think you gotta clean up a couple of things.
Tell me what numbers you want.
we gotta have with the habitable space of the,
Do we want to just ask for, show us the space in the basement? I mean, show us the proposal for the basement request and make that request and
As habitable space or as habitable space? So
habitable
that
space.
number's in your letter, it's 368.1 square feet
okay,
of habitable space.
understood. And I think that should be, the application is actually pretty narrow. The story makes it worse.
yeah. I agree. So are you suggesting, Kevin, that she calculate the habitable space in the larger
For what you're
dwelling
asking for.
and for this dwelling, and come up with a 50%, if that is over the what did you say it was for the basement, 300?
368.1 square feet.
All right, that wouldn't be a problem.
And then
So
come,
I can tell you what but do you want the habitable space of the first floor, the second floor, and the cottage?
Whatever is required under the code.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Are we making it difficult for you, Katie? I mean, I think it's gonna be
He's looking
really
very
hard to go
perplexed.
back and try to reconstruct all of this.
Where you're looking perplexed.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just not sure as it relates to what, there's already been an expansion of these properties. There's already been an expansion.
So wait a second, so what you're saying, what was the expansion was of the cottage?
The expansion was what I call the main house.
Oh,
The
okay.
cottage is at the street.
Okay, so you already expanded, so you kind of used up.
There's actually like
Okay.
216 square feet left that was not used.
All right, how much not used, 215
And
square
they were
feet?
asking for 150-ish more.
I'm asking for 368.1.
Minus, but that's in addition to the 200 that you said was left, or?
No, it's, you would subtract the 200 something from,
So it's about 150.
yeah.
It's minimal.
I don't want to spend a whole lot of time talking about 150 square feet of space in the basement.
Yeah, I agree,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Anybody want to spend more time on?
No.
150 square feet in a basement?
I understand what you're saying, but you have to remember, any expansion beyond 50% is a use variance. So it matters.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's little and it doesn't feel like it matters and it's not fair, and that's why I'm asking Lisa to try to figure out.
That's the reason that I'm saying if the cottage was not included, 50% of the cottage would get me.
Correct. Hence the reason I'm saying, put these numbers together so the math makes more sense, because this is just, you know, that's what I'm talking about. I agree with you. It's so small, it doesn't matter. It's,
But I'm sorry to be so flippant on something that constitutes a use variance, which I don't feel too good about, so thank you.
How dare you,
Can I
Kevin?
ask another question? So, and that goes to my other part of it is that, you know, the definition of floor area and habitable space doesn't seem to include basements. So is that, like, the basement structure itself was built and constructed at the time in 1986. Me putting up walls inside of it, especially if under your code it says it has to be 7'6", if it's 7'4" ceiling height, is it's not even considered habitable
It's
space.
finished, I mean, that's semantics. If it's finished, we all know what finished space is in a basement. If you're finishing it, if you're closing up the walls, then that's habitable space. Are people hanging out down there, or is it just like,
Well, I mean,
non-finished space?
therein lies, the laundry's been down there, since 1986. Did it have a wall around it? No, but that's where the question, that was where my other part of the question came from, is it even really considered an expansion of the use? But I
Any
mean-
addition of habitable space is considered an expansion.
Okay.
So
And that
take
means-
the wall
but does
down,
that-
I mean-
But doesn't the definition of habitable space say it has to be 7'6" high?
I have no idea what it says about habitable space. I just know that if it's finished space, it's habitable space.
Okay.
But again, if it's just taking down the wall, then if you're beyond the 50%, take down the wall.
Okay.
But I think, based on what you've submitted, if you can make the case that this never included the house, then you get 50% of this, and then there's more habitable space left.
Okay, and use the current floor area calculation, not exterior wall to exterior wall.
For this, once you can show that this was not included in this.
And I can still take the existing space that they did not use for the first one?
Yeah, that little bit
Yes.
that's identified on here, yeah, and that's why it matters, because you have many times sent people out of here beyond 50%.
Yep.
And again, it was like, 2 square feet, I don't think we'd be here, but it's enough that the building department triggered it.
So I will try to give you more interesting numbers than,
All right, so as I understand it now, if I can, that you need to show that the cottage was not included in the original calculation.
right.
That would be the most helpful.
Yeah.
Yes, and I don't think we need any more testimony on this, because you can hear the board is willing to make this analysis. So just make it as close as you can, based on the extrapolation of these numbers.
Okay.
Because your numbers, Artie's numbers weren't perfect, these numbers aren't perfect, the most close and persuasive.
Yeah, right,
Right?
okay, so, all right, so that makes a lot of sense. So you're gonna, on a written submission, you're going to give us your best evidence to show that the cottage was not included in the original, and had it been included in the original, the 50% would have been larger,
Okay.
okay?
Sure.
Am I saying it right?
Yes, yes,
So,
yes, yes.
straightforward than it sounded.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, whatever.
John, this is yours. Wait, before we do that, is there anybody else on the board who wishes to be heard? Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on this incredible calculation at 15 Bay Street? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
No one.
John, it's yours.
So we're gonna close this for written submissions?
Yeah.
For 11/21, for a decision on 12/4.
Second.
Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane? Aye. Mr. Mastonio? Mr. McDonald? Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7 on the agenda, application of Charles Kulesa and Maribeth Costa Kulesa, 29 Poplar Street, Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-5-5-53. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code. 1, for a proposed one-story addition, Section 330-115C, continuance for a rear yard setback from 29.4 feet to 28.7 feet, a minimum side yard setback from 10 feet to 9.5 feet, and total side yards from 23.5 feet to 23 feet. And 2, for a basement bulkhead door, commonly known as a Bilco door, Section 330-83C, yards, to allow the basement bulkhead door to be located 3.3 feet from the north side lot line where 5 feet is required, and relief of the screening requirement from the adjacent property to the north on a non-conforming lot, and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction. Susanna, before you start, can you just give me another copy for the file? I'm sort of
I
collecting
gave you a
everything.
whole bunch. Do you need one more?
But I'm passing them to the board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying I need one to put in the file. Thank you.
Okay, oh, sorry, I've got one more. Let me swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Susanna Herman, In Consultants, 1319 North Sea Road, Southampton.
Okay, Susanna, tell us about this application.
So this is 29 Poplar Street in Noyak in Pine Neck. It is a 5,000 square foot lot with a house that is one story currently, and will remain one story. It's only 770 square feet. They are doing a very small addition, which is about 106 square feet addition off the back to square off the little void to complete the rectangle. And they're also doing a little front porch, a 6-foot wide front porch. And they're moving the Bilco door over because the current Bilco door is where the addition is to go. So it's a pre-existing house, pre-1957. Because the existing house is not exactly parallel with the property lines, we need to get just a tiny bit closer than the existing setback, the existing pre-existing setback, to the side yard and to the rear yard. So we are 0.7 feet closer to the rear yard and 0.5 feet closer to the side yard. The Bilco door would be 3.3 feet from the property line, where 5 feet is required. It's very well screened. We threw in the request for variance from the screening relief just because Art Gerhauser thought that was a good idea, just in case.
Which corner was that the relief on?
The northwest corner. So if you look at the survey, you can see the proposed addition. It's 9 by 11 feet, 9 inches. And it squares off that void in the house. If you look at the photos, I took a pretty good picture of the location in the back. It's very well screened with a hedge on this property and also a very substantial line of evergreen trees on the adjacent property. It's the minimum relief necessary. There's nowhere else we could put this addition that would make any sense, that would be conforming. The Bilco doors are, for the most part, a standard size. You can get a slightly smaller one, but it would be more steep and you'd hit your head. It's very well screened, and the property that's adjacent to the north is a bigger property. The house is about 40 feet away. The neighbor's garage is in this corner, a detached garage. So I don't see how it's going to impact the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood. It's not going to be visible from the street. It's a cute little house, and it's a very small addition. So I think it's pretty straightforward.
Kevin, this is yours.
Yes. So I did go there, and your characterization, I think, is spot on. The various requests that you're asking for are, there's a couple of them, but they're very minor. The screening is very good. One thing I thought was a little bit, I could not understand, but the house, I think to the right of if you're looking at this application's house, the house to the right, it looks like their driveway opens up to the back of this lot, as if maybe for a short while they were either co-joined or something like that. And I didn't know what that was, and I don't know if that, anyway, there's no screening at the very back end, so it's maybe the last eight, I can't tell from this aerial, but I just didn't know what that was, and it was puzzling to me. But otherwise, I mean, we'll see if there's any members from the public. Your characterization that this is a modest house and a modest request, I think, is quite fair. So let's see if there's any other remarks.
I'm still confused as to where you want to get rid of the, what do you call it?
The Bilco?
Relief of the screening requirement
Oh.
from the north,
So-
probably to the north.
So The code with respect to Bilco doors.
I have it on the property, to the property and also to the front of the property.
Right, it says that it has to be 5 feet from the property line, and we're
Right.
proposing 3.3. It also says you can be 5 feet if you're well screened.
Right.
I think when the building department.
screening there.
Screening is adequate.
All right, so what they were asking for was additional screening? Or what you just,
Code says it has to be well screened.
yeah.
In my opinion, it is well screened.
I agree.
When you install it, it's only gonna be 3 feet from the property line, 3.3 feet. There's a row of hedges and a row of hydrangeas. I think you'll lose the hydrangeas in order to be able to get in and out of the Bilco, but I think those hedges might be trimmed a little bit, but,
What is also not obvious if you didn't go there is most of the houses in the neighborhood, 3 feet's a little tight, but 5 feet is not uncommon. So we're talking about 1.5 foot difference.
No, I think the screening is adequate, but I was just wondering what you were asking for. You didn't want to put additional screening,
that was,
basically.
we're not proposing any additional
All right,
screening.
but
I
it
think
also,
it's-
in the notes from Gerhauser, he said, door to be screened from view on the side facing the street. And what you've got here, it looks like
If you
there's a
look at my
fence.
photos, there,
Yes.
you're not gonna see it from the road.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
You're-
That's- and-
That was something thrown in at the suggestion of the building inspector.
No, I've been there. I went to the property, so I know exactly what you're talking about, but I was just,
That might fall under any relief necessary. I don't know if you even need to include that in the,
well, he just
approval.
raised it.
He had it in there.
He had it in the notes.
Screening is there.
He has it in the condition, I mean, in the write-up.
Well, I don't think he's been there and seen all of the screening that's there. I think if you look at the photos, it's very well screened.
It's very screened.
It does seem to be well screened.
I'll point
It
out
is.
too that we're still below our allowable coverage at 19.5%.
Right.
And the existing house is too small relative to zoning. We're required to have 800 square feet, and we're below that. So we're actually eliminating one nonconformity,
Okay.
so.
Anybody
It also
else?
has a note about the shed, is that shed permitted?
It's on the pre-existing CO.
Is there another shed, or is he just mistaken?
I think there's only one shed in that back corner. And that is on the survey that accompanied the CO.
Okay. The mechanical shed on the CO?
The CO just says shed. I don't know. I don't know what other shed he might be talking about. There's no other shed on the survey.
You submitted a CO that says, pre-existing CO that says partial basement for mechanical shed? That's something different?
Well, that's not an unusual request from the building department to move the shed. Is there no place to put it?
No, she's saying it has a CO.
Well, I know.
She's saying it has a CO.
All right.
It's on the
I don't
survey
see the
that
CO.
accompanies the CO that was issued for the pre-existing CO in 2019.
All right, well, you want to, do we have it? Do you want to submit it?
I don't know if I
We
have
don't,
that.
the
We
CO
don't
that-
have it.
You have the CO, but not the survey that goes with it.
We have a 2019 survey, a 2019 CO.
Right.
It says partial basement for mechanical shed.
Why am I not finding that?
What that is.
Does anybody have it in their packet?
No.
I don't have it in my packet. I don't have the CO.
We just have the
in my-
2019 that Katie just referred to.
This is the survey that goes with that CO. That shows the shed.
All right.
I didn't see exactly what Artie said in his comments.
Yeah, I think that's where it is. But that's what I'm saying, this goes with
Because
the
it needs to be
2019.
relocated.
Yeah, at least according to GIS, when you
Okay.
pull up the CO, that's what goes with it.
You want to pass that down and then pass it to me? It just shows the shed in that little corner.
Rear corner
You
liability.
feel it's been CO'd?
I think so, I mean, that's where it shows where it is now. But again, but
Any
the
other
CO
shed.
just has that weird mechanical shed language in it.
You want to see the,
All right, so just go and clarify it with him.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a
I mean,
deal.
the only thing is if we.
Just a shed.
It is just a shed, it's 7.8 feet by 8.1. It's not 10 feet from the property line,
no, it's right on the property line.
but I think it's pre-existing.
Yeah, well, Anthony's right, clear it up with Artie, otherwise it's gotta be conditioned to remove it.
let's go back.
It would have to be moved 10 feet from the property.
Right. Yeah, that's mine.
You can
Oh,
have
no, no,
that.
this is
That was
Kate.
Suzanne's. Do you want it back?
Oh, my gosh.
You can
Okay.
have the file.
I'll take it for the file, but show it to Artie, just so,
Okay.
so we don't, we make you take something away that you have a pre-existing CO for.
Okay, and how are you going to get back to us on that?
Just a written sub.
What's that?
Just a written sub.
Yeah.
I would love it if you would close the hearing or leave it
Okay.
open for written submissions.
Get a clarification on.
Yeah.
On the shed, right.
I think worst case scenario, if he disagrees with my assessment that it's pre-existing, then we would have to move it 10 feet, unless you want to add that to the variance that you're gonna grant.
Well, that's a possibility.
I have no problem.
Well, let's talk about.
Well, if you're willing to do that, then we can,
Close it.
yeah, clarify it with Artie, give us a written submission with regard to that, and then, based on what you tell us, we
And
can.
if you in fact can't
go
come
one way or
to
another.
a satisfactory conclusion, you will agree to move the shed to a conforming location. Okay.
Perfect.
Is there anybody else on the board? Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on 29 Poplar Street? Okay, is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on 29 Poplar?
No one.
Okay, Kevin?
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to close the hearing for written submissions up until 11/21 with a decision on 12/4.
Second.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. King?
Aye.
Mr. Estonio?
Aye.
Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
That's aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Number 8 on the agenda, application of LKE South Beach LLC, 352 St. Andrews Road West, Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-177-4-20. Applicant requests relief from Town Code Section 330-82, lot width for a road frontage from 40 feet to 0 feet for a proposed one-family dwelling on a non-conforming lot and any other relief necessary.
Court has jurisdiction.
May I ask first a procedural thing? Application number 9 is a companion application.
Want to
and
do
we
them
enjoy-
together?
I'll call them both.
Do them together.
Yes.
Okay, calling number 9 on the agenda, application of TPD South Beach LLC, 350 St. Andrews Road, Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-177-4-21. Applicant requests relief from Town Code Section 330-82, lot width for a road frontage from 40 feet to 0 feet for a proposed one-family dwelling on a non-conforming lot and any other relief necessary.
Court has jurisdiction.
So for the record, Wayne Bruin, O'Shea, Marcinsick and Bruin, Southampton, New York, for the applicants on these two, there are two LLCs. The principal of the two LLCs, LKE and TPD, shortened them. Tom Davis is with us tonight.
Tom, are you an attorney? Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address.
Thomas Davis, 20 Brittany Court Bridge, New York, 11961.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so tell us about this application.
So first, I know you already have it in your submission, but I thought it might be helpful to have this map that identifies, and there's several copies for each of the board members there. See the board, a couple board members have the survey, and you also place the two surveys. Subject properties are rectangular shaped lots that have been in single and separate ownership since prior to the 1957 zoning. They were part of property also to the north along County Road 39, was also acquired by our client in 2014. The three lots, the two lots that we're talking about, which have the address of 350 and 352 St. Andrews Road West, are located in the R40 zone. Tax lot 21 has 32,000 square feet, and tax lot 20 was also identical in size, 32,300 square feet. The lots also have a lot width of approximately 900 feet. The lots gain access by virtue of recorded easements that go in two directions. To the County Road 39, there was originally a 10-foot easement that ran along the boundary, the westerly boundary of the property. It was stated originally primarily for utilities, and that's why the width of that. When our client purchased, the then sellers of the property added an additional 10 feet so that in the event the properties needed a wider access or otherwise, so that right-of-way was expanded to 20 feet. The lots, however, enjoy a right-of-way that extends to St. Andrews Road west, and that is a 25-foot right-of-way that goes over two adjacent properties to the east. One is the property, as you see on the survey, the Supnick property, and if you have the tax map.
It's up here.
I was gonna say, if I could just have one of those tax maps.
Oh, yeah.
Back,
I didn't
so I
realize
can
I
make
had-
sure I reference the tax map number. So the Supnick property is identified as tax lot 15. That's immediately to the east, and the right-of-way extends 25 feet along the southerly boundary in an easterly direction to St. Andrews Road. And then the balance of that 25-foot right-of-way extends across tax lot 14.4 for a short stretch out to St. Andrews Road. We provided a number of documents referencing this right-of-way, but among the documents we gave you a copy of, and I also give you a copy of this. This is a minor subdivision of property, adjacent property. This is a minor subdivision approved by the planning board for the property of Emerson Marjorie Ridgeway. This was approved in 1978, and you can see highlighted on there is the 25-foot right-of-way. We provided other documents as well. I'll also give you a copy of Mr. Supnick's latest survey that was issued for permits. We have provided copies of this already in the record, but I blew it up just so you can see. So this is the property immediately to the east, and you can see where that right-of-way, and there's actually a utility line that follows along that 25-foot right-of-way. In addition to the access right-of-way, there has also been other utility easements granted over this through time, including telephone and So, we're here today because our client, after he purchased in 2014, and he purchased these for the purpose of building a home for himself and for his children. He started looking at the development of tax lot 19 fronting on County Road 39, which is in the highway business zone. And if you're familiar with the topography of this area, many of those lots in that area along County Road 39 immediately have a steep slope, and this extends to a hill. On that lot, there was a pre-existing dwelling, which is still there, abandoned, that sits on top of the hill, and it's all in the highway business zone. Thereafter, Mr. Davis sought to develop the property, went to the building department, and determined that he's entitled to, the lots are single and separate, the 3/10, 4/10 clause gives him certain side yard setbacks, which is important here. The length of the lots don't require any front yard, rear yard relief. And he thereafter had an architect develop plans. He then went to the health department, got health department approval on both lots for a single-family dwelling on both lots, and then went to the building department. And this has been ongoing for 5 years. The building department said, take your application back because you're on a private right-of-way, you need relief from this board. Interestingly, the building department characterizes this, and this board has consistently through time characterized this as a frontage variance. But it's not truly a frontage variance. We're not creating the lots Normally, you would need a frontage variance if you were creating the lots, but historically, the issue is more so under 280A that you're seeking improvement or developing a house on a lot that doesn't have access via a established road, which is either a mapped road in a subdivision and/or a street otherwise defined by the code. So what you'll see, and I provided this board with a lot of guidance, where this board previously has granted many forms of relief through time, and it has sort of ebbed and flowed through time as to how that's described. A lot of times in the past, it was just this board, the request was for permission to build on a private road. And thus, that was what the board granted. More recently, this board is characterizing, or has taken the building department's lead and characterized it as a frontage variance. So our request is to recognize these two single separate lots as buildable lots for the purpose of building on the right-of-ways that were established way before zoning. And that's the relief we're asking for. There are a couple of cases, one case in particular, my partner had before this board and the neighbors challenged. And you'll see a copy of the court decision which recognized that such single and separate lots are entitled to be buildable lots when they have an established right-of-way. So the issue normally for the right-of-way is it of sufficient width? The state law normally looks for 20 feet, 15 feet. 280A in the town law looks for 15 feet to be the minimum width of a right-of-way. Town Code, Chapter 123, the road review provisions, you'll see the section in there speaks to the proper width being 20 feet. Here, the right-of-way headed from these properties out to St. Andrews Road is 25 feet in width. And the next step after this board would be to make applications to the Road Review Committee, who will determine what are the improvements that are necessary. Road Review Committee has historically, many of the houses along St. Andrews Road West. In fact, I can tell you historically, many, many years ago, when I was in the town working, that St. Andrews Road was a dirt road, and only because of certain subdivisions and/or new houses being built did that road get paved. And so the Road Review Committee will continue to give guidance. There's potholes in certain sections, there's work that may need to be done, and that's something my client fully expects will be necessary. So as far as the construction on the house, you'll look at the houses, everything with respect to the proposed house and the dimensions and everything else fully conforms to zoning. You do not need any relief. The 3/10, 4/10 provides the proper setbacks. We meet the pyramid law. We meet all other aspects of zoning, so the only request today is for permission to build on the private road.
It's not a private road, right-of-way, right?
And you're representing to us, just to be clear, that whatever the right-of-ways are and however they are located, you have undisputed access legally to those lots through that?
Absolutely.
Right, okay. I just wanted to be real clear about that.
We provided copies. We have title insurance to that effect.
Okay. Sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Wayne, just so I understand, I don't have any issues with this. We're talking about the right-of-way from St. Andrews, right?
Correct.
It comes to, are you accessing both properties from that right-of-way?
Correct. And then there is
So you're not utilizing this,
there's a right-of-way for that encumbers all three lots that head out to County Road 39, and I'm glad you raised this question, because the question is, as an alternative, you have to consider, why wouldn't we go out to County Road 39? Number one, if you're familiar, and I described in the topography there, number one is, and also you're asking for access to then go through a commercial zone along a commercial property. In addition, our client reached out to DPW, and we have an email, recent email, but he had reached out earlier. They don't want another access point there. And here's a copy of that email.
So Wayne, then my only other question is, just because maybe this is inaccurate, how do you get then from this the end of this right-of-way here on this property to this property back here, does this
The middle
easement-
property, yeah. Right.
And as
that
you
was
see
my
on the
question.
survey, which you don't see on the GIS, is a 20-foot right-of-way that runs
Well, I didn't see it, I
along
just
the
wanted to make sure.
westerly side of the property. So the first lot would come off the 25-foot right-of-way, the driveway would extend along the westerly side of the southerly lot until it gets to the northerly lot, and that's shown on the two surveys.
Well, I didn't, so that's 20 feet,
20
that
feet.
driveway? Okay, now I can see it here now. That was one of my questions as well. So, whose is this?
Mine.
Helen, do you
Helen's.
have questions, Helen?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say, Mr. Bruin, that I thought his presentation was very good. Good, he hit all the points, and he was very brief. And I did go to see the property, and I understand completely what Mr. Bruin had to say, and I'm in total agreement with Mr. Bruin on this property, and I wish Mr., what is his last name?
David.
Yes, I wish him all the best.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank-
All right, so let me just summarize what you're asking for. You're asking for us to recognize that you don't have 40-foot frontage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, on a street, but that you have a 25-foot easement.
Easement on this part, and then
And that-
for the
and-
second lot, the 20 feet on the west.
All right, so, so the second lot gets 20 feet, but the first lot gets 25?
Both of them have the 25.
I understand,
from
well, that's how they
there.
get to their drive,
And
yeah.
then when you get, and they're gonna share the
The driveway,
driveway on
yeah.
the west, but it's gonna be the northerly, the middle northerly lot, which
Yeah.
is this lot.
Yeah.
Will get access off of the driveway, off the westerly side.
All right, so just for clarification, so Katie understands, it's 25 foot for the first lot, 20 for the second, is that correct?
No, the right-of-way for the northerly middle lot is 25 plus 10, so it narrows to.
Okay, so that, because I just wanted to, do you understand what I'm saying? Because he's asking for frontage relief. The frontage required is 40 feet.
He's got 0 frontage, so I don't need clarification on that.
All right,
Yeah.
so what he's saying is that we should recognize the right-of-way as road frontage, is that what you, okay, then clarify.
And that's
Okay.
what
It's
I.
access.
Okay,
Yeah, and that's why I say the building department using that section is sort of a misnomer.
okay, all
I
right, so-
believe it's permission to build on a road that is not an established
Okay.
street as defined by
It's
the
actually
code.
not a misnomer, because you have no road frontage. You
Right,
have
but
no
the
road
lots are
frontage.
pre-existing non-conforming to zoning.
Yeah, it's just
It has no
allowing
road
them to, allowing them to build where they have 0 frontage where 40 feet is required. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a misnomer at all.
okay, so,
But it is a I don't know what the word is,
Circuitous?
yes, way to get around. I mean, it'll be interesting to see.
Well, interestingly, and this was, the right-of-way was in existence prior to zoning, except for the expansion, the additional 10 feet. But if you look at the aerial photograph, the houses on the east are more or less improved and closer to the property. So putting a driveway on that side versus, there was an addition, sort of an identical strip of land you could see to our west that was once one property, now has been chopped up, and a lot of the properties have been added to the properties that front on Greenfield,
But not developed.
but they're not developed.
Yeah, I mean, it's
So
weird.
the point would be is we're putting our driveway adjacent to the
Your
undeveloped
backyards.
lands,
The
which are
backyards of
probably the
those,
backyards of those properties.
okay. So, we're going to recognize you have 0 frontage, and we're going to say you have buildable lots because you have a right-of-way of 25 feet and then 20 for the second lot,
And it will all be subject to the road review committee
subject to road
determining
review.
suitable improvements.
Okay, glad we got that
there's a
straight.
number of
Does
other
anybody
neighbors.
have any questions on the board? Anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard? Okay. Okay.
So we going
All right, so come up. You can either come and sit, or you can go to the podium. Which do you prefer? Okay, are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
All right, then you swear. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Jed Supnick. The address of here is 1562 County Road 39, Southampton.
Okay. And you're on County Road, Southampton, okay.
And can you
Okay.
spell your last name for me?
S is in Sam, U, P is in Peter, N is in Nancy, I-C-K,
Jed.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
like the clan.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you, Jay. So what would you like to say? So just so that you know, we're gonna try to keep everything tight in terms of
No problem.
comments. Okay.
So this right-of-way that they're talking about, I mean, he comes off of our driveway, as soon as you enter, that's that circular driveway, and then it bounces off west to go around through a really narrow space. And again, it sort of cuts in, and where the house is going to be that they're projecting is right next to part of my property and to Mark Westerhoff's property, who's a little bit further south to us. So the non-buildable lot type of a situation, again, is there houses a little bit further to the west? All the space is open there. It's a lot of noise. There's the aquifer that's there that a number of houses are moving onto. So those are things that we're concerned about in terms of the noise, in terms of the property use for that, and the access. Now, I would be more up to where if he cuts straight across from St. Andrews Road west and to go straight down to access his property, rather than coming through as soon as he gets off St. Andrews Road, go down our driveway and clears this space that goes along our property to then go down to his. So in my mind, it would seem easier to just be able to go further north, gets off of St. Andrews Road West, and as he's coming from Greenfield, then he just cuts that space open and to go straight down to his property, rather than cut and clear part of that
I'm
whole
very
right-of-way.
confused on what you're suggesting. So,
Well, he has the right of way.
Yeah, so,
Here's a survey, maybe you can.
I know, but the one that was on here that I couldn't see on the back of this letter that I got, it was so,
But I don't think his property fronts on St. Andrews, right? They need to get
Yeah, they
over
need to-
something.
Already got a right of way cut in there.
Easement goes over Mr. Supnick's
Right.
property.
Gotcha.
right.
okay,
Right,
but
that's-
That
that,
was the survey that I gave you.
Yep.
Right, so that's,
Shows where the easement is, but I think if you can use one of these surveys to point out what you're suggesting to the board.
okay, so,
This is your property right here, and this is the right-of-way on the southerly part of your property. And this is the first lot, and the second lot is the other. So the driveway is proposed to go this way and extend along the west side, not the east side.
right, it goes on the other side, not your side.
right, but where St. Andrews Road West is
Right here.
right here. So he would come here and then go down here rather than cutting, if his property is here.
The property begins here.
Right.
And there's a
Property
parcel
begins-
in between.
That they
It
don't
doesn't
have,
get-
they don't have an
It doesn't get to St.
easement.
Andrews
Have an
Road.
easement over there, so that he still has to go through.
Yeah, yeah,
Your
easement.
property. The only place we have an easement is over your property.
And the driveway will be on the
Bought the
other
property?
side.
What was that?
How long have you had that property? Did you know there was an easement on there when you bought it?
No, I have that, we bought that property in 1993.
All right, so there was a pre-existing easement that had
So
to be
I'm saying
there.
is, 1993 is when we bought that.
The easement was already there, so you just can't take the easement away, you know what I'm saying? It was already on there.
Again, so it's one of those, they called it a right-of-way.
Right of way.
There's an easement, I know with Westerhoff, that we have that goes through, and that was called an easement.
Easement, the terms easement, right-of-way are
Right, exactly,
interchangeable.
right away.
Okay, but that,
So
So-
Westerhoff goes over you too to get down to St. Andrews?
Excuse me?
Westerhoff goes over your property to get over to St. Andrews as well?
He can come from, both of us, there's a flag lot. So from 39, he
Oh,
comes
I see.
straight up,
I see.
right, comes straight up 39.
Yeah, I see that.
And his house is right before mine. Then there's a circular driveway where my house is, and then it goes up, we have a separate driveway that goes up from our house that connects to St. Andrews Road West.
You can go to both, St. Andrews or up the flag.
Right, so I can make both, and that's the driveway that we originally cleared and prepped to access our house. And over the years, people have been continually using that to go from,
Okay. The problem is that the easement exists.
Right.
And he has a right to use it. And the driveways that he's talking about are not on your side they're on the other side. You can show him, Wayne, where the driveways will
So
be.
clearly, in this, by the way, this is the survey that you submitted to get a permit within the last couple of years to
yeah,
the
this
town.
is, right, yeah, this is when we
Okay?
did a
But
build,
this,
right.
this came
Okay.
off the town GIS for the
Right.
permit that you just, and it shows the right-of-way.
Right.
So that's the same right-of-way here, which is, this is your property, so the plan is, the only option we have is to use that 25-foot right-of-way to put a driveway. Instead, it gets to our property, and by the way, the right-of-way extends, and the owner to the west had the same access as well, although originally, this property was merged with the property off of Greenfield, but, so instead, the driveway will extend here to our property, but instead of immediately going up the east side, our client recognized that immediately, number one. Number two is to get access to the second lot, the right-of-way that exists is on the west side.
Right.
So the point is, the driveway would go this way, and the driveway would be on the westerly side of the property. And here's your property. The house that's proposed on that front lot, this happens to be, this is the survey for that lot. So we do realize that your house is here, but this house complies to all zoning requirements.
Right. In other words,
There's no variances being sought.
there's nothing to stop them from building what they,
The required setback is 20 feet, so we're complying to that. You know, I asked my client, you know, when he was designing this, whether this could be shifted one way or another, and it really, you know, there's a little bit of room, but in the end, that house still is in the proximity of where your house is, because there's setbacks from this direction and that direction that have to be.
it's a long, narrow lot. And because it has single and separate ownership for many years, it's allowed to have, relief of some of the required setbacks. And they're taking advantage of those reliefs. They don't require a variance for anything that they're proposing to build.
Right, this is something that an individual is going to build this and move into that house, rather than have a builder do it and have it as a spec house.
No, the owner
We
was here
can't-
tonight.
We can't make
But that
based upon
doesn't-
decisions upon that.
yeah,
right?
right.
And it doesn't matter
I'm saying,
for,
but there are so many spec houses
Yes, no, we
that have been
understand.
built over
But
the
the owner
course of-
represented to us tonight. He was here, he wasn't Mr. Davis, so.
And you could discuss with them any kind of screening or anything that may want to put up that'll help alleviate some of your concerns.
Well,
I encouraged my client, I think he met with some neighbors, but I also encouraged any of those parties to come to the meeting and express their concerns, so to discuss things like that.
Comes to an agreement what,
The narrow width makes it
Really,
difficult.
really a problem.
But I would
But it's a
also
buildable
suggest-
lot, and people have a right to build on it.
Again, because of,
My client is willing to put screening, but unless and until he gets out there and actually does the thing, I'd look at it and say, well, it's kind of tough when you have a 20-foot setback that you're gonna save anything meaningful, but Shinnecock Hills doesn't.
Everything else that goes
You
through
know,
with
I,
that.
I'm sympathetic, but there's,
I mean, if that's
I
the
know.
way it
These are
is, then-
buildable lots, people have a right to build on them. Okay, is there anybody else in the audience? Okay, come on up. Thank you, Mr. Subnick.
thank you, sir. But we do encourage conversation.
Hi. Are you an attorney?
I'm not.
Okay, so let me swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Dorothea Ettman, Ettman, 332 St. Andrews Road West, Southampton.
Okay. Dorothea, tell us your comments. And again, I would just want to stress, we're trying to keep comments
Yes.
as concise as we can.
Certainly. Fairly concise notes. I guess my first question is why is this a re-advertised application? We were never noticed on this matter. If you look at the tax map, I'm 14A, so where the little road comes out on St. Andrews Road West. That's
Are you
my-
contiguous to this property? Do you
Well, I'm
board
contiguous to the easement.
to the easement? That's interesting.
So,
Okay.
and I'm,
It's not our property, though. It's an easement, so the code's not clear on that, but
Yeah.
nonetheless, she's here.
Yeah, okay, so let's hear your
Because-
comments.
She saw the sign, right?
no, because my sister is in lot
There
22.
you go.
Oh, okay.
My neighbors, we have several. The neighborhood is here.
Oh, hi neighborhood.
Under couple of things about the application. Under number 6, it talks about the area of the variance. So the lot is 32,000 square feet. It's an R40, so I believe that's a 40,000 square foot.
Right.
So he's at 3/4 of an acre. He hasn't addressed that. I don't know, I don't know what I'm doing here, but it seems
It's
to me we
considered a
should be-
non-conforming lot,
Yeah.
and it's nothing that he can do anything about. It's just
So you have
considered.
to decide whether an area of the town that's traditionally been acre zoning, whether we're gonna downsize that.
It's a
Do you
pre-existing
want to
non-conforming.
address
I
that?
mean, it's, there's lots of properties in the town that don't conform to the underlying zoning. And if it's a single and separate legally pre-existing lot, even if it doesn't meet zoning, then you have the right to build on it. And the town code, in those circumstances, has calculations built in for reduced setbacks. So this board is not looking at the fact that the lot's 32,000 square feet. It's 32,000 square feet, and they could build on that 32,000 with
Right.
no
In other
relief from
words,
this
you know,
board.
zoning changes.
If
and
they were
you-
asked, yeah.
And if you had a pre-existing owner, single and separate lot, then when the zoning changes, you aren't penalized and say, well, you've got to have 40,000 now. You're given certain exemptions in terms of setbacks and stuff. So they recognize that there's upzoning, and it causes problem for people who've held the property for a long time.
Okay.
That lot existed before the 40,000 came into effect.
Right.
That's what basically,
It existed actually before any zoning
yes.
of the
So
town
you
in
can't
57.
take their rights away.
And actually, at one point, there was a C residential 15,000 square foot zoning on
Yeah,
that.
so it was even smaller.
So, I guess my other, because I don't know what I'm doing here.
That's okay. Have you
Doing
listened to
fine. Keep
us?
going.
Do we
You
know
don't-
what we're doing?
So.
You're doing
so-
just fine.
So when Diane Dew and Jack Dew, who are my neighbors, who I've known since I was a child, sold this property, Diane sold it in August of 2014 to the Davis family. They specifically sold it as 2 separate LLCs. In my estimation, in an attempt to circumvent the fact that now they're separate properties. And so they each are entitled to relief that they wouldn't have been entitled to if both properties were purchased by one. Is that not true?
No,
not
there
accurate.
were always two separate existing lots, separate ownership, because each LLC is gonna have separate ownership. So there were always 2 existing separate lots.
With separate tax maps and, so
Dew
they've
family
always,
had them in separate names.
yeah,
It
yeah.
is a common practice to,
Because it was always our understanding with Diane that those lots were not buildable. We have,
I'm sure she sold them as buildable lots.
yeah. In trying to get around, hell yeah,
Yeah.
the regulation here.
Okay.
So, down in my notes, I guess the application for the variance also asks for permission. Under number 6(2), an application is hereby made for, it says 1 is an area variance. So that's where I thought we were talking about 3/4 of an acre as opposed to an acre.
Yep.
But you're telling me it doesn't matter, so I don't know why we're here for that. And then other, permission to build on a lot having access via a private right-of-way easement. why do we need permission? Why are we here at all if these are all things they can do anyway?
Well, because there is a certain requirement of how many feet you need for frontage on a quote road, and he doesn't meet exactly what that footage is, so he has to come to us for a variance.
But
In
they're
other words-
pre-existing, so we are grandfathered into having to grant it as long as it's
I mean,
visible.
Katie, do you want to explain it better than I just did?
You
If
need
I
to
may-
have 40 feet
Right,
road
I get it.
frontage.
Right.
They have 0 because they're landlocked
They're landlocked,
properties,
yeah.
right?
I get that.
So that's what they're here for. So that we say, you can build where 0 feet, where you have 0 feet, where 40 feet is required. That's what we're doing here.
The
Effectively,
the variances are regularly granted so long as the applicant can show that they have access.
Right.
And not everybody can show that they have access, and they have access two different ways.
To that point, the application also says that they haven't included in their application the easements and
Yep, the right of ways.
easements and covenants they're not included in the packet. I don't have any of that. I would, but.
Board has it.
But are not the people in the neighborhood entitled to that? I mean, he says in his application he included it, but
Not
none of
required
these
to
people.
mail.
I mean, it's this much.
It's in the file, there's a file downstairs in the ZBA's office. Any member of the public can ask to inspect the file.
Okay. This is the map that he provided to all of the neighbors, which is completely illegible. Nobody can read this map. I think it's, on its face, it's insufficient. The neighbors have not been provided with what he's planning to do. I just think it's illegible.
You mean in terms of the building?
Yeah, we're
in
trying to
terms
figure
of-
out, I mean, can you read anything on that map?
Well, I am a little blind.
So the thing is
But I
that-
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that we could get some clarification on that. It's in terms of
Well, I
with.
think the point is one is the notice and what's the expectation on the
Yeah.
notice. The notice is there's a public hearing and your opportunity to come and hear what we
But
presented
Mr.
today.
Bruin is very accommodating, and I'm sure he would be happy to
could
share
have-
with you.
You could have called our office, we would have been willing to
But she's
share,
new
but
to the
more
process.
importantly,
Yeah.
is the zoning board files are available to the public
Every day.
business day.
Yeah.
And so this is the application. The code does not require us to send every document.
Right.
Mail out everything, and also mail out a full-size survey, which is sitting in the zoning board's file either.
And you'll have time, even if we close this hearing tonight, you'll have a window of a couple of weeks to go in to town and look. Frankly, unless, Katie, you tell me I can't, you can have mine.
Yeah, you can share it.
And you guys can share it with your
Historic
neighbors.
documents, they're,
We
you
would
know.
be happy to give
There's two separate
anybody
lots, so
who wants
one
a
of
copy.
All
them-
right, well, but more importantly, Julie, I don't think you need to do that. Mr. Bruin is happy to, accommodate you in any way he can.
You're like, I don't want to carry it
I was gonna
home.
say, I was hoping to
If she
get rid
doesn't
of
want to
it.
carry it home, you're welcome
Let her
to.
have it, let her have it. Come on, make it easy.
But, the point
Sunday morning
is that
reading.
when you get a notice of the meeting, you don't necessarily get the entire packet that we get. But it's available to you if you choose to access it. And I know you're new to the process, so we're just trying to explain that. So for future reference, the building department is there to accommodate you, as is the attorney on the other side, on the applicant's side.
I guess I was surprised that this would be considered sufficient.
It's not
Notice.
sufficient, it's just a notice. Yeah, it's not, you're absolutely right, I couldn't read that.
Invitation to come to the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to pursue getting further information from the building department.
To the larger point for a lot of my neighbors here is, we're concerned about, we're gonna take these 2 lots, we're gonna build 2 family homes, we're gonna put 2 swimming pools, we're gonna have more water, more sewer, more sewage, and in what is an ecologically sensitive area. We're also concerned about fire access. We're gonna have this house buried deep into the woods.
All that is addressed before they even get the building permits. And I think the new IA systems are required, Kevin, right now? Yeah.
Absolutely,
So
and that's
there's
what was
new
approved.
systems that are required on new construction. It's,
Yeah, that's what goes in the ground. What comes out of the ground is another the water available to us on Long Island is limited.
We
And
can't control
I get that, but I'm just, like, as the neighbors and the folks that are sitting here whose wells and septic systems are all gonna be impacted by this, we're all really concerned about having more houses on smaller lots with limited access for fire. And so this is our opportunity to come and to tell you that the neighbors that are all surrounding this variance are here to express their dismay at the ability to be able to put these two houses with garages and 2 swimming pools into these areas.
I mean, those macro environmental concerns exist throughout our communities and are challenging, but people do, as Susan has said, have a right to build on their property, and that's just one of the tensions we have.
I appreciate your concern.
We're not gonna have endless open space out here. It's not gonna happen.
Susan?
So my house is built on an 1.75 acres, right next to where this is gonna end up. I would tell you, I don't have any fossil fuels in my house. The building department denied my application when we went to put our house up, because I had too many solar panels, and he thought I was building a power plant. So I have geothermal, heat and air. I have solar panels in order to reduce my impact as much as I can on the environment, and to have more houses come in that are putting swimming pools and more toilets and more.
I know, but
people.
you know, you are not alone in your concern, and there's just so much that this board can do with that. I mean, you know, we're limited in terms of what we can do, but you make a very good point, and it's a concern for all of us who live out here.
The last point I need to make, and I'm sorry.
Wait a second, Helen, did you want to interject at this point?
Perhaps you or Katie can explain to these neighbors what our role is on this particular case in terms of only the frontage. All these other issues that have been mentioned have no relevance to us in our decision as to whether to grant the variance or not to grant the variance. If the neighbors can be upset about whatever the environmental issues, that is not of our decision-making interest. We are only interested in the frontage issue, not on its
All right, well,
impact.
Helen, you don't need me to explain it, you did a very good job.
Good job.
All right, you have one more point you want to.
And this is yours, Helen, too.
This is Schedule A from the, what is this, David? Schedule A of the chain of title, which references this easement, and this listed at 20 feet. I guess in this packet, will the covenants and easements be included in here? Because this all says 25, this says 20.
Yes, they're all in there, and that's what Susan was saying earlier, where she was like, it's 20, and then it's 10, and then they're all in here.
Okay, this refers to the same 25. I think you're referring to the one that went to County Road 39.
Correct.
Which was originally 10 and then moved to 20.
Right.
This particular Schedule A actually refers to the one on St. Andrews Road, which is 20. So there seems to be some sort of discrepancy here.
Can you identify what Schedule A to what? Whose title?
For when the Dew family sold it to the Davis family.
On their deed?
Yes.
Their
Yeah,
deed of
sorry, I
sale?
don't know the
No,
terminology.
that's okay. We're just trying to clarify it. Okay. Wayne's
We'll
going to take a
into
look
it,
at it.
But I would also submit to the record, this is a copy of your survey when you built, and which her survey shows the right-of-way, the extent of the right-of-way. Clearly, one of the issues that we expect the road review committee is to how this gets improved, because there is her driveway, and Mr. Sutnick's also has that right-of-way that all sort of comes to a point in that same location. So we're gonna have to look at that and address that. The other thing, just interestingly, back in July 1st, 1963, this is way before you purchased your lot. However, the house that was there, Marjorie Emerson
My
Ridgeway.
parents, the house I was
Right.
born into, yes.
Right. To build that house, they had to come to this board to get permission to build on a private road. So I'll just submit these two things.
It was a dirt
for,
road at that time?
Okay,
Yeah?
okay.
It was the same relief. The same
It's the
relief.
same relief, so,
Everybody has a right to build in their lot.
right. Okay, anything else, because we have to kind of move on at this point.
Anything else, Greg?
Anybody else wishes to speak?
Another neighbor.
But Wayne, to
As
her-
long as you're
to her
raising
point,
something
can you just-
new.
Can you just make a written
Yeah.
submission just confirming the width of the
Just the
right-of-way?
40 feet, we only have the one portion before us. Yeah. That's it.
Please limit your comments to anything new that has not been already discussed.
Hi, are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Ward Ackerman, 19 Shinnecock Hills Road, just down the road.
Okay, Ward, what do you want to say?
So my concern, it's so nice to see something that I can actually look at. So with this, first of all, St. Andrews Road, I don't know if any of you ever driven down it before. You have a landscape truck, you can't get by. Very narrow. It's a private road, we maintain it, we plow it, we cut bushes. I only say that because I'm concerned that what this right-of-way onto St. Andrews is going to turn out to be is all of these lots here, these landlocked. So my feeling is, obviously this is going to happen, but then will they then service these lots?
No,
No,
Why not?
because they're on this property.
they don't have,
But could,
They don't have an
but
easement.
somehow, what are these people going to eventually
It's their
do?
problem.
That's,
Well, it's their problem. What do you mean? It's,
do they have access?
I would point
I
out.
don't know
is
which property we're
This
talking about.
lot already was acquired by this
it doesn't say
and,
here.
and they rebuilt. If you look at the ownership, this is the survey, but you can look on the survey.
I know, I
the
live right
aerial
behind that
photograph.
house,
You
yeah.
see the aerial photograph, and they rebuilt their house further back, actually straddling that.
Well, then we should have an up-to-date survey then to show that.
The survey is only of our property.
only-
not
Yeah,
of the adjoining.
That's not,
not a
that's
site
got nothing to
Okay,
do
so
with
I
us.
could go and look at the
Oh,
survey
yeah.
and find, okay, very good.
Absolutely.
So then, will the road be, County Road 39 too? So are you doing the full length?
No, the
No.
county gave a email saying that they do not want any additional access to County Road 39.
They don't want these two house lots accessing up to County Road
Yeah,
39.
you just-
They want them to go to the
So-
established
so
road, which
what-
means we
so,
have
okay,
to go.
but- And you're right. So what happens when these get sold?
We're not
they're
worried.
going to 39.
We're not concerned at all about any of this. Hold on.
Basically what I want
Hold
to know
on,
is.
hold on, sir.
Yeah.
We're not concerned with any of the other properties. The only properties that we are dealing with right now are the two properties with regard to the application. We're not worried about what's the future of those other properties. We don't know anything about those.
So could there be a condition that this road not service those properties?
It's
not a
have
road.
an easement.
Do that?
They don't
It's a
have,
driveway.
they don't have an easement.
It's a,
So there
they're,
would be, under no circumstance could that
the driveway
that
that,
driveway service these, what if he brought all these properties?
But that's-
Gentlemen.
that's not before us.
Okay, I'm just.
You're going
I
into
just want-
hypotheticals that are irrelevant to this
Yeah.
application.
I understand, and it's,
Because
you're
my-
thinking of,
to my point of this road, we've got a very narrow private road, you can barely get through. Now, it's gonna be servicing 1, 2, 3, 4,
no, it's
5
not.
properties.
It's not.
Okay, very good, thank you
At
very much.
least we don't think so.
Thank you.
Just for two pieces of property. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard?
I guarantee this one is short.
Okay, but
We gotta
don't
get the
say
mic.
anything until I swear you in, unless you're an attorney. Okay, good, but then you just have to state your name and
My name is
address.
David K. Etman. I reside at 332 St. Andrews Road West. That was my wife who was here before.
Okay.
Or if it's appropriate to ask the chair of the board or perhaps the attorney for the applicant. I was unclear as to what the notice rules were, as to who they had to serve notice to.
Well, Katie can explain it exactly, but it's, usually it's neighbors that abut the
Correct.
property.
It's adjacent property
So
owners.
the easement, or whatever we're calling the easement right of way, the fact that it runs over our property
It's
has
not-
no bearing on notice.
not an
It's just the properties that
Abutting,
are
yeah, it's
are using the
abutting.
easement, but the easement's already a done deal.
Right, I
So,
understand that. I was just concerned since the further impact of it,
yeah,
and whether we should have received notice or not.
no. But as Mr. Bruin said, it's gonna have to end up going to road review. So
Oh,
there
right.
will be another body that's going to look at this and see whether everything is, can be.
No, I thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that on the record.
Road review will look into, as I believe was your wife, fire trucks, ambulance, access to make sure that there's no issues,
Right,
Yeah, we went through, we had to go through ARB and road review and a couple
and they
other
have to as
things.
well.
Yeah.
And ours is easy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Ashby.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on 325 St. Andrews and 350 St. Andrews Road?
No one.
Okay, whose is this? Helen, this is yours.
Okay, I'd like to close the public hearing, leave it open for written submissions to November 21st, with a decision on December 4th.
Second.
That's for 8 and 9, both, Helen,
Yes, we
correct?
called both at the same time.
Right.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Mastonia? Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much. And you
Thank
do
you.
have
I
a,
will address the issues in written.
yes, and address the conflict between the right-of-way size, yeah.
Okay.
Good luck, everybody.
Number 10 on the agenda, modification request in the application of Andrew Feeder, 165 Noyak Avenue, Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-5-3-21. On March 20, 2025, by decision number D025028, this board granted a sky plane encroachment of 2,335 cubic feet for a new one-family residence and a sky plane encroachment of 250 cubic feet for a proposed two-story detached garage. By letter dated September 12, 2025, Matt Ivins, agent for the owner, is requesting that said decision be modified to reflect an increase in the sky plane encroachment from the approved 2335 cubic feet to 3597 cubic feet in order to comply with the limit of moderate wave action requirements.
Board has jurisdiction.
All right. Either of you attorney, I know you, I recognize you, you're not an attorney, right?
I am not an attorney.
Okay, so I'm going to have to swear you both in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and address.
Andrew Fedor, 165 Noyak Avenue, Sag Harbor, New York.
Matt Ivins, 38 High Street, Sag Harbor, New York.
Okay. All right, so tell us what's going on here.
Okay, so as was just said, we were here in March 2025 for a 2,335 cubic feet of pyramid relief for the proposed dwelling on the property, as well as pyramid relief for a detached two-story garage. During the course of finalizing the building plans for the proposed dwelling, it was discovered by the engineer that the limit of moderate wave action was not taken into account through the design and the regulatory process.
Who discovered it?
The engineer, Katie Maresca. She brought that to our attention. And with LIMA, I'll just explain if any of the board don't understand. So with LIMA, instead of the first floor elevation being set at the minimum height needed in a flood zone, as it's done within an AE flood zone, the LIMWA sets the minimum height based on the bottom of the lowest horizontal member of the house. Consequently, in this case, we're required to elevate the house an additional 12 inches in order to comply with LIMWA. Going from a first floor elevation of 9 feet, which was approved by this board in March, to a new first floor elevation of 10 feet, again, an increase of 12 inches in height. We brought this to the attention of the Chief Building Inspector, Sean McDermott, in early September of this year, who instructed us to submit for this modification of our underlying variance to clarify this discrepancy, which we did on September 12th. Because of the narrowness of this lot, any increase in height will increase the volume of pyramid relief. Consequently, this change will result in an increase of 1,262 cubic feet to the previously approved relief. Understand again that this is not a self-created hardship. Understand that the size and scope of the proposed new dwelling remains identical to what was approved previously. Ceiling heights are the same, it's the identical house. All we're doing is literally we're raising it 12 inches to comply with LIMWA. We still feel that this is a strong application and that it decreases the level of current nonconformities exhibited by the existing dwelling, specifically with respect to side yard setbacks and wetland setbacks, and the resulting dwelling will comply with all FEMA requirements. The development will also include for a new IA system, as well as establishment of a non-disturbance, non-fertilization buffer along the shoreline. And as discussed in our initial application and public hearing, we do not believe that this will create any precedents, and due to the neighborhood being a thorough mix of different size development, many exhibiting various nonconformities, some pre-existing, some obtained through variances from this board, we believe that the character of the neighborhood will be preserved. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the board grant this modification. And we're here to answer hopefully any and all questions.
Okay, John, do you want to start? This is yours. Oh, John.
No.
John L.
Sorry. No, I have absolutely no questions with regard to this application. I think, we granted the relief. I don't see going back on what we've already done, given the circumstances. It's not a self-created hardship, and you're just complying with a statute, so I have
just
no
wanted
issue with this
to-
application.
I wanted to ask you a question. The survey that you submitted shows the limited wave action line. Was that on the original survey that you submitted to us? I no longer have that because.
Yeah. No, it was. It's just that, and everybody missed it. We're all kicking ourselves. It was on the original survey. And again, we missed it. I missed it. The
Who's
architect-
responsible for picking it up, for finding it? Was it yours?
I mean, I'll share the responsibility. The architect, and again, we talked with Sean. I mean, Artie Gerhauser did the review. He missed it. And Artie, if you guys know Artie is about as meticulous as they come.
I thought the limwa just meant though that you had to use like different like breakaway
It's part of it.
materials.
It
Like
turns
I've
in
never heard them
A-
say it had an additional elevation requirement.
It's sort of like that, but it's basically where you take that elevation. In an AA, you're taking it from the first floor. With a VE, which is what a limwa does to an AA, turns it into a VE, if you can follow. It takes it from the lowest horizontal member, the bottom of that, the girder or whatever is supporting the house. So there, you're talking about a 2-foot difference there. So now you gotta elevate it.
So, I know that this is being presented as, we just gotta raise it 1 foot. And the difficulty I'm having with it is, this is a 50% increase in the initial pyramid relief request, which is, I think, substantial. And it's not a small thing to just say, everybody missed it, bail us out. So, why can't you move the structure back further so you get the elevation naturally rather than raising it and making it more conspicuous for the neighborhood that it's up 10 feet now over grade?
Well, I just don't want you to seem like we're just like, we come here so you guys can sort it out. We kind of saw this, and we took action. We didn't just say, well, let's submit for the building permit, Right. We took action on this.
Okay.
Understand the ceiling heights are the same, everything is identical.
Well,
And I understand it's a
action would
50%.
be, we tried to make it smaller to mitigate the request going up.
When we designed the house, when we situated it on the property, the new house is set back further than the existing house right now. We wanted to make sure we were within the AE. according to FEMA
that was the
plans.
point.
That was the point that we tried to do, because we wanted to bring it back to be compliant with that. It was a surprise to all of us when our engineer discovered that the limwa restriction forced us to have to raise it up 12 inches. It was a complete surprise.
And again, this is the whole idea of the definition of a hardship. I mean, if we have a narrow lot here, of course, it's gonna be, any change is gonna increase it substantially.
It is an extremely narrow lot.
Again, we're not coming in here to grab more ceiling space or a height difference. No, we are here to basically correct a wrong that, we unfortunately missed. Again, I mean, we could have just filed a building permit and prayed nobody picked up on this, but no, we met with Sean on this. We
Yeah,
met with
I met with
Candace,
Sean and Candace too, personally, to find out what.
and I understand what you're saying.
I'm not faulting you for telling somebody you had a problem and you're trying to deal with it.
Yeah.
I just wish you did more to mitigate the problem on the building side rather than the relief side only. It's all relief that you're asking for with no effort to reduce the impact of the relief you're asking for.
Well, what more can we do? I mean, it's, ceiling heights that are minimum.
It's not our job.
No, I understand
to
that,
solve
but I
your
mean,
problem.
I know, but I don't like this idea of like a pound of flesh. we're here to just, try to rectify this.
Okay, hey, listen, this is what, this is one person's point
No,
of
I
view,
get it,
right?
I get it.
It's a fair question.
And the concern I have is that, I don't have the whole project in front of me, I don't remember the whole file, I don't have the aerials showing what else is nearby, but everybody else is gonna come in and say, hey, we want what those guys got.
Well, but they would have to have similar circumstances, and I think, to be honest with you, had this been raised at the time that we were deciding this in the first instance, I know from my own experience of the way I vote, I would have probably given the additional cubic feet of relief simply because of the necessity to raise the entire structure 1 foot. I think it's laudable that you recognized this and brought it to the building department's attention.
Thank you.
And I think it's also significant that the building department missed as well.
As opposed to coming.
It's a concern that we're, we're not architects and engineers, obviously, sitting on this board, but you hire architects and engineers, and our building department, and so I think one of the concerns is that, we're kind of like left holding the bag. You guys all made an error, and you missed something that should have been pretty obvious, and it is concerning. I mean, let's just,
Yeah,
as,
no,
as a board member,
absolutely.
it's concerning. And I think it is shared blame. But, and I understand what Kevin is saying. I mean, there is a fair amount of pyramid relief we gave. On the other hand, you did a good job of trying to get rid of some of the non-conforming aspects of your property. And I know it was a negotiation. I mean, you definitely came back a couple of times.
We did.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
In all
So,
fairness, we reduced our pyramid
Yeah, no,
exposure on
you
the
did.
garage by like 78%. I mean, so we did
you did.
respectfully try
And
and
so
take
I
your
agree
suggestions
with,
under
I agree with
advisement.
John in that sense, but I also understand, the frustration felt by other members of the board who, concerned that this stuff is being missed. I mean,
Yeah, no, and I think there were extenuating circumstances in this case, Kevin, that's what I would say. I don't love it either, but this is an
Right.
unusual
Could have built it and then before
situation.
us when it was already built and had the issue. So,
And this is distinct from the
Okay.
pyramid application we had recently in which the contractor, who was also the owner, had conveniently left out the pyramid relief when submitted to the building department
but I
and
think the
then
building
came back for
department picked
relief.
it up.
Yes.
So this is the problem. I mean, there's a bunch of fingers to be pointed at.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I'm with Julie and John, that I don't really see that we have options in this case, though it is concerning. And-
Susan?
Yes, go ahead, Helen.
I agree with Kevin that the problem is that the applicants come in always having us to make the change in their favor instead of actually thinking, what can they do? They do. Instead of asking Kevin, so what can we do? Well, that's their job to figure out what to do to ask for less relief. The word less. Oh, no, I'm here to get more relief. And they have a reason. Oh, okay. And that reason, you guys are all going to accept that reason. And in the end, we're going to get what we want. And that's not something that I can agree with.
Okay, I think that's a good point. In your consideration, did you consider any ways to mitigate, or did you just not consider
We just
that?
feel, I mean, again, the property is constrained, it's a narrow lot.
We understand the
wetlands.
constraints. Did you consider any mitigations?
In terms of lowering the height, or?
Accommodating some, moving it back, lowering the height, changing some other aspects? I'm asking the question because I think it's a legitimate one.
The issue of, first of all, you may remember all this because you're living it. My brain's not recalling the March 25th decision and hearing proceeding immediately, right? We are told repeatedly by people who come in here, we're the professionals, we know what we're doing, you have to take our testimony because it has to be accepted, blah, 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 blah. And personally, I mean, this is not your problem, but I'm getting repeatedly tired of mistakes getting made that we have to eat.
Exactly.
So let me ask you something. What? John, do you want to say something?
No, there's nothing that we can do about that. I mean, those are problems that.
Yeah, and just to clarify the record too, I respectfully wouldn't say that you're eating these mistakes. I mean, you're once again reevaluating the five-part test. I mean, that's what you have to do
That's a
every
much
time.
nicer way of saying it.
Well, it's a more accurate way of saying your obligation as a board member is to weigh this five-part test every time it comes back before you, regardless of what the applicant asks for, regardless of whether or not you think it's excessive, you do that five-part test,
But
so.
we do have a right to ask the question, did you
Absolutely.
ask for did you consider any
Right,
mitigation?
and I think he's answered that question.
All right, I just want to say, so
should not
did you,
be-
it doesn't sound like you did, like, really go with a,
It's not that we were, like, oh, we're not, this is what we want.
yeah,
That's
okay.
it. I mean, I've had clients like that, believe me, okay? In this case,
I remember
again,
it was a lot of discussion
There
about
was a
trying
lot
to
of
get
back and forth,
to the
and-
point that we are at, yes.
yeah, and I mean, again, I can beat it like a dead horse. It's an extremely narrow lot. It's wetlands involved. We're trying to do the right thing here.
Which are all mitigation.
Yeah.
And we're not inconsistent with many, many properties along the shoreline that have already
Yeah.
been recently developed. I mean, on Hampton Road, there were 10 30-foot lots, with 8 of which have been developed two-story raised structures, which are arguably probably far greater pyramid relief than are requested on. And we think it's a reasonable.
Yeah, and the house.
We respectfully understand the frustration. I understand that too. Believe me, I was not particularly thrilled when I found this, discovered this as well, as the homeowner, as you might imagine. But I don't really see another option right now.
Right, and this is not the kind of situation where you're coming in and saying, oh, what we wanted to do is add another room.
No,
It's
identical.
so I'm very sympathetic.
We're not asking for any additional
But I think
relief or any additional thing.
it was a reasonable question to ask. And, okay.
Susan,
Yes?
you asked the question, did they make an attempt to mitigate, to do anything so it wouldn't be necessary to come here? What did they do? And you asked them yes or no, and I didn't get an answer. Am I to imply that the answer is no?
Okay, I don't think we're here to lecture people, and if they come with an application, we're either going to approve it or we're not going to approve it, not lecture them on what to do. We're getting way too far off the board's purposes. We
I
really
would
are.
like, Sir Robert, I'd like an answer.
I think their answer, Helen, if I could interpret it for them and tell me if I'm wrong, was that they felt that their original application had been worked down to the point where they were really unable to move further on a mitigation of this problem. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
Okay, that was the answer.
Very well put.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Okay, are any more questions? Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on 165 Noyak Avenue? Anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on 165 Noyak Avenue?
No one.
Okay.
This is mine. I move to close the hearing on this modification request, hold it open for written submissions to November 21st with a decision on December 4th.
Mr. Leonard? Aye. Ms. Kane? Aye. Mr. Mastonia?
Aye.
Mr. Repan?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess? I would take the opportunity in written submissions to perhaps respond to the mitigation question. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, number 13 on the agenda, Sandland Corporation, 585 Middle Line Highway, Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-213-1-1.
All right, don't start yet.
Yes, hold on.
We all have to get ourselves organized for this.
Oh, you can come up, Brian.
I'll set the flow here.
You do whatever you want.
But I have to get my file out.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom quickly. One more time.
All right. Wait for John.
He just ran to the bathroom.
We could probably use
Take a breath?
a quick breather, sure.
And while we're waiting for John, I'm going to pack up something here. If I can get back here. Where's that line?
Susan, you're spreading out.
Who's got it? Take too much
All
area.
right, give me, as long as I have this moment, I'm gonna pack up a little bit. so that I don't-
So neat, and at the end,
It's a big pile.
That's not even in it.
That's it?
That's not even in it.
I know, I know.
I had to spend
Sorry for that temporary break. Okay, so please state your name and address for the file again.
Brian Matthews, Curtis, Cooley, and Choron, 241 Panago Road, East Hampton, New York. Here's the applicant, Sandland Corporation, and Wainscott Sand and Gravel. And with me this evening is John Tintle, the president and principal of both of those
Is he going to
corporations.
testify at all?
I don't believe so.
Okay, because if he does, I have to swear him in.
Understood.
Okay, so before we start, this is the material that we read.
Yes.
I can tell you that I and other members on the board have been through it. We don't need to go page by page. We want you to very succinctly summarize what your points are as to evidence of the manifest intent to use the entire property laterally and what the depth is. So if you could do that, because otherwise we'll be here
1972,
prior to 1972.
Understood, yes, that's the controlling date, yes.
please.
Yes, right.
So-
So if you could do that, because then we're going to, we're going to look at your points, but try to be succinct of what the
and
points
understand,
are.
it's a lot of material. It's years' worth of litigation that most of us who've been through it can speak about it very quickly. But it's a lot to digest, it's a lot to understand, and so I'm not unaware of that, and I certainly appreciate the board putting the time and effort into undertaking the review of this application. So I will do my best to address that as can. I just have, a presentation to go through that I think addresses
Okay.
what Madam Chair is looking for, and if to the extent that there's any questions, please feel free. I'm still getting used to wearing these, so bear with me for a sec. So, just as restated, at this juncture, there's been an enormous amount of information that the board's been provided with, from the applicant, from counsel for the objecting neighbors, and, potentially and possibly from, review of the board's files from the various actions that the board's been involved in. In order to offset the enormity of this information, I want to take a step back and make sure that there's a focus at this point of this continued hearing on the law governing the issue that we're here to ask this board to decide. So, as this board knows, this application seeks the determination as the scope of a pre-existing non-conforming use on the applicant's property. While the objecting parties, and the law is clear, correctly point out that non-conforming uses are generally viewed as undesirable and municipalities may gradually restrict them, courts have also long held that such restrictions must reasonably balance the owner's interest in not having an investment abruptly altered or terminated. And courts have also long recognized that non-conforming mining uses are treated differently under the law and are governed by what the Court of Appeals has called the diminishing asset doctrine. This diminishing asset doctrine, it's tough to say, recognizes that mining is not a temporary use of a property. The use contemplates the excavation and sale of the corpus of land itself as a resource, and further recognizes that mining operators will not excavate the entire parcel of land at once, but will leave areas in reserve virtually untouched until they are actually needed. This premise has been established by the Court of Appeals dating back to at least 1980 in matter of Syracuse Aggregate, matter of Buffalo Crushed Stone, all of which have been repeated and cited in our briefs and parties' briefs. This concept was also reiterated by the Court of Appeals in the matter involving the town of Southampton and Sandland, the very matter that effectively brought us here today, stating that, quote, the question under New York state laws, whether a mine owner has engaged in substantial quarrying activities on a distinct parcel of land over a long period of time, and thereby clearly manifests an intent to appropriate the entire parcel to the particular business of quarrying. So that's really the overlying issue here. You know, as we've set forth in our prior submissions at the prior hearing, and as we submit to you once again here, Sandland meets all of those governing criteria for the granting of this application, and respectfully submit that we are entitled to the granting of this application, finding that the historic depth of the property for mining purposes is 100 to 110 feet above mean sea level, which is roughly 120 feet below grade. So, turning to Madam Chair's question about the lateral scope and the vertical scope. And I want to first address the lateral scope of the non-conforming rights. As you know, as the board knows, the applicant has made clear and repeatedly stated that those rights have been thoroughly determined by a prior building inspector, that the lateral scope of the non-conforming mining rights encompass the entire 50-acre width of the property. However, you know, as the objecting parties have made clear that they believe that this is an issue ripe for the board to decide, and to be fair, there seemed to be uncertainty at the outset from this board as to whether or not that matter was finally decided. So for the sake of argument, let's say that this determination has not been made and detail the reasons why the lateral mining rights were properly found to extend to the entire 50 acres of the premises. So just by way of history, and all of this is detailed and supported by deeds, what have you, records that have been submitted. The prior mine operator, Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel, first acquired an initial 25-acre property from Bridgehampton Road Races in June of 1961. Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel then came before this board in October of 1961, at which point this board found that the use of that initial 25-acre property for mining was a permitted use. Nothing in that 1961 application or any of the ZBA or building department records relating thereto allows for a finding that the intended scope of mining on that 25-acre property was limited or was intended to be conducted on anything less than the full 25 acres for that as of right use. As we detailed in our reply brief, this specific acreage in 1961 was specifically mentioned by then Chairman Grossman during the proceedings that were before this board in 2011 and 2012. In December of 1961, Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel, that same predecessor interest of Sandland, entered into a gravel mining agreement, again with Bridgehampton Road Races, which recognized that Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel was engaged in the business of exploring for and mining sand and gravel, and that they had already begun that business of exploring for and mining sand and gravel on this initial 25-acre parcel. In that mining agreement, Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel was then permitted to enter anywhere on Bridgehampton Road Race's remaining 500 acres for the purposes of further conducting exploration and mining of sand and gravel. Following the commencement of Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel's mining activities on the initial 25-acre site, and following their commencement of the mining activities on the additional properties that were permitted in the mining agreement, in November of 1963, Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel then purchased again from Bridgehampton Road Races another property, specifically a 25-acre parcel that adjoined the initial 25 acres. So upon acquiring that adjoining 25-acre parcel, as of November 1963, well before, at a time when sand mining use was a permitted as of right use, and well before it became non-conforming, Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel had merged one 50-acre parcel upon which they conducted their business, which the records very clearly show involved the exploration for and mining of sand and gravel. And the historic affidavits that were submitted to the record, among other documents, show that this use continued from that time well through the time the use became non-conforming. All of this information was submitted to the building inspector in 2011, and upon his review of that information, he concluded in no uncertain terms that Sandland had proven, Sandland was the applicant in 2000, or was one of the parties in 2011, that Sandland had proven, quote, not only intent, but the act, end quote, of its predecessors of using the initial 25 acres for a sand and gravel mine and that the adjacent 25-acre parcel was entitled to that same pre-existing status.
Could you go back a second?
Yes.
So talk about this merger. What are you saying there? So that we have the mining agreement in 1961, which gives them the right to use the 25 acres. And then you said.
No. So let me back
Well, it
up.
gave them a right to use
Let me back up that
any
one
of the
second.
area
Yeah, so
covered
there
by
is-
the mining agreement.
If I use my drawing skills that my daughter will laugh at me about, but here is an initial 25-acre parcel. And if you envision Bridgehampton Golf is now up here, and here is Sandline down there.
Right, basically, the mining agreement gave them the right to use any portion of the parcel that was not covered by the racetrack.
Correct. So here's the 25-acre parcel that they purchased in 1961. This was the one that was before the ZBA that
Well, they
said
didn't
mining as of
purchase
right.
it. They contracted for the right to mine.
No. This first lot was purchased in June of 1961 by Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel from Bridgehampton Road Races.
So it's actually under their ownership at that point.
In June of 1961, this is
Where-
owned by Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel, correct.
So then why in December of 1961 is Bridgehampton Road Races entering into a mining agreement with Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel to mine to use the property? I'm not going to say mine. And it says BRRC, which is Bridgehampton Road Races Corporation, owns title in fee simple to a certain parcel of real estate of approximately 550 acres located on Millstone Road.
Right.
So where is it that they purchased it? I
Do you have
didn't
the
see
purchase
anything in the
agreement?
documentation.
Hold on 1 second.
Do you have the purchase agreement?
The purchase agreement, let's back up for 1 second here. You have, and we have the deeds, and there's the title work in there, and we can supply the deeds for both of these two properties to show you. So you have, no, that's okay. This is a 25-acre parcel that was purchased in June.
But wait, you can draw on that all you want and say it was purchased in June. The question was, what documentation shows it was purchased in June of 1961? All we have in the documentation that you've provided
okay,
is a
understood.
mining agreement from December of 1961, which allows the use of the property, and it specifically states that the Road Race Corporation owns the property. So what you're saying
I have what you're looking for. If
goes
you just
completely
please, if you
against what's in the documentation you provided.
I respectfully disagree, and if you would just let me work through it, I can show you why, I understand the confusion.
I'm reading from the document and it's in Exhibit C to your submission.
Okay, I think it's not being accurately read, with all respect, there's a lot
I
going on here.
literally read it verbatim. How
Okay.
is that inaccurate?
If you would let me, I'm happy to walk through it.
Okay, let's let you go ahead and do it.
Let's do it.
June 1st. Here is a deed, June 1st, June 6th, I can't tell, but June 1961. Bridgehampton Road Races Corporation, party of the first part. Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel, party of the second part. This is the initial, this is approximately 25 acres. This is June, and I only have I have multiple copies, so you can fully take that. So this is this June 1961 purchase of this 25-acre parcel from Bridgehampton Road Races. It is this parcel then, okay, that went before the zoning board in October of 1961. Now, it wasn't a variance or anything. What happened there, and we spelled it out, so to the extent there's no confusion, please forgive me for being a little bit repetitive, but following the purchase of this parcel, Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel made an application to the building inspector for a building permit to put up the screening plant and other machinery for use as that you need for the sand and gravel mine. That was denied based upon the building inspector's finding that the use wasn't allowed. That was appealed to this board. The board then found that the use of the property for sand and gravel mine was a permitted use, overturned the building inspector, found it was a permitted use, and the building permit was granted, and mining began on this parcel. So now we have June 1961 purchase, October
You
1960.
should put this into the record. I mean,
Certainly,
Can I say,
yeah.
thank you?
Okay, so we
do you have a
have,
cer- do you have a certified copy of that with the
You'll submit a copy.
tax map numbers and for that one?
Just submit it later.
we can
Yeah.
submit,
Yeah, I'll submit it
we'll
later.
submit whatever is asked for. Yeah. So June 1961, October 1961, this 25 acres. Now, remember later, turning to the gravel mining agreement. Now we're in December of 1961. And if you see, it says BRRC owns title and fee to a certain parcel of real estate approximately 550 acres. So massive parcel all to the north where the golf course and the bridge and where the racetrack was and what have you. And adjacent, I mean, all around there. And it says they own that, less a parcel of approximately 25 acres conveyed by BRC to purchaser by deed dated June 6, 1961, which is hereinafter called the premises. So the premises is that 550 minus this 25. 525 if my math is. It is this gravel mining agreement that then allowed Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel to undertake their mining activities, subject to certain restrictions or prior notice of where the track was and anything else, to continue their business of exploration for and mining sand and gravel.
So in other words, the agreement covers the fact that they would have to transverse the 500 acres, you know. It was an agreement that, yes, you can do that, but under certain restrictions with regard to the 500
Well,
acres.
right, you're like,
Okay.
anywhere, it's roughly anywhere on that 500 acres, subject to not up here, and if you're gonna go here, you gotta let us know.
Wait a second, are you saying that they gave permission to go anywhere on the 500 acres to mine?
Subject to the terms and conditions of the terms in here, not where the racetrack was, or not where other certain areas were, sure.
Okay, so in other words, all right. Okay.
Anywhere, just like any other document, you can do whatever you want, except X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, it
Which
says
spells it forth in here.
on page, 413, they can conduct mining operations upon or utilize in any way any portion of the premises within 100 yards of the present track facilities,
Okay.
or any of the area enclosed within the racing circuit, except the purchaser may conduct mining operations inside the racing circuit and the blah, 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 as follows.
Okay.
So then you're brought to November 1963, when Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel, after commencing and conducting its mining operations on the initial 25-acre parcel, and undertaking its rights under the gravel mining agreement to explore and mine sand and gravel on other areas that were outside of this 25 acres owned by Bridgehampton Road Races. By deed dated November 1st, 1963, Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel purchased the adjacent 25 acres. And we can put that deed in as well. At this point in time, so when I say merger, like, it is now these two 25-acre parcels that they now
Both
own.
owned by the same
Correct, so whether they
company?
merged or not is less the issue. It's more a merger and it's one consolidated mine site versus any impact of a legal merger, because that really doesn't matter, because it's one 50-acre parcel now.
Okay.
So as mentioned, all of this information was in front of the building inspector at the time of these certain neighbors appealed when Sandland submitted its application for a pre-existing non-conforming certificate of occupancy, which was opposed. The stack of paper in support and opposition to that was much like it is now. And then and again, it was included in the record before this board, or all of this documentation and information was included in the record for this board when the CO was issued, and certain neighbors appealed that.
And which CO are we now talking about?
2011,
Thank you. I just want to be clear about
which is the
that.
2011 CO and attendant building inspector's determination of July 18th and 19th. And based upon all that information, that's when the building inspector issued the CO and issued that written determination with respect to the sand mine, finding that not only did they demonstrate not only the intent but the act of using this initial 25 acres for the sand and gravel mine, that was before the zoning board, but the adjoining 25 acre parcel is entitled to that same pre-existing status for that acreage. That is the building inspector's determination that both this 25 and that 25 acres have a pre-existing non-conforming right to operate a sand and gravel mine throughout.
So can you tell us what document says that both the 50, in fact, are
It's the,
allowed?
as luck would have it, right here. It is the July 18, 2011 building inspector's determination that was issued.
It's Exhibit C in one of Brian's
That was
attachments.
issued in connection with the 2011 CO. The CO was July 19, the building inspector's determination was July 18.
Yeah, and as I read that, I think it references a 25 acre parcel, not 50.
Well, it does, so if you look at the last section, the last paragraph there, there's three, right? With respect to the 25 acre parcel that it says 1962 decision, I think the decision was filed in 62, it's 61, 62, we're not talking about different decisions, it's all the same thing to the extent there was any confusion there. With respect to the 25 acre parcel that the 1962 ZBA decision does not address, right? So that would be the parcel bought in 1963. That is immediately adjacent, that now forms the whole 50 acres. I find that the affidavits and other supporting documents submitted in connection with the application, including the gravel mining agreement between Bridgehampton Road Races Corporation and Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel, Inc., dated 12/30/1961, and then in parentheses, notably 11 months prior to the ZBA determination, expressly speaks to and thus evidences not only the intent, but the act of using this second 25 acre parcel to the second 25 acres for the above stated purposes. As such, this parcel is entitled to the same pre-existing status as the above acreage, above referenced acreage.
But if I could just say the above stated purposes includes operation of a mine, receipt and processing of trees, brush, stumps, blah, 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 storage, sale, and delivery.
Understood. And we're not
So
overlooking,
it's
not gonna overlook that by any means.
It's not exclusively what's characterized
Not
as a quarry.
Not exclusively in that, but there's no limitation language that says of these 50 acres,
No, well,
40
it's not
is-
addressed. It's just not addressed. The extent of the,
I would disagree. I think
Okay.
I think it attributes the pre-existing non-conforming status for the entire 50 acres for all of those uses.
There's at least some ambiguity for me.
I disagree, for you, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You can disagree, I'm
I
just
didn't hear your
telling you,
last part,
I'm
sure.
experiencing it as ambiguity at best.
So here's how I think that ambiguity gets addressed, right? So I think it's fair to say that there's no limiting language in the building inspector's determination, and certainly not in the CO, which is very pro forma, really, and nor any limiting language in any of the documentation that was submitted to them at that time that you point to for a finding that says, well, no, it's less than the 50 acres combined, or less than the 25 of this full property and less than the 25 of that property.
but it does include other uses.
Understood.
Thank you.
I'll get that. I promise you, I'm not saying understood
Okay,
and
I
gonna
just want
brush
to keep
by it.
making that point.
I think, and it's a fair point, because it's one that the objecting neighbors, and I'm actually getting to it right now, and it's one that they have now switched their arguments and are now relying on as a matter of necessity for them. So in the attempt to rewrite and revisit the whole history about how mining came to be, what was done on the property, and the findings of the building inspector, which, again, in our papers, we very clearly discredit their argument that we didn't appeal the mining use, we didn't appeal the non-conforming nature of it. They very clearly did. They very clearly conceded it. They very clearly focused on the other uses. In hindsight, perhaps that's a regret for them, but it's what was done. No other story can be told that bears itself out very clearly and without any reservation. They've now advanced the argument that runs counter to their successful argument in that underlying litigation. Now, in that underlying litigation about the CO, they successfully argued that aside from the receipt of brush and trees and what have you, they successfully argued that all of those other ancillary uses, the processing and sale and all the other uses that were listed by the building inspector in the CO, were not found to be ongoing in 1972. So at that time, the obligation became to them to either make the argument that okay, now that those uses were found not to be existing in 1972, the acreage has to be addressed. The acreage of the mining has to be addressed. It has to be determined what was used and what was when, what was used for what and when. They did not make that argument. And based on their failure to make that argument, based on their failure to pursue that claim, it's for this reason that the court has found in a decision that was put before November of 6th of 2004, I think it was, from Justice Whalen, that all of these objecting parties are precluded from challenging the scope of the rights of the mining rights afforded to Sandland under both the 2011 and 2016 certificates of occupancy. And all of this shows when you have the history of the purchase, the ZBA, the use, the gravel mining agreement, the purchase, the findings of the building inspector, all of that concluded with counsel's statement at the very conclusion, effectively the last word of that litigation, that based on the totality of the record and based on the standing under the controlling precedent of matter of Syracuse aggregate, which is the seminal case governing non-conforming mining uses, that Sandland can devote the entire 50 acres to the mining use. Those words they don't need any interpretation. They don't need any explaining. That was the last word on the subject. So with respect to the lateral use, that's how it was. We're happy to walk you through how it was properly and rationally determined and how it came to be, to show that it was the proper and correct finding. But I want to be clear that it is for that reason that you're entitled to finality. Things cannot be constantly revisited. It's for that reason that this issue is not before this board to decide. This issue was decided in 2011, decided again in 2012, when the board issued its decision recognizing that they had abandoned their claims with respect to the sand mining use. Was decided again in
Where is that decision?
I'm sorry.
What exhibit? Where is that decision?
Which decision you were talking to?
This said,
just talking
the
about.
one you just
Oh,
said.
the November 2024 decision. It is attached to our briefs. I also have.
Is it in your attachments?
No, I thought you said
It's attached to-
2012.
Which one?
Oh, no.
I thought you said
2012 was this board's.
This board's decision. Where is that decision?
I don't believe it's in there because they had already abandoned the use, so that it's been submitted, whether it's in one of our, I don't believe it's one of our exhibits.
The ZBA decision?
Yeah,
I
it's
think
been
I
submitted,
saw it in here.
certainly, but at that point in time, all challenges to the mining use had been abandoned.
It's our Exhibit 1, if you're looking for it.
It's your exhibit 1. Thank you. Now, if you're going to talk about something, I'd like to have it in front of me.
Understood, yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
There's so much in front of you.
Had it all nice and piled for a quick minute. So it's based on all of that, and fundamental principles of res judicata, administrative law, that there's finality upon that determination being issued, upon upon their effective withdrawal or abandonment. The impact of them abandoning their claim to the mining use, withdrawing it, or not making it all, are one and the same. The statute of limitations is 60 days to challenge a building inspection determination. We're now 15 years past that. So the court's record, and so from that point in time, from councils, which is this board's, I understand a different makeup, same council, but this, I shouldn't say this council, it was through council, but this board's statement to the second department that based on Syracuse aggregate, Sandland can devote the entire 50 acres to the mining use, all in an effort to successfully get rid of some of the ancillary processing and sale uses. This issue of the lateral width is settled and decided, and it simply can't be revisited under any circumstances by anybody at this point in time. So that's how you got to the lateral, and that's how it came to be decided. So we're happy to lay it out to show how it was done, because this board had not been through that. But the issue is very clear. Sandland is not putting that issue in front of this board, and we don't think the board has the ability to decide to revisit it.
But are you gonna circle back to what Susan was saying? Because I understand what you're saying about the finality, but are you saying that 50 acres can be used is the same as 50 acres were intended to be used? Because that's kind of what Susan was saying.
Based on, it's not even 50 acres was intended to be used. At this point in time, it was found that 50 acres was used.
It doesn't
not
say,
only,
it doesn't
says
say.
not only the intent, but the act.
Yes, but it lists 3 different or more activities
It
that
did.
covered that area. So, I mean, how much of the area was covered by the other activities and how much was mining?
I think to the extent that, I don't think there was any effort to piecemeal that out because it was
Well,
found
that's
that
right,
they
but
were
your
all
burden,
encompassing.
but your burden is to show that in fact.
That all 50
that
acres
all-
were to be used for
it was a
mining.
manifest
I disagree.
intent.
That was the burden previously. That burden does not exist now because that issue has been decided.
Well, wait, no. It's, hold on.
Language is real clear.
The Court
What?
of Appeals language, and I know we're kind of all over the place, I'm happy to do that. The Court of Appeals language about no determination has been made is not, it's not a holding, it's not a finding, it's what you call dicta. The issue in front of the Court of Appeals was a very narrow issue about a procedural requirement under section 2727033 of the ECL, the Mine Land Reclamation Law, about whether notice was required to be given to the town for Sandland's application to go deeper, wider and deeper, what have you, in a DEC permitted scope of mine under a new permit term.
So back to.
That was the sole issue before the board, before the court.
Right, wider and deeper. You just said those 2 words.
No.
Wider and deeper. Hold on. And the Court of Appeals decision was that no determination was made. And that's not, it's not a holding.
It's not, so it's not their decision.
It's a finding.
It's not a finding.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is a finding.
It's not a controlling
It's
finding.
absolutely a finding.
I respectfully disagree.
The remedy is the very issue, which is your job was to present to us clear evidence of a manifest intent prior to 1972 that you had a whole and complete business plan to mine that property.
Right.
All the stuff after 1972 is interesting,
Agreed.
but not as germane as what proof do you have prior to 1972?
I think all
And I
this
haven't heard much.
I think all of the stuff after 1972 is interesting, except for specific findings that were made by the building department, by this board, and by the courts. Those post-72 decisions are relevant. Any other activities post-72 are irrelevant. So what we laid out here is exactly what was presented to the building inspector in 2011 to demonstrate what he found of not only the intent, but the act of using all 50 acres, of using 25 and 25, which by my math, when I say it in shorthand, to use all 50 acres, it's 2 ways of saying the exact same thing, for a sand and gravel mine.
So
So,
Brian,
in
I
our
have
view-
to tell you.
Not just for a sand and gravel mine.
Understood, and that's really okay.
But
That's
it
really
also
okay.
doesn't show a manifest intent with putting in the roads that you need to do mining and doing all sorts of other things. I mean, just because you had the option.
No.
doesn't mean you had
There was no.
It didn't show intent
So
to
that's an
actually do
important,
it.
that's an important statement, so I'm glad that you made it.
Okay, thank you.
There was no option here. This was actually being done. Now, when you say option, you have to be very
How do
careful.
you show that it was being done prior to
Can you
1972?
pull up an aerial, 1972?
Don't get into that, because
Don't?
because we'd have
Because you're
to
talking
submit
about
it,
an
and I don't
option
know the
here. So
basis of it, and I don't.
This is the way that the pre-existing non-conforming diminishing asset doctrine works. And the courts are very consistent and clear on this.
You don't have to use all
You
of
don't
it.
have to use it all. You may very only use a little bit until, at the time it becomes non-conforming, because the understanding is that you're only going to use the remainder when
Yes,
you need
and I
it.
appreciate that, but in the cases that you cited, particularly the Buffalo case, they said that they were dealing with a quarry, which was clearly being used as a quarry.
Right.
But it didn't have other uses, the stumps and the dumping and other kind of thing. So, it's one thing to say, you didn't ever represent that this was just a quarry prior to 1972, in my opinion.
You have,
Does anybody else agree with me?
No, I agree, and I'm also getting hung up
Okay.
on this 2012 decision that Adam Grossman signed that supports what Susan is saying. It
Yeah.
doesn't say what I'm hearing you say, Brian. It talks about pre-existing use of storage, sale, and delivery of
Because
sand.
the issue at that point in time was no longer the sand mining, because they appealed the findings with respect to the sand mining. This was the Fair and Gilman and Douglas.
See, but the
It was
problem.
their application
Hold
to the
on.
board.
But
And
the
don't
problem.
tell us this guides.
The problem that we have is.
I didn't
that
understand.
Go ahead, Jim.
The determination that needs to be made is what was the intent with regard to the extent of the mining operation. The determination by Benincasa doesn't say anything about the extent. All it says is that there was an intent. You can disagree all you want.
Okay.
We're the ones who are deciding this. So
understand
it's
that.
Exactly.
And same for
so
the
it would be better
2012.
for you to, rather than say, I disagree with you, I respectfully disagree with you, explain to us why.
I feel like
that would be the
I'm happy
more-
to answer any questions.
Hold on, let me find,
Understanding.
where did I put Benincasa's? I have to look at my notes.
It's
to
exhibit, Mike's memo is Exhibit C,
Exhibit C.
the 2011 one.
No, C is the mining agreement, thank you.
No, but there's another C.
There's multiple.
There's multiple Cs. Okay, here we go. So his decision says simply, affidavits and other supporting documents submitted in connection, evidence is not only the intent, but the act of using this second 25 acres for the above stated purposes.
Right.
But it didn't say anything about the extent of the sand mining the mining aspect of it.
I think you're
Exactly.
trying
It
to.
doesn't say.
It doesn't say that,
It
there's.
says, it's using those 25 acres. I think what you're looking for is limited language. It's the absence of that limited language that mandates, I wouldn't even say allows, the finding that it is all 25 of it was as of right.
But that's what
Right.
that's what the request is, for a determination that that Sandland had an express intent to use all 50 acres for the purpose of mining. That is your demand.
No, it is not. No,
That
it
is
is
your
not.
application.
No, that is very clearly not our application. What I said from the outset, and that I'm happy to discuss.
Hold on. Let me correct that. No,
Yes.
your application is with regard to the verticality. We're talking about the horizontal
Right,
nature.
and I was happy to get into it.
But when we're talking about a determination as to how far Sandland can mine horizontally, the application would be, if it were made, that they had an express intent to mine the full 50 acres.
And it's not.
Not use part of it for sand mining, part of it
I
for.
don't disagree, but the problem that is running into with that analysis is that application was made, that application was decided in Sandland's favor, to the extent that upon the conclusion of that litigation and the successful arguments for the cessation of the ancillary uses, this board stood in front of the second department and said all 50 acres for the mining use. that respectfully,
Where
that
do you,
is.
where,
the-
where's that?
Show us that.
That is in the zoning board brief that is attached to.
So this zoning board brief?
No, that is the zoning board decision. This is the zoning board's brief to the second department.
The
On
zoning
the
board
appeal.
brief or the town?
Town attorney brief on behalf
Yeah.
of.
On behalf- is the- your- the zoning
Exhibit
board was the
P.
party.
Show us where in Exhibit P.
P?
P.
Where's
Of the
P?
initial,
I don't have the initial, I didn't bring that.
Oh, I'm sorry, which one again, John?
the initial,
Submission.
the initial application documents,
I didn't bring those.
which has the big A through T.
Can you explain it? Tom will let you interpret it for us.
Well, I want to find out where it is.
Yeah. I don't have it with me.
It's exhibit O to our opening brief.
Okay, I didn't bring the opening brief.
Oh,
Don't seem to have that.
that's the interveners. The decision on the intervention.
I have
P
it.
is Ms. Garvin's
Okay, then apologies.
brief. But I'd like to know exactly where. Find me a pin site.
It
Well,
is,
if there's no page numbers, that's great. Katie.
There's page numbers.
There's page numbers. What page number do you see what she read, what was written?
it is. One second here. One second. 5. It is quoted in our brief. It is cut and pasted, a screenshot of this out of our brief. It is, I don't have their brief in front of me. I can find it for you
What-
very easily. It is a page that starts, "This board agrees," at the very top on their brief. It's towards the back, I believe.
Does it cite Syracuse aggregates?
Yes, it
So
does.
it could be page 22. This board agrees with the Supreme Court citing of Syracuse
This
aggregates.
board, this is this board's statement to the second department, the last statement on this litigation.
Oh, and I highlighted it.
This board agrees with the Supreme Court citing of Syracuse aggregate for the proposition that mining contemplates the use of land itself as a resource. And in fact, that holding was used by the chief building inspector when he determined that the entirety of the 50-acre premises could be devoted to the pre-existing non-conforming mining use, notwithstanding that the 1961-1962 ZBA decision pertains solely to a 25-acre parcel. That is the last word that was held in that litigation with respect to that. So I understand coming in saying, this is what the application would have been. That's what the application was. Now, the process was different. It went to the building inspector first and then came here on appeal, whereas now the process is new where it comes to this board. in
That
first
doesn't
instance.
that doesn't resolve verticality.
It does not.
No,
It does not.
verticality,
No,
right.
definitely not.
No, it does not, and that was not intended to.
Even if that went unchallenged, it does not.
Understood, so.
What's the date of the Katie brief?
Yeah.
It was,
It was the probably would have been
2012.
sometime in
2015.
2014.
2015.
2015,
Because the
okay.
process of that was a
It's a
2011.
docketed 2014 appellate
Okay.
division
Yeah,
case.
the process of that was the building inspector's determination in CO in 2011, this board's decision on that appeal, addressing all the other ancillary issues in 2012. I think the Supreme Court decision in 2014, then the briefing, and then the second department decision came out in 2016, I think it was like April 1st, 2016, or end of March 2016.
So that is, I think, compelling.
So that's,
That we have taken that position,
The town has, yes.
that the town has taken that position.
this board even more
we have,
specifically.
this board
You-
did.
like, it's hard to say you, because I'm obviously not trying to
That
say.
determination was
you.
made. Okay, that is compelling, and I'd like to hear from the opposition what they think of
I
that.
agree.
But
I'm quite sure of what they think of
okay.
that, but I'll let them
And
explain
that
it.
deals with lateral.
It deals with the lateral.
Deals
So
with the
that's where
lateral.
I was happy to walk through it, because
I'm
it
gonna
is a
be,
lot. and
I'm gonna be very honest with you. Had I sat on this board, I can't believe that happened, because quite honestly, I have seen nothing in this documentation to suggest that Sandland had expressed any intent to mine all 50 acres
I agree.
I agree.
at all. There's nothing in here.
But we're kinda
And you
down
have
to
the
that, though.
same uphill battle with regard to verticality.
I
And
assume
the,
it's all an uphill battle, but that's okay. That's what we do.
Well-
None of this is easy, and I'm not trying to,
no, but it's,
it is.
I mean, but it's a little bit different than, is it easy or is it not? Is it there or is it not?
Understood. So,
So let's move on to verticality.
so. Back to where we were. So, now I want to turn to the vertical rights. Perfect, that's right where I was. So, as the board knows, it is Sandland's contention that the historic depth of mining on the property is to a depth of 100 to 110 feet AMSL above mean sea level.
At what time of the year are we, what year are we talking about the historic depth for how many acres?
Prior to 1972. And so I'm getting there,
Okay.
I'm saying, that's just the,
And when you use those terms describing the historic depth of property, tell us if you're talking about, at that time, 5 acres, 10 acres, 15 acres, how many acres?
okay,
Thank you.
I'll do my very best to do.
I appreciate that.
So just the general, without getting into acreage.
Understood.
It is the historic depth, Sandland's contention that the historic depth of the mining was done to a depth, whatever acreage it was, right? To 100 to 110 feet AMSL, which is above mean sea level, which is roughly 120 feet below grade. This conclusion is predicated on the historic documents now, or we understand that there is not a trove of documents here, and sometimes that's what you have, and we're talking, at this point in time, mining commenced 60-something years ago, right? Became non-conforming 53 years ago. But this conclusion is predicated on the historic documents that are on record with the New York State DEC.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I want you to limit yourself in terms of the evidence you're going to talk about to anything prior to 1972. I don't want you to go into the 1981 mining permit. I don't want you to go into
Dicker or
anything
whatever, yeah.
after 1972 for now. Let's start there.
Okay.
So let's go through a list of what evidence you have of Sandland's intent to
The documentation that predates 1972 would be the mining agreement and the 1965 survey that's been submitted to the court, to the board.
the 1965 survey that has markings
That has
from
subsequent-
1980.
Subsequent markings on it, yeah, no, the highlighter markings, yeah, I'm not, those are not original 1965
Okay.
markings, the black and the orange highlighter, certainly. But when you look at them,
Which we don't even know the accuracy of
for-
those
well,
markings.
forgive me for a moment, when you
Right,
look at those
but
and you read them in connection with
Do
the.
you have a copy
mining
of that,
narrative and-
that 1965 survey that doesn't have any markings on it?
Original.
You can't get an original survey of that property. It's not our client's, it's not our client's company that commissioned that survey.
Does that mean you can't get it?
Correct.
Why
On
not?
what
It's
basis?
confidential.
And ask for it?
I can't,
Or it's just
I
too
can't,
old.
I can't call up Walbridge surveyors and say, give me a copy of John Leonard's survey for
You
his
don't
property.
think they would sell it to you, or you could do a foil or something?
I think if they sell it, they would, but I don't think they can do that at all. It's proprietary information.
Have you tried?
Numerous times on properties.
No, have you tried in this
Have you
case?
tried in this matter?
We called them, and they said, we can't get this survey.
You called them?
Yes.
Did you write to them?
No.
So there's no writing?
There's no record.
There is
When
me
did-
being
when
sworn in
did-
saying I called them,
Yeah,
and they
when
said,
did you
you
call?
cannot have
When
it.
did you call? I mean, in the last 10 years, in the last 5 years, this litigation's been going on. all
Yeah,
the
and it
time.
would seem to me that since this company was purchased over and over and over again, you would have rights as a successor,
So,
right? Under successor.
so there's, so understanding that there is limited documentation with respect prior to 1972.
So wait, prior to 1972, so you said it was the 1961 mining agreement?
And what does it say in the 61 mining agreement? Does it say depth? Does it
does not.
specifically
It does not,
address
it does
depth?
not limit the depth.
It doesn't limit, does it
Does it
say what
speak
it's
to depth?
doing, what the depth level is? Because you have to prove what depth level you were going at prior to 72.
Understood. So I think the important thing, but sometimes it's, as mentioned before, it's the absence of information that is important. That is sometimes equally or
Yeah,
sometimes
but
more
it's not in
important.
your case, because you have to demonstrate.
Understand, but
Yes.
it is the totality of the circumstances that we look
Why
at
don't
to
we, hold on,
determine
before we go
manifest.
into the totality of the circumstances.
Yes.
You're referring to the gravel mining agreement 1961, December 1961. What in there, or what that's not in there, shows Sandland's intent to mine to the depth you're saying now?
It wasn't even Sandland, the
Well, it
owner
was
at
the
the
initial
time.
Bridgehampton Sand and Gravel
Right,
Incorporated.
it's not Sandland,
Right,
right.
It's a predecessor, but it's.
But these are all predecessor companies. This
Predecessor
company
companies,
has been
it's
sold
not that
9
that company then
times.
turned into Sandland. It was a different company, it had.
Was
you have
it,
to-
were they all different companies
Yes, they were all different companies.
that just purchased the property?
Yeah.
Each
Okay.
purchaser was different.
Okay.
They aren't the same
Okay,
individuals.
so
or
what in the mining agreement?
That they can undertake mining anywhere on the premises, and there's no limitation as to the depth that the mining can be done.
Where does it say that?
It does not limit the depth at which mining can be done.
It doesn't, does it
Okay, so-
specifically say?
So I want you to point to me, there's page numbers on the side, all the places where this issue is raised.
Where this issue.
Where you're sitting here and you're advocating a certain position. So you need to go into the documents and show us what supports your position, and I want to.
That there's an absence of, there's an absence of limiting language in the gravel mining agreement.
You referred to the gravel mining agreement as supporting your position, your client's position, that they could, they expressed an intent to dig to 100 to 110 AMSL. Where is it in this
That
document?
language is not in the gravel mining.
Okay, so nothing in the
Absence of
gravel mining.
evidence.
So it is it's not, I take issue with the absence of evidence. I say, when you look at it all, and this is what I'm trying to get to, you have to, it's impossible not to talk about the totality of it all when that is the test
Okay.
put forth by the Court of Appeals.
So,
It
hold
is
on.
not point to one thing.
Hold on,
point to
hold
two
on,
things.
hold on. Stop pontificating. Hold on.
Not pontificating.
Number 413, page 413, second page, paragraph 3. Purchaser may conduct mining operations anywhere on the premises, except that purchaser may not, without the prior written authorization of the then president and the secretary or treasurer of BRRC, hereinafter called the BRRC consent, conduct mining operations upon or utilize in any way the racing circuit, any portion of the premises within 100 yards of the facilities, and any of the areas enclosed, and as follows. So, anywhere on the premises, that's what you're saying supports your client's position?
I'm saying it's among the
Purchase-
things that
right.
supports the position.
But
yes.
in this document, you're saying that that sentence supports your client's position, correct?
It is among the documents and that claim.
Don't do that with me. Don't do that with me.
I'm saying that sentence is
For
among the things that support our
This
position,
document, this sentence in this document, you say supports your client's position, correct?
So can I ask a question about that?
Correct.
Because anywhere
Thank
on
you.
the premises does not suggest depth to me in any way,
At
shape, or
any
form.
way,
correct.
shape, or form.
I'm not trying to suggest that it does.
But you just said, in your totality
What I'm saying is
argument,
there
that
is-
supports
what I'm
it,
saying
and
is
that
there's-
doesn't support it. So let's.
That was, respectfully, that was Member Leonard's language about asking if it does, and what I've been trying to say is that, and what I've said consistently, I think a number of times, is that there is no limiting language. There is no limiting language in that document.
We need to hold on, we need to make a record, and we need to be very clear what your position is.
I'm trying to get to
So
that.
sitting here and telling me that, when I ask you, does this language support your position? And you go, among other things, the answer is yes or no.
I don't know that
And you
that's
think that
necessarily accurate.
you think that this, so then this document doesn't support
I
your
don't
client's
think it's
position.
a simple yes or no question.
Can
I
I,
think-
can I just ask one thing? You said that you were going to prove that the historic depth was 100 to 110.
Yes.
Yes, right.
yes.
Where, AMSL. where does that, if you're trying to specifically state.
I'm happy to.
Yes,
I'm happy
I
to.
understand, but just saying that you've got free reign doesn't prove.
I'm not, that is by no means.
Hold on.
You know what
No,
I'm saying?
I know.
By no means, I want to be very clear,
Well,
because I agree.
the
By
Court
no
of Appeals
means is the
ag-
argument
agreed
here
with you,
that we
Susan.
had free reign, so let's assume it went down to that depth.
Right,
Under
so
no
you have to
circumstances
show
is
us.
that the argument that I'm
Okay,
trying to put
okay.
forward.
But, so what I think Mr. Leonard is saying, what I certainly would like to hear is, I want evidence that you had dug to that depth. Having no limitation mentioned does not show me evidence
I
that you
don't
dug to. All right,
on that
all right.
point,
I'm just
we
trying
are
to get a
in-
laundry list
on that
here.
point, we are in complete agreement.
Oh, good.
That I'm not trying to say that at all.
Okay.
We've kind of
I know,
gotten a
but what I'm
little
saying
sidetracked
is, show
on that
me,
issue.
show me the evidence.
And this is where I'm.
So, hold on, we have the 1961 mining agreement. Okay, next. So we've gone through it. So the only thing in the mining agreement that may support your client's position, amongst other things, is this anywhere on the premises language. There's no other language in this document that
I
affirmatively.
think the document can
It's the
speak for itself.
absence of a
No,
limitation.
hold on, it's not about the documents, we're not asking you to interpret the document, we're asking you are there other instances in this document that support your client's position that they can dig to 100 feet? And if you tell me it's, among other things, we're gonna move on and say there's nothing else in this document. I just need to know
I don't know,
in this document.
that's where I don't think we can move on to,
You
because
don't
that's
know?
not, I didn't say that. No,
Okay.
but respectfully, I think you have to let me try and answer the question.
I'm trying to let you answer the question.
I
What
don't- I'm
else
not
in
su-
this document supports your client's position?
Document itself, and the absence of any, the document itself that allows the gravel mining agreement to be done anywhere on the premises, and the absence of any, there's no limiting language in there that says you have to stop at 200 feet or
Okay,
150 feet.
so now,
That was the
let's
very
move
limited
on.
point that I raised it to you for.
Okay, perfect.
And
So
now
what's
I
the
want
next
try and-
document?
And
What's the next
next?
document?
Yeah, what's
The
next?
next document, and you have to, I understand, and I'm gonna have to vary from what your request or directive was, if I may, to say, you can't talk about what this is without talking about the mining applications and the affidavits that were filed by the mining director with the court. It's just impossible. So I'm gonna do that.
But we're doing
respectfully.
no, you're not. You're gonna
my
stick to.
presentation of my application.
No, we're gonna tell you what we want. And we're gonna direct and focus this conversation. So
I'm
right
trying
now,
to
like I
focus the
said to you,
conversation.
right now, we're doing pre-1972. We will get to after. I wanna know, what other
not talking about
documents,
after.
what other documents in this presentation? You have two sets of exhibits. What other documents other than 1961 mining agreement you claim supports your client's
The
position?
1965 survey that was submitted to the board, and that was included in multiple submissions and has been utilized, adopted, and relied upon by the New York State DEC. Again, the sole mining operator for mining operation, the sole mining regulator for mining operations within New York State.
Okay, and if we look at that exhibit,
Where is that exhibit?
hold on.
Repeatedly,
Yeah, I know, I want to
yeah,
get
I'm
to it.
talking to myself. here.
It's
big one?
It's in Exhibit H. It's part of the mining application.
Is this the one with the colors on it or not?
Yes.
Well, you've got the big one.
Yeah. Without any,
We all have the big
any
one.
other colors on it?
It's in like a pocket, I think.
It was in what packet?
Pocket. I think, right?
No, that's
No.
that's a later.
This is
This is new.
2007.
That's
This
a
is
later
not
survey,
there.
yeah.
This is
Sorry.
Not this.
Oh, here,
It's-
wait. Here's the one with the markings.
Okay, so.
Does it have an elevation?
So, this survey, without any of the markings. Okay. Now, when I look at this survey without any of the markings, all I see are elevations. It's a topographical map.
Correct.
That's sort of what you need,
Okay.
because you need the bottom.
Right. So what in this shows an expressed intent to mine to the depth of 100 AMSL without the markings?
Can I take that for a moment?
Sure.
Or another, I don't want to.
And whose markings are those?
You have to look at these. You have to look at these together, because these are both copies of this 1965 survey with different markings on them, obviously.
Was there a marking with the elevation, the base elevation on that somewhere?
This is the one that has, it shows the elevations, and this is the one that has the final grade of 120 feet right here. I don't know if I'm pointing to
Right,
the
no,
right
but
spot.
those markings were added
No,
later.
no, I'm
They
not
were-
talking about these markings, I'm talking up here.
Is there a starting elevation? What's the top elevation to the bottom elevation?
So
It
final
has been-
grade 120,
Right.
Which is,
which is what?
Which is
Which
height
is-
from the,
From
which is
below-
120
feet
feet
down.
below grade,
Below grade.
which is 100 to 110 feet above
Where are you
mean
getting
sea
that
level.
calculation?
That's a.
The
that-
notation on the mining plan?
Among, yes, from the notation of the mining plan and from the determination by
realize
the
that you can't
DEC.
calculate AMSL from from having dug 120 feet below grade unless you know the grade. It's basic algebra.
Right.
right.
You can,
So those notations on that mining plan mean nothing.
should we swear?
It's swear menu.
I think we have, with respectfully,
Okay.
an expert in the room here.
Sorry to barge in. Do you want to see it?
She got to swear you in first.
Are you an attorney? You don't have to stand up. Are you an attorney?
No.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
John Single, 3 Carriage Court, East Hampton, New York. Okay, I just wanted to clarify, when you see final grade written on a survey, that is MSL.
MSL, AMSL?
AMSL.
So it's not elevation above grade, it's below grade.
That's your final elevation, and that would be ASML.
Well, then why is it written in the mining plan from 1980 that the existing hole outlined in red as line B, which has a depth of 120 feet below the grade of the surrounding land?
It just happens that the math works out as well, that from the road, which is where they were typically talking about, because I've had several other mines where they talk about the area surrounding, they're talking about the road. The road is at 220, and 120 feet below that is 100. And at one point, I believe the survey, if I may look at it,
We're talking about a cartoon drawn on a 1965 survey for a 1980 permit application to just, to,
Well,
to,
no.
to
that's
tie.
not- that's
The
not-
final
that's not-
grade is actually
original.
part of the original
Yeah.
survey, but I contest that because we have a mining plan from 1980 which states that the area was at a depth of 120 feet below the grade of the surrounding land.
So what's the grade of the surrounding
So
land?
what's the grade, what was the grade of the surrounding land? And that's the only way that you could determine
That's right.
what the grade is above mean sea level.
That's right.
Because
That's
it's
why I brought up
algebra.
the 220 here.
Yeah, but there's 230 here, and there's 220 there, and there's 130 there, and 250 here.
Well, that's on the
So,
property.
but we're,
The surrounding land would be immediately
what was the,
surrounding there,
what
not
was the,
else,
what
not,
was the
not in
initial
the far
grade?
corner
You
of the
can't
property.
say, that notation on this mining plan, the 120 below grade
Now, you're talking
equals.
that 1980 mining, plan. I just want to make sure I'm.
Yes,
I'm
the
understanding.
1980, there's notations which are clearly written after the fact. 120 feet below grade, it approximates a 110 AMSL. 60 feet below grade approximates 170 AMSL. But you can't make those notations, you can't make those calculations unless you know what the grade was, what the starting grade
What the
was.
starting point was to dig down. In other
To dig
words, if it was
down.
Which is
100
depicted
feet up,
on- Which is the topographies are
And
depicted
and the
on that
topography
original survey.
is varied beyond belief.
It's not, it's
When
not
you say very beyond belief, can you be more
250,
specific?
240, 270, 230, 250, 260.
In
This
other,
one-
in other areas of the
250.
mine, but you're talking about the surrounding area. You don't go to the far corner of the
Well,
mine to
in
say,
the
well,
area,
this says here.
hold on, in the area, if we do look at the little drawings, the area that has the hole of 120 feet deep, existing hole 120 feet deep,
it's not AMSL.
it's not AMSL, it's
120.
deep.
Right.
And if you look at
That area started at 250.
Oh, no. The area surrounding it would be the area off of the property. The area surrounding it is the area off of the property at natural grade. And right off of this property is at 220, and this is below 120. That's how they came up with the math. as
Who-
far as
who
the
are they?
surrounding area. The DEC at the time the initial permit was granted in 79, 80.
79, 80, yeah, that's when.
Can you help me? I asked this before. Whose markings are these, the red and the green?
Those are the markings that were done by the mine operator, was it Wellington?
Yes.
Wellington and Co., the company, it's on the letterhead there. Because when you look at the mining narrative, they talk about red marking, black marking, to make very clear that those markings were made in 1979 or 1980, whenever they started the process for their application. Because remember, and part of the issue here, and, they addressed it in their papers about, what you'd have to do today for an application. And I believe, Member McDonald, you brought this up last time. You'd want to see 10 by 10 contours or test holes or what have you. And that's perfectly understandable if we were talking about a circumstance where mining in this property became non-conforming in the 90s, what have you, when the mine land reclamation statutory framework had been utilized for 25 years at that point in time. We are talking about a roughly, let's say, 12-year window from the time mining started to the time it became non-conforming, which is still 3 years prior to the time the mine land reclamation statute was adopted in 1975, and then a few more years until this property, they got around to this property to getting the mining stuff together. So that's why you have a 1979 mining narrative and 1980 permit as the first permit, and they talk about that. So I think
Can I
it's.
just ask the question, what is the initial starting elevation of the land where that original hole was?
We don't know.
Okay.
It's the 220, it's the surrounding elevation off of the
What
property.
says that?
Yeah.
What says that? You can't just sit here and have an expert from 50 years later tell us that it's from the road, that's the natural grade.
Okay.
Because he wasn't here in 1965, I'm sure.
No, but he can read the numbers on the map.
Are there numbers on the map?
I mean, John can probably, Mr. Tinsel can probably read, I'm saying, you can probably read, it probably means something to
It
Mr.
does, it
Tinsel,
says
too.
220. He gave us natural grade.
The natural grade is at 220.
You can go there today and do the same thing. It's probably still the same now. Because the contours of this topo map is going up and down. It's almost like a natural.
So where would
So
you,
it
so where
started
would
at
you take the
220.
natural grade from?
And so there's a natural grade anywhere around. You can use a road if there's a road there, that'd be the easy way, but anywhere you have, so if you look up there where they have some grade around the top of right over there, all those grades around there, that doesn't even look like it's touched yet. That would be the natural grade right there. And that's the height you would take it from.
And
It's the only
what's
thing
that
you
height?
can do.
We know what that height is.
You also have to look at what it says as final grade being 120.
Yeah, well, yes, but
So-
what the other thing is,
with
they
all
wanna know where
mining
you're
plans-
starting, and then where you're going down to, so that'll tell you you're 120, but they wanna know if you're starting at 250 or
Yeah,
220.
we need to know where did you start from?
Conversation.
I think we also need to let the applicant and their attorney get through this, because we are doing a ton of testifying, and I know we have a lot of questions, but we gotta let these guys finish their
Okay.
presentation.
Okay. All right, so go ahead.
So,
So we have some questions about what the initial level was before we
Right.
dug down.
Okay.
Just so that you know, that's initial.
And I'll just also add,
You can see it on the survey,
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
does vary.
Yeah, but maybe they're not blue. You might have to have it done, might have to be something that you have to actually have done, maybe reshot from a surveyor. Would that
We
make
get
you
it
happy?
redone every
'Cause they
5
can-
years.
the-
We
The
have
land
it.
is still at that height, so they
The
can
land
take.
over in the corner.
Yeah, it's still gonna match whatever was there, because it wasn't touched, so you're gonna have that. That's gonna be the natural grade from 100 years ago.
Yeah, but how do we know what the natural grade was according to the person who did that survey?
Well, the natural grade will be, whoever did that will be there, no matter what. That's gonna be from 50, 60, 70 years ago right there. What I'm saying is you can
But
get
it's
what the
not,
natural
was
grade
it all
was.
level? Or was it?
No.
It
And
wasn't
that's
level,
changed.
that's the problem.
Yeah, but it's gonna be close, I mean, you're gonna get,
The reason I'm getting to the road
that's
level
natural right there.
is that is typically where the DEC bases your heights off of.
And they don't play the DC, so.
Also, it very clearly states that the final elevation will be 120. So the only way that that number matches is to look at the area right outside the hole, which is 220.
But did they
That's
go
what I'm
and
saying.
actually measure it? Was that one?
they
of the
didn't
cases?
exist at that point in time as part
Okay,
of, it's
so-
part,
But she
it's
was
part of
looking
the
at,
issue here.
she was looking at, submissions and,
All I'm saying
stuff
is you need a
like that.
natural grade from the area, which is
Yeah,
still there.
right.
Which is untouched, which will tell you what the elevation of the area is, and then
Well,
you just.
I'm saying it's on that survey.
I agree with you.
And it does vary
It
at
says-
every corner.
Right, of course. But it's close enough. What I'm saying, it's gonna be within 10 feet or.
No, it's not. The elevation from corner to corner might vary, 30 to 40 feet.
Oh, is that topography, is that,
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen that, so I'd
Yeah.
have to take a drive and take a look at that.
If you look at the corner here, we're showing, this is 5 Towns topo, so let's,
Okay.
but here you're seeing 225 and up here 275, so you're seeing a
Oh, yeah,
50
right,
foot.
Because it gets to a higher elevation
You can
as
see
you
that right
go
here, I can see the numbers, it's
east and
50
north.
foot.
Can
It
we
becomes a higher. I
Extrapolate to
think that's
see
one
what
of
the
the highest
level
ones
of the height was at the point where
can't.
they were
That we don't-
digging.
we don't have that
All
kind
right,
of
so I mean, we have, it's like an issue.
No,
So,
they were just asking about the
Yeah, no.
elevations and
No,
just
no,
saying
no,
the
no, I have to
drastic
take every
changes, I just wanted
corner
to show
and
the
shoot
numbers,
the
you know.
inside.
We have every corner. It's
Let's-
on
let's
that
move on.
survey and every survey I've
Okay.
done
Yeah.
for the past
Yeah.
30
that's
years.
all, exactly, that.
Okay, so
those-
go
those
ahead, we're
corners
still
and
working on your
topos.
evidence.
So, and to the extent that subsequent documentation helps, that's why it does help, but all those, the topography goes throughout, it's part of the requirements as you go along. And it gets, where I got off track is that it gets more detailed as you go along, but, so what you're looking at now is pre-DEC, pre-anything, none of this existed, so the type of, the specificity, the detail that you would expect to see and want to see wasn't existed because that framework wasn't there, those requirements weren't there. So what you have to look at is that, I understand that there was questions about Director Dickett's testimony and historical DEC records, but they are relevant and they are critical and they have been relied upon by the department, both internally and in advancing their findings to courts in numerous matters and numerous affidavits to create the mining history of this property that the department has now adopted and relied upon in advance for nearly half a century. And so I think
Weren't
this,
all their decisions overturned? You're relying on the DEC, the department, when you say the department, right?
correct.
Okay. And haven't a series of their mining permits been annulled?
The mining permit was overturned, as we stated, on procedural grounds, procedural
It's
notice.
still annulled.
Yes,
So-
that's correct. It was annulled, but certainly.
So
So I want to point it out because I think this is an important fact that this has been the adopted and accepted history by them for over nearly half a century. And it's important.
Is that
Again,
evidence?
mining on this
Are you
property-
contending that that's evidence of?
The depth.
Yes,
intent? Okay.
absolutely.
Put that down.
Absolutely. So mining on this property, again, began in 1961 at the latest, 11 years before the use became non-conforming. The Mineland Reclamation statutory framework came in 1975, and in that ensuing 50 years, nearly half of which Sandland has been in litigation with some or all of these neighbors. The DEC's records have been clear. They have been included all of these documentations, including this mining narrative is also included in the documentation that was submitted to the building inspector in 2011, and is included in the record of the ensuing Article 78, in which this board was the party, which resulted in the statement that the entire 50 acres can be used for mining. All of this documentation was in there as well. The fact that the fact that the question about whether or not what the depth was never articulated is simply because the question was never asked until the Court of Appeals, I should say, asked the question on this upon annulling this last permit. It's not because the information was not known or because the information was not there. The question was never asked, well, we have all 50 acres, but how deep? No one ever asked that
That
question.
doesn't create a right for you, the fact that it's never stated.
No. That's not what creates the right. What creates the right is the evidence that has been submitted to show that mining was actually done to that depth.
But it's not that mining was actually done to that depth. It's that you expressed an intent to use all of the property for that purpose,
And
that verticality.
I would refer you
hold
to
on.
our expert affidavit that was by Samuel Gowan that was submitted from Alpha Geoscience that was submitted. And some of this you can take just notice of. You can look at the depth that we're talking about, a depth of 100 feet, 120 feet. That specificity doesn't matter for the purposes of this statement. You don't dig down 100 feet accidentally or not intending to do it. If you're digging from a depth of 220 feet or 230 feet down to a depth of 100 feet or 120 feet, it's because you're intending to do that. You're intending to mine that sand. It's not, as you see often, we went into this wetland or we accidentally overcleared this buffer. That's something that you can chalk up to accidents. When you're mining to this depth and you've detailed it and it's part of your ongoing operation to explore for and mine sand and gravel, your intent to mine is shown by your actual mining.
Right, hold on, but it was.
Here showing that.
Hold on a minute.
I want to
You've
show
made
you
your
that we're
point.
intending to mine to 100 feet.
Hold on.
Even though nobody had yet, that'd be a different story, and the hurdle and the bar would be a lot higher. But it was done. It's been documented and established and relied upon by the department for 50 years.
Understood, but that could be one factor of many with regard to your intent.
Correct.
What you did, but also what you showed you intended to do. So I'm taking from everything we've done just now is that the only thing you have pre-1972 is the 1961 mining agreement and the 1965 survey without any of the additional markings from 1980. Then we go forward to the mining plan from 1980, which was submitted with the mining permit application and reclamation report. When I look at that, I'm not looking at the notations on the side. I'm putting that aside for right now. But what I'm looking at is that this document identifies that previously prior mining operations created the existing hole, which has a depth of 120 feet below grade. So that doesn't say anything about what it is AMSL, and we've gotten to that whole quagmire, and now we're out of it. But then it goes on to say, the screening operation and removal of banks shall start at the mining practice shall continue at this rate through 1980, 81, and 82. So hold on. Current mining operations since 1975 have been using stockpiled sand mined prior to 75, and mining bank run and loam as indicated in area of line C and line D at an average depth of 10 feet below existing grades and expanding at a rate of 1 acre per year in surface perimeter. So current mining operations as of 1980, from 1975 to 1980, were at an average depth of 10 feet below existing grade. Then we move on to the next paragraph. This mining practice shall continue.
No, it says shall continue, not were. That's important. This is a future-looking statement about shall continue.
Just a minute, I haven't made my point.
Okay.
This mining practice shall continue at this rate through 80, 81, and 82 with the resumption of screening sand in the existing hole in 1980. The screening operation and removal of bank run shall start at a new depth of 60 feet below grade and be confined to the area indicated within line D. The long-range mining limits of the operation shall cease at line A, at which time line A will have a depth of 60 feet below grade with the exception of the previous existing hole of 120 feet.
Correct.
That's your statement of intent.
No, that's not,
The
how is that our statement of
long-range
intent?
mining limits of the operation shall cease at line A, at which time line A will have a depth of 60 feet below grade.
So there's two things that you have to look
Exception
at
of the
there.
previous existing 120, from line A to 25 feet from property lines, blah, 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 shall be established with a 10-foot terrace at the 30-foot depth. The screening operation shall increase the surface dimension of the existing hole to line D by 1/2 acre per year at a depth of 60 feet.
So there's two things you have to look at there. Probably more than two things, but let's say two things that you have to look at there. This is now a mining narrative being put to the department for a first-time mining permit to show, because they want to have, they don't want to have just one giant hole that goes on a 50-acre parcel that, mind you, has now been, as this board had already stated, the entire 50 acres could be used for mining. The department doesn't want just one hole in a 3-acre portion to go down as far as you can and just kind of leave the rest for a later date. The whole point of creating the mine land use law and the whole mine land permitting program was to have an orderly use of these mines. So that is why in that instance, in 1979, 1980, during that permit term, they said, okay, we're gonna start mining here. We're not gonna go down just 100 feet as we go along. It's gonna be done at a shallower depth. But what's also important there, you said that's a statement of intent. It is not the statement of intent at the time the mine became non-conforming. That is when that issue becomes right. Not a later statement to say during this permit term,
But what
we're
it
gonna mine less
shows,
than that.
hold
In
on,
1980
that's a slick argument, but it doesn't
it's not
fly.
meant to be
No, it
slick.
doesn't fly, and I'm gonna
1980
tell
is
you what.
After 1972.
Oh, is it?
It is.
Thank you for helping me with chronology. This document makes clear that in 1980, this company had stated that prior to 1975, a hole was dug to 120 feet below grade. And it says nothing else about our intention to move forward and continue to scrape the land to 120 feet below grade. According to this, that hole is in a time warp. It's done.
I don't think that's an accurate way to look at it.
I think it's
you
an
look at-
absolutely accurate way of looking at it. Let me finish. And then it goes on to say, we're just going to be doing the rest of the land to 60 feet. Now, take it one step further. A of your submission states on page 3, which is Mined Land Use Plan for Sandland Corporation, Wayne Scott Sand and Gravel Mine, prepared for John Tintle by Alpha Geoscience, dated January 6, 2017, at paragraph 2.4.2, mining method and sequence. Most of the mine floor is at its target elevation of 160 feet relative to mean sea level.
That was the parameters of the mining permit at that time.
At its target elevation. So that says to me that even in 2017, Sandland's target elevation was 160 feet AMSL.
That's because that's what our current mining permit allowed for.
Well, then why didn't you make that clear?
Because you're only describing in each one of your permits, you're only describing your mining activities for the next 5 years.
Right, and in comparison, and when you look and compare what documentation you have with regard to your client's intention to dig to 100 feet AMSL, there's nothing. There is hold on, let me finish. There's absolutely nothing. Your mining agreement says nothing about mining. It says anywhere on the premises, which means any location in the premises, not how deep you can go. The 1965 survey says nothing about, we're going to be stripping this land to 100 feet AMSL. If you actually could produce, like, what you really needed to look at, and it was borne out by at least one of the decisions, the Court of Appeals decision, you would have evidence of internal memos in the company saying what your plans were long-term. You would have a long-term mining plan. You would have bored holes in the ground in order to determine what kind of rock you were able to access, and showing how deep you were willing to go. You would have, assuming you have investors, you would have communications to investors saying that this is what our plan is for the future, for the next 10 years, 20 years. You would have a 10, 20, 30, 40-year plan saying that this is what we're going, and these are the depths to which we're going to go. I don't see any of that here.
So I have to.
The depths that are, go ahead, I'm sorry, yes.
I think what Mr. Leonard is saying is compelling, and you ought to listen, because there is a paucity of evidence with respect to the intent at 120 or 100. It's not there. There's little shreds of interesting pieces of paper with drawings on old surveys that you say you can't get originals of. There's conflicting information in all these documents. I can't get there unless you have more to show. I just want you to know that, and maybe you can do better.
I think the conflicting, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
If I had to tell my entire life story, I could because I lived it. Present owners acquired the property with 6 or so owners prior to that happening, and the documentation that the Court of Appeals is asking to be produced to allow this to continue, frankly, I don't see it. I know you're doing the best with what you got, and you're doing your best to reconstruct history archaeologically as best you can. It's not there. And as much as you want to try to continue to argue that it is, I just don't see it. And it's not like we haven't been patient to listen and trying to get it. So I agree with you.
I think what's getting lost here a little bit is that the initial directive to me was to talk about prior to 1972. But respectfully, in order to counter the history that the DEC has adopted and what the pre-1972 documents show.
We don't have to accept the DEC's findings.
However many,
you don't understand that.
I do understand that.
You don't have to defer to the DEC.
If you could,
we just don't.
If you could let me, the directive to me was to talk about pre-1972, right? But in order to, what I'm saying is that in order to then, there is what there is prior to 1972. I'm not discounting that. But that means you have to go to other documentation, and that includes the DEC's findings, the DEC's affidavits, and the history that they have adopted and used as the baseline mining history of this property for 50 years. In order to counter that,
we're not accepting their determinations. You have to recognize that. You have to get over that. You have to get over that idea of yours that in some way, shape, or form, we are going to sit here and just take an affidavit from Catherine Dickert, and that's going to be the Bible according to this.
Okay, but John, that can go to your persuasiveness. Can we just let Mr. Matthews finish? Let's just let him finish.
In order to counter the conclusions that have been adopted and advanced by the DEC and shown by the historic documents and their history as the sole regulator, as the sole inspector, correct? You're now turning to documents from 1980 and 2017 to show what the intent was when that, by your own admission at the start, was not the controlling time period. And so getting to the point about what the case law you're talking about.
To show that in 1980 and in 2017, your intent still wasn't.
See, but what you're doing is misreading that because you're talking about that mine land use plan talks about a specific permit term that under that term had a permitted floor from the department, not from a zoning perspective, of 160. And that's what the target elevation was.
Okay, I'm going to interject here. Do you have any other evidence no, Brian, we're going to have to move on.
Yes.
Do you have any other evidence to support your proposition that before 19 72, the intent was to dig to 100 to 110 MSLS.
We have the totality based on,
All
talking
right,
about what's
you- so
there.
you gave us-
The actual mining that was done to that depth, I think is a pretty
In one
compelling.
narrow spot.
It's pretty
One-
compelling. When you look at the law, it only has to be in one narrow spot.
Okay, that's great.
All right, that's your evidence. Okay.
Thank you. I know it's a lot, and I know it can get, but I do appreciate the board's time. I
Okay.
really do.
I do as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. And now we're going to have the respondents come up. Whatever you want to do.
Bob is such a comedian.
Are you scared of us?
Is the microphone
No, it's
on?
good.
I'm joking with you. I'm joking with you.
Nobody's used
You
it
know-
all night. It wasn't
Yeah.
even on.
You know, being in court, you have to stand up to speak to a judge. I know this isn't a court, but I'm
You're
not
always-
used to. Yeah, exactly.
Doing your squats.
All right. Yes. We're looking at the time.
Yes, it's
Please,
late.
you know, to the extent you can be succinct, we'd really appreciate it.
Yes, of course. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Chair and members of the board, good evening. My name is Reed Super Law Group, 222 Broadway, 22nd floor, New York, New York, 10038. I represent Joseph Fair, who is an abutting neighbor to the south and of the mine. And on October 2nd, we submitted jointly with the lawyers for an abutting neighbor to the north and civic and environmental groups our response and exhibits, and 3 affidavits with their exhibits. One of the affidavits was from a hydrogeologist, Sylvan Long, who has been analyzing sand land, its maps, its surveys for more than 12 years. Mr. Long is here on Zoom. He would like to speak for a couple of minutes after I do, and we would ask if you could indulge us that Mr. Long speak directly after I speak. We think it would help with the continuity rather than going around the room. Whoever wants to speak, if Mr. Long could follow me, we would appreciate that.
That's fine.
But my co-counsel lawyers who submitted the response with me, John Barone and Claudia Bramer, are also on Zoom. They may not speak given the late hour, but they'll raise their hands if there's some small point they need to add. We also submitted previously a petition of dozens of neighbors. I don't believe any of them are going to speak, given the nature of the application. They can't add anything about what happened pre-1972, but they did say that they do not want to see this mine, which has been non-conforming for 53 years, expanded, which is consistent with New York policy, and they want to see it reclaimed, which is consistent with the facts here. This applicant in 1991 said in the DEC permit application, there's only 10 more years left of mining, and then wrote to DEC in 2003 and said, we look forward to reclaiming this site soon. So the neighbors' petition is relevant both to the facts and the standard in that regard. Let me say a couple of overarching things about the application before turning to the horizontal and then maybe briefly the vertical extent issues. Sandland's burden, as has been said many times, is to demonstrate with sufficient persuasive evidence, that's the term this board used in 2012, that its predecessor, we're going back 6 to 10 predecessors ago, prior to 1972, clearly manifested an intent to go both to the width and depth that they now seek to mine. In Sandland's reply brief, they use the phrase intent to limit more than 5 times. I think we heard Brian say limiting language, limiting maybe 12 times, 20 times tonight. That's an attempt to flip the burden, to switch the burden. The test under Syracuse aggregate, Buffalo crushed stone, the town of Southampton case, it's not whether there was an intent to limit, it's whether the applicant has clearly manifested an intent to mine not only the area that was mined at the time of nonconformance, but to expand that, that mining to other areas of the property. It's not whether there is an absence of limiting, of an intent to limit. That's the classic attempt to flip the burden, and they keep saying it over and over and over. The other thing that the burden means is it doesn't really matter what we say, even if we didn't appear, even if nobody else appeared, it would still be for this board to determine whether what the applicant has submitted meets their burden. So all the attacks on us, that's really just a distraction. It is an applicant that has to meet a burden, and it's for this board to decide. A key fact in the Syracuse aggregate and Buffalo crushed stone cases, both of them, the Court of Appeals made clear that at no time had those property owners or their predecessors used any of their property for any other use. Very clear in those decisions. Here, the solid waste uses predominate much of the history of this property. And I want to point something out about the solid waste uses. Brian has been conflating the two different types. There's many different types of solid waste uses here, but the receipt of debris for disposal and landfilling is different than the processing of waste. What this board found, and the second department upheld in 2012, upheld in 2016, was that prior to 1972, there was the receipt of waste for landfilling, for dumping. That was pre-existing. That can't happen anymore. You can't dump on the property in landfill since the late 80s, 1990, because the Long Island landfill law prohibits that. But that use was existing at that time, and the evidence of the existing hole, the deep hole, is more consistent with it having been used for waste. In fact, there's testimony that it was in 1990, some of it was dug up, it was filled back in, that hole was filled back to grade, back to 160, 170. But that solid waste use was found by this board in the Court of Appeals, the dumping, to pre-exist the 1972. But the processing of waste, that's what was not being done then. It was done later until this board found that it did not pre-exist 1972, and that's when the C of O was changed. So the current situation at Sandland, DEC's 2013 permit governs. All of the subsequent permits were annulled. The 2013 permit has a limit, a horizontal limit of 160 feet above mean sea level, and it has an acreage of 31 and a half acres, but that's later than 1972. Now they're asking, the Sandland is asking DEC for an expansion permit, both laterally and horizontally. And the reason why this is before the board is that DEC has asked the town to opine on the nonconforming use. So it comes here not only because of the application from Sandland, but because DEC has asked the town, because the state environmental conservation law, as explained by the Court of Appeals, says the DEC has to defer to the town, and DEC can't even process a mining permit that seeks to expand beyond what zoning allows, and in this case, what the nonconforming use would allow. Okay, let me talk about the horizontal extent of mining. And Sandland has said it's not seeking that determination, but most of the argument has been about that. Tonight it said, for the sake of argument, let me explain why we think we can go to all 50 acres. It's not only did the Court of Appeals say that wasn't determined, many other courts and decision makers have said that. The DEC's chief administrative law judge said that in 2018. That's our Exhibit 10. Multiple courts have said that. The Court of Appeals, the Suffolk County Supreme Court, the town attorney said that in the letter to DEC. The current chief building inspector said that in the referral to this board. It has not been determined. And what Sandland is doing is conflating three different issues with respect to the use. First, there's the existence of the use, and no one disputes that's the existence of a sand mining use prior to 1972. The second issue is what parcel or parcels that use can be conducted on. And that is what was decided by the chief building inspector in 2011, that not only the original 25-acre parcel could be used, but also the later acquired second 25-acre parcel that was later merged. That's the second issue. That was decided. But the extent of the use on either of the 25 acres, that has not been decided. The 25 acres or 50 acres that are referred to, in fact, the C of O in 2011 says nothing about acreage at all. It's the separate memo. And when that refers to 25 acres, it's using 25 acres to identify a parcel, the first 25-acre parcel, the second 25-acre parcel. It's a compound adjective, 25 acres. Sometimes there's a hyphen there, sometimes not. Sometimes it's said as the second 25 acres. But it's which parcel can be mined. And the Buffalo Crest Stone is a case like this. Many of those cases have some or all of the three issues that I'm talking about. In some of those cases, such as Buffalo Crest Stone, there were subparcels. And we cited another case, I could look it up if you want to know the name, I don't remember it off the top of my head, where the issue is when there is a pre-existing non-conforming mining use on one parcel or a subparcel, can that be expanded to an adjacent parcel owned by the same person? So the question is, can it be on both parcels, or does it have to be limited to the first 25-acre parcel? And in 2016, when the assistant town attorneys filed a brief with the second department, that's all they were saying. That page, it says that both 25-acre parcels could be used for mining. It doesn't say that they were. It doesn't say that every inch of those two 25-acre parcels, merged 50-acre parcel, has a pre-existing non-conforming use. It's that either of the two 25-acre parcels could be used. It was not confined to the 25 acres that were owned the first time one of the predecessors came before this board in 1961 and got approval for a mobile screening plant. And at that time, they said that they would do the mining so as to not leave a large hole. They were going to keep the overburden, put it back in, put in some topsoil, not leave a large hole. So in 1961, there was no numerical intention expressed, horizontally or vertically. It was only the 25 acres that were owned. But all that was said in 2011 and all that was said to the second department was either of the 25-acre parcels could be used for this non-conforming use, but not all of the acres within the now merged 50-acre parcel. And Sandland does I won't say a good job, but they do a frequent job of trying to conflate all those issues together. You can actually see that what they were talking only about, whether it can be on a certain parcel or not, in the transcript of the there were 4 hearings in 2011, and Sandland put in its reply brief, there are only 2 new exhibits on the reply brief. Exhibit E to the reply brief was one of the transcripts from when this board heard the appeal from the building inspector's determination. And in that hearing, Mr. Matthews and David Egan, who was the other lawyer for Sandland at the time, they described it the same way. On page 54 of that transcript, again, that's Exhibit E to their reply brief, Mr. Matthews said that the use was permitted on that 25 acres, and then also permitted on that second 25-acre property. Not that all of it could be used, but that it could be on either property. On page 52, Mr. Egan says essentially the same thing. It was legal on both pieces of that 25 acres at that time. Mr. Egan also said that they would need to show an intent to use the whole property in order for a pre-existing non-conforming use to fall to that whole property. So it's very clear that, except for the recent attempts to muddy it, that all that this board determined back then is that both 25-acre parcels could have a pre-existing non-conforming use on it, but not how much of that land would be used. A quick point about, Brian said finality is a big point here. This was determined a long time ago. We cited a case, Parkview Associates versus the City of New York, 71 New York 2nd, 274, 1988, which said estoppel is not available to preclude a governmental entity from discharging its statutory duties. A permit is invalid when issued and there are no vested rights, even when there are harsh results. There was a mistake made there. There was a building that should have been, by New York City zoning code, only 19 stories. They got a building permit for 31 stories. It was substantially complete. They had gone well past the 19 stories, and the Court of Appeals said New York City can correct that mistake, and that they are not stopped from enforcing the law even when there is an erroneous determination. So even if there was some mistake made back then and some sloppy language that somebody said 50 acres when they meant on the parcels, this board could correct that under the Court of Appeals decision in Parkview Associates. Another thing that Brian likes to cite is Justice Whalen of the Suffolk County Supreme Court's decision in November of 2024 denying our application to intervene in one of the cases that Sandland filed after the Court of Appeals. What they don't submit is the decision and judgment from that case from March 2025. We submitted it as our Exhibit 14, and in that decision, Justice Whalen did a couple of things. For one thing, dismissed the case, rejected Sandland's position. They were trying at that time, as it had been for a long time, to win the issue of horizontal use by sort of judicial fiat or administrative fiat and say this was decided 12 years ago. And Justice Whalen, in the decision that Sandland didn't submit, said no. The town attorney's letter was perfectly consistent with the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals made clear that neither the horizontal or vertical extent has ever been determined, and you can't do this by coming into court. You have to go through the normal zoning process in the town of Southampton. That's the decision he didn't put in. All Justice Whalen said in the earlier decision denying our intervention is that intervention, which is discretionary, that the town of Southampton, and DEC, which were defendants in the case, would be the only defendants, and we weren't permitted to intervene. We sought re-argument of the intervention decision, and then in the final judgment, Justice Whalen in March of 2025, again, didn't let us intervene. He dismissed the case on the motions to dismiss from the town and DEC, but didn't mention anything of the reasons that Sandland claims would work against us trying to raise the issues. But it's not about whether any neighbor is raising an issue now that they claim we should have been raised later. It's whether the applicant met its burden. What Justice Whalen said is that what the Court of Appeals said is that neither the horizontal or the vertical has ever been determined.
Can I ask you a question with regard to that Justice Whalen's decision?
Of course.
In the decision of October 29, 2024, he does state that as the statute of limitations for the proposed interveners to challenge the updated certificate of occupancy has long expired, the proposed interveners are time barred from trying to assert a challenge to the scope of the mining rights under the guise of a motion to intervene. What do you make of that?
We weren't trying to appeal the 2012, 2011 CBO. We were trying to intervene in support of the town and DEC, as we have in many cases, to dismiss the case that Sandland brought, where Sandland was making the argument that it didn't need to come here because this had been determined long ago. They were trying to get the Suffolk County Supreme Court to say that the town's letter was inappropriate and had misinterpreted the Court of Appeals. And Justice Whalen said, I'm not going to let you intervene, but then in the judgment said the town's letter was perfectly appropriate, that the Court of Appeals said that it hasn't been determined, and in either horizontal or vertical, and that Sandland would need to come here. And again, we moved for rehearing on that, and then there's the final decision, which supersedes the November 24 decision, and he doesn't give those grounds in the March decision for re-argument. And whatever respectfully Justice Whalen says, it can't override what the Court of Appeals said. But all we were doing was seeking to intervene. It was the town that took the position that Sandland would have to come here and make an application and for its pre-existing non-conforming use. And if it didn't agree with the determination by this board, it would challenge it then in the normal course for challenging zoning decisions. At that time, Justice Whalen thought they would go to the building inspector, and then the appeal would be here, and then they would go to court. Now, you skip over the building inspector. But that's all he said. Unless there are other questions on the horizontal.
Well, my only other question is, this language in the town's, the zoning board's brief on page 22, how, stating that agreeing with the Supreme Court's citing of Syracuse and holding that, in fact, that holding was used by the chief building inspector when he determined that the entirety of the 50-acre premises could be devoted to the pre-existing non-conforming mining use, notwithstanding the 1961-1962 ZBA decision. How is that not collateral estoppel?
It's not.
How would that not be collateral
Collateral
estoppel?
estop-
We've taken that position once before. We won.
Well, no, you didn't win on that issue because that issue wasn't before the second department. The only thing that was before the second department were the waste processing issues.
Right.
But that's also not what your counsel said. That brief says that the entirety, both 25-acre parcels, could be used for mining, that it's not limited to only one of the 25. It's the issue of which parcel. Because in 1961, when there was the first decision by this board overturning the decision of the building inspector that allowed the screening plant, there was only one parcel owned at that time. And what the assistant town attorneys was saying is that either of the 25, well, this is actually what the building inspector said, and then your attorney said, that either of the 25-acre parcels could be used. It's not limited to only that 25-acre parcel.
See, I think
It's
you're.
both parcels.
I think you're adding language to it.
Yep.
To be quite honest with you. I don't agree with your interpretation of that paragraph. I think that when the attorney says that the chief building inspector determined that the entirety of the 50-acre premises could be devoted to the pre-existing non-conforming mining use, that doesn't mean, well, some could and some could not. That means the entire 50 acres could be used, and under the doctrine of a diminishing asset, they don't have to use all of it. They can at the same time. But the chief building inspector determined that the entirety of the 50 acres could be used for that purpose.
But he didn't. If you look at the if you look at the C of O, if you look at the memo from 2011, it doesn't say that. It says both 25-acre parcels can be used. And it also wouldn't be estoppel again because the board didn't win on that issue. That wasn't a contested issue. It wasn't an issue at all. The issue was whether the solid waste processing issues had predated 1972. If anything was dicta, it was the extraneous statement about the mining use, because that wasn't before this board, and it wasn't before the Supreme Court or the second department back then. Any non-specific language that may be dicta is not estoppel, and it can't change what the Court of Appeals says, can't change what the building inspector said, and what this board said on the appeal from that building inspector. It was which parcel to use.
Okay.
Can we move on to?
Yeah, move on
vertical?
to verticality.
Okay, on verticality. I want to just make sure the board is clear about some of the maps and plans that you were looking at with the applicant. And first of all, attached to the 1965 survey, as you know, does not exist in its original form in the record. It is just simply attached with markings to the 1980 mining plan. There are two versions with two different markings attached to the 1980 mining plan. The markings are different, but the one of that the mining plan was referring to is very clear. Only one of them has a line A, a line B, a line C, a circle with an X in it. And so wherever the other one came from, it was not attached to the mining plan as the one that was being referred to. And our hydrogeologist, Sylvan Long, in his affidavit, and his Exhibit 3 contains the version of the 1980 mining plan with those two marked up versions of the 1965 survey that he obtained from DEC. I don't know where the applicant got theirs from, but they're not exactly the same versions that DEC had. Mr. Long, he says this in his affidavit, he spoke with Catherine Dickert. He asked her, what did you base these statements in your affidavit on? She said, I don't know, I'd have to check my files. He wrote to the DEC attorney and said, can you please send us the documents that she based her decision on? DEC sent him the documents, and he attached them as Exhibit 3.
When did that happen, roughly, just what time period are we talking about? Roughly.
The affidavits are, he's going to speak, but the affidavits are 2019, and my guess would be somewhat shortly thereafter. But he will know exactly.
Okay, that's fine.
But, so if you look at Exhibit 3 to the Long affidavit.
Presentations on each case.
There is a version, the first page is a version of the Wellington Realty Corp. Letter that board member Leonard was reading from earlier. It does not have those markings in the margin. So those could not have been added by the landowner when they were submitted to DEC, because DEC has a version that doesn't have it. So they had to have been added not in 1980, which is 15 years after 1965 and 8 years after 1972, but they had to have been added sometime after they were submitted to DEC, because DEC has a version without them. Then, if you look at the two maps that are attached to that 1980 mining plan, only one of them, it's the first one in sequence, both in the applicant's Exhibit H and in the Sylvan Exhibit 3. It's only the first one that has the markings that are referred to in the mining plan. Only one of them has line A, line B, line C, line D, and that circle with the X in it. The second one has, it says stockpile, there's a circle, the circle's in a different place. That's not the one that's being referred to in 1980. Now, all of this is post-1972, but no one should be looking at the second map as something that was being referred to in the 1980 mining plan, because the 1980 mining plan clearly refers to the markings that are on the first one. And the board was talking about the final grade 120. That's on the second map. That was not referred to in the mining plan. If you look at the first map, the one that says line A, B, C, D, the grade is the 120 is crossed off, and it says 160. We don't know when it was crossed off. We don't know when 160 was added. We don't know any of this. But the board should not think that they have pre-72 evidence or even 1980 evidence that says final grade 120. There's one that says 120, and the one that was referred to in the mining plan says final grade 160. It was changed. So that's an important point about those documents. There's two maps attached, but there's also two versions of these materials. And the provenance, if we want to say, of the ones that we submitted has been established because they came from DEC to our hydrogeologist. In terms of the vertical, the vertical extent, there is nothing pre-1972 that describes any specific depth whatsoever. The earliest is the 1980 mining plan, and the 1980 mining plan and everything between then and 2013 and 2017 speaks to a final grade of 160 AMSL. 160 AMSL, the 60 feet below grade does essentially equate to 160 to 170 AMSL. But the lowest possible final floor of the mine, from all of the documentation that postdates 1972, is clearly no lower than 160 AMSL. And that was clear. That was clear in all of these documents. You've heard Sandland say many times, when we apply to DEC for a permit, we're only talking about that 3 years or those 5 years. That's not the language they used. That's not how mining permits work now. That's not how mining permits worked then. DEC or any regulator needs to know not only what are you going to do in the next permit term, and that's what gets approved for now, but they also need to know the long-term plans. So in 1980, the Wellington Realty Corp letter, the mining plan said this is the current and future mining plans of the operation. In 2013, DEC approved the permit, and whenever they approve a permit, they say all mining has to be done in accordance with the approved site plan, and they stamp the site plan. And there's always a narrative that comes in with it. So in 2013, that site plan said proposed final elevation equals 160. The mined land use plan said the final elevation of mine floor shall be 160. Not final in a few years when this permit is up, final. The permit says no mining below final grade. With one exception, there's a sump, there's a drainage area that the 2013 mining plan says that was excavated to 130 because they needed somewhere for the water to go, and DEC allowed that, but then DEC said that has to be brought back up to 160. And there's no backfilling that is allowed other than in that sump area to achieve the final elevation of 160. So it's not, we're going to mine to 100 and then we're going to go find 60 feet of fill and bring it back in to get to the final grade. No, the final grade is how far down you can go. So the only evidence is post-72. And let me talk a little bit about the existing hole, the 1980 mining.
I just wanted you to get there.
All right, good.
Absolutely, the stump dump.
The stump dump. So there was the sump, and then there's the stump dump, and which is stump dump is an approximately 3-acre area in what was called an existing hole in 1980. That 1980 plan says that prior mining created a hole 120 feet below grade. It doesn't say it was done before 1972. It says it was done before 1975 because that's when the mined land reclamation law was effective. So that's why that's their reference year. There's no evidence as to when it was done, except that it was prior to 1975. The only affidavits that Sandland submitted with its original application were the older affidavits from 2005, 2011, from Baranowski, Mayaneski, Versace. There were also from John Tintle in the previous proceeding affidavits, and we put in some deposition transcripts from Mr. Tintle and from Mayaneski. And all of that documentation is more consistent with the hole having been used to bury waste when they were receiving waste at that time than it was for mining. may have been both, we don't know, but there was a lot of evidence that there was an existing hole where dumping was happening. Mr. Tintle testified previously, not tonight, that when the Long Island landfill law came into existence, they dug out some or all of that waste from the hole. So when Sandland says nobody would mine to a certain depth without the intention of going to that same depth across the entire property, that is a generic statement that disregards the actual evidence here. It disregards that in 1980, they said outside that existing hole, they were going to go only 60 feet below grade. It disregards that hole was used for disposing waste, and it disregards that hole has already been filled in back to be level with the mine floor of 160 and 170. And you see that in the 2013 permit application. This is in the long affidavit exhibit 5, and there are two 2013 mining plans in here because one was submitted, DEC said the application was incomplete. So the revised one, the one to look at is the one that says revised, handwritten.
Sorry, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
What- I appreciate it. What exactly are you opposing? The right to mine on any land, the vertical, the horizontal? What, narrow it down so we know what you're opposing. Everything that they can do on this land?
No, we have conceded long ago that they have a pre-existing non-conforming right to mine.
The entire 50 acres?
No. No. To the mining.
The initial
so there's the
25.
use, there's on what parcel, and there's the extent. With respect to the extent, the 2013 permit from DEC, which says that they can only go to 160 feet above mean sea level and 31 and a half acres wide, that is already greater than their pre-existing non-conforming use. The pre-existing non-conforming use is no lower than 160 feet AMSL, and in the 1980 permit, that was for 20 acres. Not 20 acres during the term of that permit, because they said they were going to go 2 acres a year for the 3 years of that permit on a total of 20 acres. So the earliest permit after 1972 allows only 20 acres. So that the pre-existing non-conforming use is no greater than 20 acres.
So they didn't
Why?
put the entire 50 acres in that permit application, then it disqualifies it from using the rest, is what you're saying?
Well, there's nothing pre-72 that indicates an intent to go to the depth or breadth that they're going now. The earliest information we have in terms of an expressed intent is 1980, and then they said they were going to go to a maximum extent of 20 acres. Not 20 acres during that permit term. They said 2 acres a year during that permit term, and to a maximum of 20, and to a maximum of 160 below grade.
What about the 61 and 62 mining agreements that took place with the transfer of the land? They go back to 1961 and 1962.
Right, and there is no expressed intent to go to any particular depth. The
But
only,
it does encompass the entire 50 acres.
right, both of the 25-acre parcels can be used for the pre-existing non-conforming use. Not 100% of those parcels. I mean, you've got buffers, you've got slopes. you've got- but-
Obviously within the buffers.
Yeah, but they would have to.
It doesn't discuss that, I understand it doesn't discuss that, but the 50 acres can be used with the buffers that are in place.
But with all due respect, that argument and what Sandland is saying would completely undo Syracuse Aggregate, Buffalo Crushed Stone, and the whole line of cases, which says that owning a parcel and mining some of it doesn't automatically give you the pre-existing non-conforming right to go to the far ends or even within the buffers of that parcel. So you have to have demonstrated prior to the upzoning an intent.
I would think that the agreement they had in 61 and 62 shows that intent, that they're gonna use that 50 acres for mining, absent certain exclusions that were placed in that agreement.
Well, it wasn't 50 acres at that point.
It was 25 and an additional 25,
Later, yeah,
but it was a year, like a year apart.
63.
That's not the type of evidence that the Court of Appeals has looked to. They look to permits, they look to exploration, they look to exclusive use of the property for mining.
That's.
All of the
I don't think they're gonna file a permit. They're gonna file it as they need to go to that next parcel, not file a permit for the entire 50 acres at the same time.
they filed a permit for 20 acres, because what they said at that time is currently, we're going to do 2 acres a year, so that's 6 acres within this permit term, but the future extent is 20 acres. That's what they said in,
So you're saying they can't change that once they,
not after it became non-conforming. They could change it with respect to DEC, but they can't change it with respect to the town of Southampton because it's non-conforming.
I disagree with that, but that's, go ahead.
Okay. It's the concept of life of mind, that there has always been an expression of the long-term and the current use. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Important on this, but let me conclude by talking about, and this is really sort of your question, you know, what are we asking this board to do? And again, the application has come to you because of an application from a landowner, but also because DEC has asked the town, because of the environmental conservation law provision, has asked the town what the extent of the pre-existing non-conforming use is. And Sandland applied to DEC for permits that would expand the amount of area, both vertically and horizontally, that it could mine beyond the 2013 permit. What this board should do, we believe, is to tell DEC that there is no pre-existing non-conforming use beyond the limits of the 2013 permit. With respect to vertical, that's 160 feet AMSL. It may be that pre-72, they didn't even express an intent to go that far, to 160 across the property, or outside of the existing hole that has been filled, but 160 is the lowest. That's the 2013 permit. So there is no pre-existing non-conforming use to go below 160. If they don't have that right, DEC can't process a permit. DEC has asked the town attorney has said Sandland needs to go before this board. Sandland has now gone before this board. What this board should determine and what the town should tell DEC is that no permit can be issued or even processed that goes below 160 ASML. With respect to the horizontal use, we believe this board should make the determination, again, consistent with the town attorney has said, is that they have no horizontal pre-existing non-conforming rights greater than the 20 acres, which was in the permit. This is not even pre-1972, it's 1980, but 20 acres is the earliest intent that they have expressed in terms of a horizontal use of the property. But if the board were to conclude that because Sandland didn't ask for a determination as to the horizontal use, what this board should most certainly not do, we believe, is say that is not before you, you weren't asked to do it, and as a result, it's not part of your decision. Because what will happen then, and we've seen this happen over and over, is that Sandland will cite that as an endorsement by this board of everything that they've said about the horizontal scope having been determined in 2011. So if this board is going to say, and we think you shouldn't, we think you should determine that the 20 acres, or even if this board went to the 31.5 acres that's in the current permit, even though that's way past 1972, there is still no pre-existing non-conforming use that goes beyond its existing 2013 permit. But if the board chooses not to do that, if the board says we weren't asked to render that decision, we're not going to go beyond what Sandland started asking us for, then this board should make clear that it is not agreeing with, and if it rejects, then it rejects anything about the Sandland's position on horizontal use, because silence on that issue will be taken, and we'll see it cited in 22 different courts, that this board 100% agreed with everything Sandland said on that, because that's why they didn't decide the issue. So I would urge this board to be very clear, whatever it does with respect both to vertical and horizontal, but particularly horizontal, because we have this application that says we're not asking you, but we are, for sake of argument, maybe we are. The board needs to be really clear as to what it decides with respect to the horizontal use.
Okay, is that the conclusion?
That is the conclusion. Again, I would ask that Sylvan Long, our hydrologist, be allowed to speak next. You'll be very brief.
Okay, I hope so, because it's been over 2 hours.
It is very late.
And we've had a long meeting to start with.
10-second preface for Sylvan. Sandland did not submit an affidavit of any expert with their moving papers. They submitted an affidavit of Samuel Gowan only on reply, responding to what Sylvan Long said. So Sylvan was not able to respond to Gowan in his papers because there was nothing in the opening. Mr. Gowan has misrepresented what Sylvan said so badly that he even put in quotes words to suggest that Sylvan said that when he did not. So Sylvan has prepared a short affidavit that I have here.
That's
and
short?
It's short, but in the interest of time, he'll only hit the high points and summarize it. He won't read it. If you prefer he read it, he'll read it, but I've brought 11 copies.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking that was the single copy. Okay. If it's 11 copies, I feel better.
It's 11 copies. He attached his CV so that you have it. But, so to keep it real short, he will just hit the highlights.
I need to swear you in, unless you're an attorney, but I don't think you are. I think, you're
I'm
a
not.
geologist. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My poor dog.
Sylvan Long, 6500 Rockside Road, Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, Sylvan. So you heard my pitch. Please, let's try to be
Short.
short and precise.
Understood. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Sylvan Long. I'm a senior technical expert with Haley and Aldrich. I have 22 years of experience performing geospatial analysis of topographic mapping data. I won't go into the rest of my credentials because those are provided in the affidavit, but I'll also mention briefly that I have more than 12 years of experience working on this specific matter, where my role began with geospatial analysis of survey and mapping data, and then performing analysis of historical permit data and the associated documentation. As you're aware, I submitted an initial affidavit on October 2nd, and Mr. Gowan responded to that affidavit in his affidavit, and there are several, with all due respect to Mr. Gowan, several misrepresentations of what I said that I'd like to respond to briefly. Reed touched on the points from my initial affidavit. I won't belabor those. The main points are Sandland has not submitted evidence from prior to the 1972 upzoning that demonstrates a specific manifest intent to mine a specific horizontal or vertical extent. The earliest evidence they've presented is from the 1980 permit documentation. So when Sandland is referring to a 1965 map that shows historical mining, what they're actually referring to, the context there, is this 1980 permit documentation and the marked up versions of that map. There is no original version of that map in the record. There's no evidence of any use of that map prior to 1972. The only versions of that map that we've seen are in the record from 1980, which postdates 1972. As Reed mentioned, that 1980 permit documentation also describes mining that happened before 1975, not 1972. That's a very key thing to think about here. The 160-foot final mine floor grade elevation that's shown in the currently effective 2013 permit is consistent with the elevation in the indicated by the 1980 permit documentation. So that shows consistency from the 1980 plan that was described to 60 feet below grade. Reed already discussed that in a fair amount of detail, so I won't go into more. And another point to make from my original affidavit is that Sandland has already mined far beyond the vertical extent that was allowed under their 2013 permit. And you can look to that affidavit for the details of that analysis and those calculations. So with respect to the Gowan affidavit, I'd like to respond to a few points. It represents the statements in my affidavit regarding the intent manifested in the 1979 to 1981 permit documentation. It claims that I contended that the 1980 mining plan does not evidence an intent to mine to the depths discussed therein. I did not claim that. I did not contend that. In fact, I discussed the depths and extent shown in that mining plan in great detail, as they contradict the depths and extent Sandland is claiming is a pre-existing non-conforming use. The second item to respond to is the Gowan affidavit mischaracterized my affidavit, suggesting that I contended that mining was accidental, which I did not. I never used the term accidental in my affidavit. So to the extent that he's using quotation marks there to imply that I said that, I did not. And then he ignores the evidence and opinions I cited regarding the 120-foot below grade depth in the pre-1975 existing hole compared to the 1980 manifested intent to mine to 60 feet below grade outside of that hole. Next point is Sandland and Mr. Gowan falsely claim that I contend that current mining practices and regulations apply to historical activities at the site. I do not. I merely cite current practices and regulations and the mining plans required thereunder to refute Sandland's claim that mining to a specific depth in one area of a site somehow manifests an intent to perform future mining to that same depth throughout the remainder of the site. It does not. Mr. Gowan misunderstood or ignored my conclusions that Sandland has already mined well beyond the extent permitted by its 2013 permit. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I appreciate the time to speak tonight.
Okay, and as I understand it, you're going to submit some more materials for us?
That's correct.
I guess give it to Katie.
Yep.
Mhm.
And you gave Brian
And
a copy too?
I gave Brian a copy.
Thank you.
And I believe, Sylvan, you're going to email it as well? So-
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else that's on? Yes, okay, please come forward.
3 minutes.
Oh, we're going to time you. All right, so please state your name again for the record.
My name is Bob DeLuca, and I serve as president of Group for the East End.
Okay, Bob. Okay, we're going to start you on your 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm not a lawyer, so do you want to swear me in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you here the last?
I was, but I didn't speak. I'm around here a lot.
Oh, all right, you didn't speak. All right, because I remember the face.
Yep.
Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Bob DeLuca. My address is 54895 Main Road, Southfield, New York.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the ZBA. Thank you for your endurance and for indulging me for just a couple of minutes here. The issue I'd like to speak to really relates to the role of a DEC affidavit that's been kicked around here with respect to using Catherine Dickert's affidavit from 2019 as part of the justification for the applicant's point of view or position. It concerned myself as well as colleague organizations, Citizens Campaign for the Environment and the Sierra Club Atlantic chapter, who have all been litigants and opponents here. And we decided to write the DEC to just kind of ask them like what the deal is with this. And I'll spare you all the details of the letter, but it's just the pertinent points here. In the letter to Scott Christofouli, the deputy counsel for the DEC, we asked, it is our understanding that DEC does not involve itself in local zoning matters and that any affidavit submitted by DEC employee or in other cases are not relevant to town zoning and do not represent an opinion by the DEC on the extent of the non-conforming use within the town, and can you please confirm that you maintain no such opinion? The response we got back from Mr. Christofouli, dear Ms. Esposito, DeLuca, and Downs, while the mine land reclamation law includes suppression clause that gives DEC broad authority over mining in New York State, there is a role for local governments. The mine land reclamation law does not prevent local governments from enacting or enforcing local zoning ordinances or laws which determine permissible uses in zoning districts. Most importantly, this is my saying that, DEC does not participate in decision-making by town planning and zoning boards, nor does DEC offer opinions on local zoning requirements, as these matters are outside the jurisdiction provided by the Mined Land Reclamation Law. Thank you very much, and they do not appear at ZBA. I know this issue has come up, and Member Leonard has raised it, but we just wanted to make sure that you have a copy of DEC's response to that. I have 10 copies for
Okay,
Katie.
great. If you could give them to Katie,
And
please.
that finishes it. I thank you very much for your time and your courteous
Okay.
attention.
Okay, terrific.
Your patience.
Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to be heard on this matter?
Thank you.
I gotta take them.
Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on this matter?
There is somebody who commented, I don't know if they intend on talking.
All right, okay. So if they don't raise their hand, we're not.
Sorry, there are
gonna be-
two people now who just put their hand up. 1 second.
Peter, you had to remind them, huh? Okay. Okay, let's take them.
As long as it's something
But we're
new.
gonna leave, we're really gonna limit it to 3 minutes.
As long as it's something new.
And yes, please try to do something new, if you can. Is there anybody there? No. Okay.
Oh, and there's the response.
I believe Claudia was first.
Yeah, Claudia's going to go ahead before me.
Okay. Claudia, we don't see you.
I think it's my lighting is bad. Can you see me now?
Blurry. Oh, there you go. Okay. So, Claudia, you're an attorney, correct?
Yes, I am,
Could you
Chair.
please state your name and address?
Sure, Claudia Bramer, P.O. Box 2369 in Glens Falls, New York, representing Group for the East End Citizens Campaign for the Environment and Noyak Civic Council.
Okay, we're going to keep you to 3 minutes, so try.
I just wanted to get on and let you know that I am still here. We are present for this, and we really appreciate your time and consideration of the matter. We ask that the hearing be closed and that you deny this application. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barone, are you
Hi,
an
I-
attorney?
Yes.
State your name
I
and
would like,
address.
I know we want to be quick. I would like a little more than 3 minutes just to address some of the questions raised by the board. So I could address some specifics, and then my point was, I only had one point, that I could keep to 3 minutes. So anyway.
Well, why
try and
don't you
be
make
quick.
your point, and then we'll see how the board feels about you addressing some of our questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So my name's John Barone. I'm from Rupp Falls, Graf. I am counsel for Bridgehampton Road Races. I would like to go into there was a question about the Whalen decision, and I'm the attorney that wrote the briefing for the interveners concerning that decision. And we had challenged Whalen's decision regarding the claim that there was a statute of limitations issue here. He granted our argument our position to re-argue. So by granting that, he moved away from his decision. And in granting the re-argument, the new decision that he made, and it's very quick, he basically says that the town, the interveners are not necessary here because the town is providing the arguments necessary, and our intervening is not necessary for him to make his decision. And he leaves it at that. He doesn't really get into the issues he had previously ruled on in denying our intervention the second time. So he's wiping the slate clean of his prior decision. He's giving a new decision, which is much more narrow and doesn't really get into those issues. So I just wanted to clarify that for the board.
Okay.
So going back to the point that I was going to make is, our clients reiterate and agree with Mr. Reed's position that the horizontal expansion is before the ZBA through this application, and that Sandland has not established its burden. We have to remember that there's a question of a burden that they have to establish, and they haven't demonstrated meeting that burden of the manifested intent to expand horizontally. With that being said, Mr. Matthews continues to state that this issue is not before the ZBA, and then proceeds to spend much of his time and papers focused on trying to convince the ZBA that the horizontal breadth of the mine has been established through a manifested intent and unrelated determinations of the building inspector, and thus the ZBA. I should say, and thus the ZBA does not need to make a decision based on Mr. Matthews' assertions here. We already have the right. Mr. Matthews claims that this application concerns the extent of vertical mining, and thus this ZBA does not need to make a decision on an issue that was never decided. So he's saying this issue is decided already, you don't have to make a decision on this. This argument is the epitome of smoke and mirrors. It is very clear that the horizontal extension was already decided. Then why are we spending time on this issue if it was decided? We are spending time on this issue because the town, the ZBA, and very clearly the Court of Appeals have not decided the horizontal and vertical extent. Mr. Matthews cites a brief submitted by the town in a prior case, but a brief is neither a court holding nor a town or ZBA decision. A brief is not an act of the town by which any parties would have the opportunity to file an Article 78 to appeal. Moreover, the case in which the brief was written regarded different issues apart from the horizontal breadth of the mine. I think that's really important. I understand the concern of this comment that was made in the brief, but the brief is not a decision by the town. And Mr. Reed is correct to say that the decision by the town, the C of O, does not talk about an expansion of the horizontal breadth of the mine. That's very important to be clear about. And so if the ZBA intends upon not making a determination regarding the horizontal extent of the mine, which we feel that they should, and that it hasn't been established. I have to just say that again. But if the ZBA decision goes on to just focus on the vertical, the ZBA also must not contradict the courts of the Appellate Division and the Court of Appeals and Justice Whalen. Those courts clearly have stated that no expansion of the mine, vertical or horizontal, has been before the town yet. The highest court in New York, the highest court, is very clear about this. And thus, a legal brief written by an attorney for the town cannot and does not supersede the Court of Appeals finding. Thus, the ZBA must clearly state in its decision that Sandland has not established a manifested intent to mine further horizontally. But again, if the ZBA is choosing not to rule on the horizontal, then the ZBA must clearly state that a determination regarding the manifested intent of Sandland to mine horizontally has not been established and yet to be determined by the town and the ZBA, and thus Sandland's desire to mine up to 50 acres remains prohibited until Sandland brings this issue in an application back to the ZBA. And that concludes, I could answer any questions.
All right. Okay. No, I'm not going to give you another opportunity. Oh, I was going to say, you're going to come up? You got anything more to say? All right.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
That was awesome.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Just like, no.
You were making a movement. I had to
Stretching.
All right. There's a lot of material here. I really appreciate everybody going through the process that we outlined at the last hearing, where John in particular said you've got to come in with some evidence, and you've been making an attempt to do such. I just want to, too much to absorb tonight. I don't know how the board feels about closing the hearing. Yeah.
I would
and-
close it.
I'm good to close it.
Okay. Okay. All right, so.
Hearing written comment standard practice, yeah.
Okay, okay. And, okay, so with the advice of my board, we are going to close the hearing. Who's in charge of this?
This is mine, believe it or
Oh,
not.
Robert, go ahead. All right.
I think I'm gonna take the lead on a recommendation on this, because I have to work on the decision. So it's not gonna be standard practice, because I can't
We're
get
gonna
this
need more
done.
time then.
We're gonna need more time. You want
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I mean,
Yeah.
also, for all of us to go through the material again and to, take into account everything that's been said tonight, it's a lot.
So what I was thinking is I would give everybody the standard 2 weeks to do written subs. If you wanted to reply to, the affidavit that came in, if there's any written subs. Brian had asked me if there had been any recent written subs submitted into the record. I couldn't answer that question because Candace has been out for 2 days.
But we did get some tonight.
Right, so I'm saying maybe extend written subs to everybody and the public to 11/21,
Okay.
and then close it. And then by statute, the ZBA gets 62 days to render a decision. The closest I could get to that is January 15th, which is 55 days. I will shoot for that. So you could put a decision on for January 15th.
15?
And then understanding that I might need to February 5th, and then I would ask everybody to waive that 62 days. But I will try to get it for January 15th, because we have very few meetings, in the next couple
Right.
months.
Whatever you need, Katie,
So that's,
whatever you need.
well, I have to say to the applicants as well, because I do need, if I need you.
I'm picking up that the applicants are willing to grant you additional time.
But
if you
we'll
need
shoot for January 15th.
I think that's perfect.
Okay. You got that?
Do you think the 11/21 is long enough time for written subs, or should we go to the next date?
No, I think that's enough.
We want to,
Want to close it
wanna
up?
close
Okay.
the written
So
subs.
I move to close the public hearing, hold it open for written submissions until November 21st, with a decision to be rendered January 15th of '26.
Second.
Mr. Master.
Can I ask a question?
Who's
I
asking?
just have a question about the materials that could be submitted. I just want to be clear, any new submissions would be limited to responding to new documents that were submitted tonight. Is that correct?
Whatever you
Anything
deem
can be
appropriate to
submitted.
submit.
Anything can be submitted.
It's a written submissions relative to this application.
That's it.
So whatever is relative to the application, you can submit. Okay?
Yep.
All right, so go ahead.
Aye.
Who seconded?
Julie.
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. It's been a long night. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Susan, can I make,
You too.
can I make a suggestion that we dispense with the reading of the decisions and simply do our down? We all know what.
Are we
But it's
allowed?
not for
They have
us.
to be read
It's
into the
for-
record.
That has to be read into the record.
They used to be, the entire decision used to be read.
Oh,
Have to read it into the record.
I very summarized the blurbs.
thank you.
I don't know why. I don't know why. It was kind of like a policy, but they used to be the full 3-page
I
decision.
would like someone to tell me why another time.
I'm happy,
This is
I'm
gonna
happy to
take us
revisit
another
that.
20 minutes.
I'm happy to
All right, well,
revisit
who's
that if you
first?
want to just,
Hey. All right, but let me just say this, that it's also a reading of it for the public to see on the
I
tape.
make them as
Viewers.
brief as I can.
All of our, but they can skip to this, Anyhow, that's the way, Katie, you will take a look at that
I
question?
totally will. I
All right,
totally
take a
will.
look at the
Because other
question.
towns just are like, the matter of blah, vote.
Yeah, no, that's how it was in Mamaroneck, I will tell you that.
Yep.
All right, but we do things a little bit odd here, so.
I'm happy to investigate it, though. if
All right,
that's
Katie's going to investigate it, but for
request.
now, we're going to stick with, I'm so sorry, but we're going to stick with this. And it's too bad we
Julie,
don't.
I'm with you.
We don't
I
all
like
speak as quickly as John, but, okay, here we go. I've got the first one. It's an amended decision in the application of Christine McNamara, Suffolk County Tax Map 916-1-75. On September 18, 2025, this board, by decision number D025115, granted variances in connection with the proposed accessory apartment. This decision, however, referenced property located at 33 Inlet View Drive West, where the correct address is 31 Island View Drive West. Therefore, decision number D025115 is hereby amended to refer to property located at 31 Island View Drive West. All other provisions of the decision of D025115 remain in full force and effect.
Second.
Mr. Mastone.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Mr. Redhand.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Aye. Chair votes aye. Okay. John Orr, you're next.
Okay, have an amended decision in the application of Brian Nadegger, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-191-1-8. On April 3rd, 2025, this board, by decision number D025035, granted variances to allow for construction of a new 1,886 square foot dwelling to replace 2 out of 3 pre-existing dwellings on a premises with a pyramid height variance for said dwelling. This decision, however, had a typo with respect to the habitable space of the new dwelling and also referred to plans with an incorrect total of habitable space. Specifically, the body of the decision referred to the new habitable space as 1,086 square feet, where 1,886 square feet were actually proposed and advertised, resulting in a 12.77% expansion and the granting of the variance reference plans that calculated the new total habitable space as 1,902 square feet. In fact, after the applicant revised the plans to reduce the pyramid encroachment, the new total inhabitable square footage is 1,842 square feet, which represents a 10.7 expansion. Therefore, ZBA decision number D025035 is hereby amended to allow for the construction of a new dwelling with 1,842 square feet of habitable space, which represents a 10.7 expansion, where a maximum of 50% is permitted as shown on the plans and elevations prepared by Gabby Telegorian, R.A., last revised October 29, 2025. All other provisions of D025035 remain in full force and effect.
Second.
Mr.
Hey, you.
Mr. McDonald. Ms. Burgess. Aye. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane. Aye. Mr. Macedonia. Chair votes aye. Okay. Julie, you're next.
Okay.
All right. Quick read.
My mic is not working, if anybody cares. Brandon Josephson and Sarah Church, Suffolk County Town Map 900-5-3-39. This application is for property located at 22 Bay Avenue, Noyak. Applicants seek variances to construct a new 2-story dwelling on a non-conforming lot burdened by wetlands in Pine Neck, Noyak. After several public hearings and discussion with the board whereby the design of the house was modified to reduce the pyramid encroachment multiple times from 5,687 cubic feet to ultimately 2,934 cubic feet, this board finds that the application passes the standards set forth in the New York State Town Law and the Town Code. Therefore, this board grants relief from the following provisions of the Town Code. 1, for a new one-family dwelling, little I, Town Code Section 330-6, General Regulations that references Town Code Section 330-11, Residence Districts Table of Dimensional Regulations, for a principal front yard setback of 33.5 feet where 60 feet is required, a principal rear yard setback of 44.3 feet where 70 feet is required, and a total lot coverage of 25.9% where 20% is permitted. And the double I Town Code Section 330-84D, pyramid height for a total pyramid encroachment of 2,934 cubic feet. And 2, Town Code Section 330-77G, placement of accessory buildings, structures, and uses in residence districts for a side yard setback of 5.7 feet, where 10 feet is required for the location of a proposed generator. All is shown on the survey prepared by Francesco Di Domenico, L.S. of F. Michael Hemmer, L.S. PC, last dated August 12, 2025, and the floor plans and elevations prepared by David H. Sherwood, R.A., last revised September 29, 2025. The grant of the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises, including the installation of appropriate screening and/or sound attenuating enhanced generator cover.
Second.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Mr. Mastriano.
Aye.
Mr. Redhand.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Chair votes aye. Okay.
Should I do the
Julie, you
next
got the
one?
next
Yep.
one?
Joseph and Janine Frederico, Suffolk County Town Map 900-26-4-2. This application is for property located at 11 Collingswood Drive, Sag Harbor. Applicants request relief for a proposed accessory apartment located within the basement of an existing dwelling. This application passes the standards set forth in New York State town law and the town code. Therefore, this board grants relief from the following provisions of the town code for a proposed accessory apartment. Town Code Section 330-11.2F, Special Standards for a lot area of 18,172 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required, and Town Code Section 330-11.2G1, Special Standards, minimum and maximum sizes to allow the accessory apartment to be 360 square feet, where a minimum of 400 square feet is required, as shown on the survey prepared by Lester Holden, RA of Squires Holden, Weissenbecker and Smith, LS, surveyed October 26, 2004, and the floor plans, which will be confirmed upon Candace's return.
I have access to them. And I don't want to amend it.
The grant of the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicants have already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises.
Second.
Ms. Kane. Aye. Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Mr. Mastriano.
Aye.
Mr. Redhand.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye. Okay, I have a decision in Sagvine Properties LLC, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-23-1-81.3. This application is for property located at 775 Middle Line Highway, Noyak. Applicant requests relief in connection with the subdivision of an oversized parcel where a cell tower is located in an effort to preserve the maximum amount of open space for the Community Preservation Fund, with conditions and covenants in place to be dictated by the Planning Board and/or the Community Preservation Fund. This application passes the standards set forth in New York State Town Law and Town Code. Therefore, this board grants relief from the following provisions of Town Code for proposed subdivision of a parcel with a cell tower. 1, Town Code Section 330-6 General Regulation that references Town Code Section 330-11 Resident Districts Tables of Dimensional Regulations for a lot area of 25,350 square feet, where 200,000 square feet is required. A lot width of 168.5 feet, where 200 feet is required. A front setback of 13 feet, where 100 feet is required. A rear yard setback of 94 feet, where 100 feet is required. A minimum side yard setback of 10 feet, where 50 feet is required. And total side yards of 38 feet, where 125 feet is required. And 2, Town Code Section 330-308G Cell Tower Site Design Standards for a distance to lot line being less than the height of the tower, 190 feet required. As shown on the survey prepared by John Borowski, last dated August 15, 2025, grant of the foregoing is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired, may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of subject premises, including the filing of any covenants required by the Community Preservation Fund as a condition of sale.
Second.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Mr. Redhand.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye. Okay, John, you got the last one.
Decision in 13RC LLC, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-56-1-19-13. Applicant requests a single and separate determination for a property located at 13 Ranch Court, Sacaponic, that was created as part of a cluster subdivision and was previously transferred together with an adjacent lot in the same deed. Since the premises is a conforming lot that was created as part of a cluster subdivision, the board finds that the single and separate determination is not necessary. Notwithstanding this, the board confirms that the premises located at 13 Ranch Court, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-56-1-19.13 is a single and separate conforming lot created by a cluster subdivision that has not merged with an adjacent conforming lot.
Is there a second?
Second.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess? Chair votes aye. Is there a motion to
Motion to close.
second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.